this a little bit more of them trying to manipulate the draft so that Super Marco doesn't really have a lot of picks. Because I was worried for the draft of Falcons, wherein if Yangon stretched this out long enough and it gets overlooked by Falcons, they could show up with the Melissa later on, knowing that they're already up against a Beleric and Uranus. No one's going to be able to reach her. But this is, again, just more confidence coming from Yangon.
Hello.
And let's see if
I'm
they're
back.
going to continue to just
Sana
focusing
hindi
on
na
the heroes
maglag.
of Super Marco by either banning both,
Sana.
they take out the Clint, or they ban one gold laner option, and then they just
Di ko
pick
rin
up more
napanood yung
heroes that can
game
mess them
on.
up. Remember, Falcons
Nice
still has
kasi
a Brody that they can
internet
play with
namin.
here.
Yeah, and I feel like at least for Yangon, them picking up the Claude here in this part of the draft will already limit the options for Falcons in terms of the mid lane in a sense. Because you'd really would want to consider a bit of more range as
May
well.
code na.
in
Ako di ko
order to
na
just
abangan yung
reach
code.
And get a bit
Meron
more
pa ba
access to
yan?
the backlines of Yangon, but knowing that there's a potential dive with a Blazing Duet as well from a Claude, then they might be a bit more iffy to go for the
Nice kasi yung internet ko kanina.
artillery mages that we were
Sana
previously
hindi
seeing
na
from them as well. Because I
maglago.
believe Falcons was only one of the few teams to also pick up a Farsa.
Does feel like they have an answer potentially to the intense engagement that we saw from YG and the Beleric and Uranus. That should be able to at least slow people down, survive a little bit, maybe catch you off guard with an
Champion
ultimate,
game.
Wrath of the
Ang cold,
Dryad,
guys.
make things difficult to get out once you do overcommit. But now what's the other play
Cold.
around it? Because Zushin getting banned, how do they access these characters? How do they get to the Claude when he gets in and gets out? How do they make sure the Eudora doesn't have too much presence in these team fights?
Up in your face surprise stun. They ban out the Esmeralda. I think they can go for a Vexana as a consideration pick later, then pair it up with something like a Brody, or they dig deep into the bag of Falcons and decide to play the map a little bit more and they go for Low Yi Brody to close it out. But still, with Yangon not showing their roam and EXP, they will have to show one of those picks now. Picking up the Lowy and the Brody to close it out, and then if ever they have one really strong formation breaking EXP laner as their last pick, then Falcons, that would have been checkmate for them, and Yangon going 2-0 in the draft.
Ooh. Yeah, at this point, I feel like there you go.
Yep.
The Ruby does show up. They've already taken out the Jusin, which I think is one way to tell that they really just want to go in. They really want to get these melee heroes and fighters in the draft to complete their lineup. And the Selena still gets picked up for the second time here for Falcons.
I really thought they'd go for a little bit more AoE here, but they already do have the Beleric anyway. I still think the Lowy would have been a fantastic pickup, but let's see. Maybe they still have so much faith in this Selena that the constant vision provided and the arrows is going to be enough for them to read Yangon's maneuvers.
I'm thinking now, because at this point it looks very tight. The formation looks very tight for Falcons. Who knows what Blink would be considering again in the roam, because we've seen a lot of options which I think would work out really well for them here in the scenario. The Carmilla that they previously used is up there as well.
Yep.
I think that can be a consideration. If not, the Badang that they previously used to just complement it with the layers of crowd control might be an option as well for Yangon.
Got a Kacha available, Cho available as well, but kind of a tight-knit group there. So who are you going to isolate? Who are you going to pick up if you are the Cho and get that kick on?
Yeah.
Just questions to be raised. We'll see how deep that pool is for Blink here.
Yeah, because you really don't want to kick back the Beleric.
Yeah.
No.
The Uranus is going to pack the Purify. They go for the Mathilda. Strong combination here by Yangon. And they are able to balance out their draft in the sense that they're not going to be as easy to take down in the early game. They have some good shields. But there is a realm of possibility where Falcons gets the first two turtles. Turtle 3 will be a decider, and then Lord 1 is where it's going to be at.
Did they do enough?
At least for Falcons right now, they're not very specific in terms of their win cons in the early game. But I feel like execution-wise, I'm just expecting Yangon to still be as fast as we saw them in game number 1.
The Moscow picked up for Bulletproof Super Marco. He is a star for Falcons. They need him to show up big. It's the second game, a second lineup, a draft that the
Game
panel a little less
two.
decided
Level up
on, but
sa
still
YG.
feeling like Yangon can
Bali
execute.
Falcons.
Trax, Leo, how we feeling?
2 games in a row. I think MGod and Marvs have a trumped Coach Vren and Moody once again. I love that last pick, Matilda. It fits the Burmese's play style so perfectly. You see Blink is already crossing over, scouting 3. He's going on a 1v3 recon mission, Trex.
And that's what they did in game 1 too. Not as deep, but still constantly. They're not scared to get in Falcon's face at all. Yesterday they knocked on the door until it finally, or last game they knocked on the door until it finally broke open. And this time I got a feeling we're gonna see the same exact thing.
So far it's up to Falcons to adjust their tempo. They found out that in game 1 you cannot take your time. Slowing down Young Galacticos is not an option. So good to see that Falcons are finally here, at least when it comes to early game rotations. Marco here, dueling against Sanji, using that gold crab as a point of contention. What's going on? What kind of duel are they getting into now?
Super Marco just likes pain at this point, I think. But look at the damage on Sanji. That's what they were doing.
All right, that's what Mirko would call the walk-up. Just straight up opening a rift from God knows what dimensions. Putting the fear of God into Sanji. Mid lane, though, this is the first time we're actually seeing these trio go toe-to-toe.
And all 3, here comes Han as well. We could see the big attack here. Skies goes down. First blood for Falcon. And the Falcon crowd finally erupts.
The other half of the stadium acknowledges the fact that finally Falcons are taken to the skies. Han going for the steal. Blink very low. Forced to flicker out.
Good flicker at that. Flap now. Setting things up for the rest of the team. A big flicker from Yang, and down goes Han. Kyle finally putting kill into his pocket. Stack that up with the turtle, and it's a beautiful start for Falcon.
2 minutes in and 1,000 gold up. Trex, is this what Falcons was looking for? As a big picture draft, I'm gonna die on this hill. I really like what Yangwon have brought in, but were Falcons just looking for a tree to perch on? Was it just really the Belleric that changed the way they play?
I honestly think it is. The Belleric has the ability to stop YG in their tracks and also respond. Yet last game, Falcons had issue in punishing. They had issues finding those moments and biding enough time, and this time, Falcon found the answers to do it.
SOD thrown out to try and secure. Sanji acknowledges the duel. I'm gonna double down on that. I think the fact that the Burmese Ube, the Yang on Yam, is so evident that an ult like the Wrath of the Dryads just throws that sideways. And it's not even for Ogwin just using the ult. The whole kit of Belleric answers so much of what Yangon are good at.
Not to mention, when it comes to the big team fights, even Sanji on this Claude is going to have some issues dealing with it. Everyone on the side of YG might have some issues. Han taking a lot of damage from Flap. Flap is in their face non-stop. Big ult comes from Kai's there, but not enough damage quite yet. Flap and Ogwin forced to back off, but Falcons in general still staying on their side of the river.
They're going to threaten Han here. Oh, the flicker! Dryad comes in! Picking Han off!
That one's gotta hurt. Another pick onto Han, 0-2 and 0, and we're just getting started.
Already the 3 kills that Falcon scored all game 1 long has been achieved here. And forcing a BMI out of Sanji, an arrow thrown out. That's 4 members that they're sending over.
It's being cornered right now, but Kai's and Blinks are showing up to try to help. Falcons saw them coming. And they said, no, we'll let you have this one. We'll let you have this one for now, but look at Flap. The guy's a menace.
This is one of the few things you actually gain from Uranus. Call him what you will, a brain-dead hero, very little mechanically brought to the table, but macro-wise, he's controlling that quarter of the map. The Ruby has very little to do. Ying can only hope to try and stop Flap. That's 2 free turtles going over to Falcons.
Yeah, this game has taken a full mirror image of last game. Falcons with a huge lead already. We've already got items stacking in for the side of Falcon, and I'm waiting to see when Ying can actually get involved in these fights, because I think that was supposed to be one of the possible answers to what Falcon brought. It was supposed to be the same kind of response that the Belleric is giving Falcon right now, but the fact that it's stuck in the XP lane, it's not moving as fast as Flap is, they can't capitalize on it until the Yangon Yam can actually activate, until all 5 can actually group up.
And I doubt it's gonna happen anytime soon. Lane per lane, roll per roll. Falcons have checkmated Yangon's prior rotation, so one might say game 1 could have been a download. They were checking how much they can get away with, how far, how fast, and Falcons are the ones rotating now. 2-man, 3-man coalitions, blazing the way by Sanji.
Yeah, but I think he really just wants to get rid of these minions, but he's not quite able to do it. Circling Eagle does come around, but it's more of a defense mechanism from the side of YG. They save the tower, they save Sanji.
Flap continues to just dominate and say, see this part of the map, the upper quarter, that's all mine. And I think that's what's denying Yangon Galacticos their prior aggressive rotations. And they're gonna have to find a way to fight for turtle number 3, or else just fight for the late game. I'm looking at what, 14, 15 minutes in, Wrath of the Dryad here by Ogwin, forcing a response out of Yangon. There's no lanes that Yangon can call home.
Yeah, this is tough for YG. The constant pressure from Falcon, and the fact that they're able to send 3 to 4 members down to this bottom lane is because of what Flap is doing in the top side. At this point, Han isn't getting orange buffs. He's being permission to get it, but wait a second, a lot of damage on Ogwin. Ogwin with sliver health. Falcons don't want to let him go down, but YG doesn't want to let him get away. Ying finally able to put a kill on the board.
Bloodthirsty and bulletproof. Ying across the board prior to this series starting has had the best KDA, least deaths among all players, but now he wants some kills as well. Forcing that flicker. Turtle number 3, Yangon on the board, and has Kyle has something to say.
Kyle does not have something to say this time at least. He tried, he went for it, but YG were able to secure a position. That's gonna help a little bit in terms of gold, but still Falcons holding not only a gold lead, but a map lead with 2 tier 3s down on the side of YG.
Long-term trade, that's worth it. The price of Ogwin and a turtle for tier 1 top and bottom, that is what Falcons wants. Nothing ever comes for free, and they're able to maintain a stranglehold on Yangon's economy. Han not on the board just yet. He's struggling. Every little small camp. Hey, for the first time in what, 2 spawns, the orange buff is actually open for him.
Han is able to get it, so that's a good thing. Falcons now changing their pace of it. There's no more off lanes to gank exactly, but for the damage on a Flap, does pop the Consecration. Will be safe to get away. Still has a Purify in the kit. Super Marco shredding down on this top side. YG getting a bit more grouped up now. And Falcon has noticed.
All right, we see a little bit of the bulb, a little bit of some growth in the Yangon Yam, but approaching the 4,000 gold lead, and the fact that there's no one threatening Marco. 8 minutes in, no one threatening Marco. Now don't throw down.
Ying, Wrath of Dry does come out, circling in, will get the big knockup, and in comes Han, getting a lot of damage. Sanji with a blazing duet, Ogwin caught in a bad position, Haji as well. YG don't want to let it go, they want to fight back. They're looking for the next target, and comes Sanji from the side, a nice flank on Ogwin. Ogwin tries to get under the tower to safety, but there's no safety against Yangon right now.
No shelter will stop you from the Yangon Yam as they Uber their way into a flank, converting into a turret, trading. Actually, 1 for 4, was it? That was an amazing response out of Yangon Galacticos. A Circling Eagle that knocks up 3, takes out 2 of their core members. And I don't think even the coaching staff, the folks in the Yangon Galacticos holding area, were expecting that fight to go as well as it did.
That 3-man knockup sets everything up. And at first it looked like YG were split up. But what Falcons didn't know is they were actually pincering. I don't think it was planned like that, but YG found the moment and capitalized on it. In a matter of about 20 seconds, the gold has been minimized, and the game is a standstill.
That is improv in MLBB at its finest. Suddenly, Han has 3 kills. Man's got a triple in that sequence. But so far, this is one of the few windows wherein Falcons have to say, not again. You can't do that twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So now they know that these small avenues on the map might be dangerous, and I think Yangon have found a way to do that. They've rope-a-dope Flap. Flap might get overloaded. That's the problem here. Once they figure out how the Filipino cannon can kind of blow up on his own in his face, then that's how that works. So they have to overload his Purify, overload his Consecration, and somehow find a miracle. 3-man Circling Eagle already used up by Blink.
Big knockup. He might not be able to get away from this one. Flap, though, with Consecration, still goes down. A kill into the Book of Han. Onto the top side, though. Ogwin misses. Purifies our pop. Flickers used. YG still wants to fight for this as Falcon remaneuvers. Watch for Kyle on the backside. Han with the engage. Able to get the iframes. Forces Super Marco away. Han looking for a target once again. Ogwin brought low. YG collapses on top of him, and down he goes. Kyle knows it's a lost cause. He can't engage.
That's what I'm saying. You take down Flap, SOD thrown out. Not a good idea. you overload Ogwin, and then you deny Falcons the entry to anything else. Lord number 1 goes over to Yangon Galacticos. Falcons have to switch it up. It can't be the same thing. You have to find a way to engage off of more than just flap, long haul, check in that range with a jab. There has to be some straight to the face that Falcons can pull, but looking at it right now, their whole draft, I don't see it anywhere soon. There's no way that they just pick a fight from out of nowhere. Element of surprise is always going to be on Yangon's side.
So now Falcon, I will say this, with the ults they have, with the skills they have, they can hold a decent defense here. And if YG oversteps their boundaries, one big Wrath of the Dryad could counterplay. But maybe that's the answer for Falcon. Let YG come to you a bit. Let them engage and see if they overcheck themselves.
Which has been, I think, what Falcon has been trying, especially in that Lord Dance. It's just they dogpile on the Flap too soon. Fortunately, Flap has his Purify once again, 30 seconds off of Ogwin's Wrath of Dryad Flicker combo. But I think the damage has been done, man. Couple more kills on Han. Sanji left unmolested. 0 deaths on this Claude. Sure, it's been a difficult early game. They spent, what, 2 or 3 death squads to try and gank him out of that lane, but he never gave in, he never caved. So I'm guessing a good chunk of that gold, despite Marco having a good, what, first 5 or 6 minutes, has been closed in. Like, this is more than just an equal gold lane matchup. If anything, I think Sanji has more gold than Marco now. Oh, I'm offended.
Plus the stun, Flap is forced away. This time YG doesn't cause the full collapse, and they know when they can, they know when they can't. They decide to back off. Let's see if anyone walks into Kyle here.
Kyle holding left mid brush. Oh no, Flap walked into 3.
Purifying Consecration gone from Flap. 60 seconds to Lord still though.
This Burmese Ube is lethal. Not more than 30 seconds are they ever apart from each other. That's amazing. And again, that's what Red 5 Matilda gets you. The fact that Blink can be within what? 2 or 3 seconds a step away from where he's needed with a flicker too. So they're basically, you know how Louis folds the map in half?
Yeah.
Blink kind of folds the map in 2 quarters, which is almost half.
Fair enough.
Mathematically, almost half. Looking at the items, true enough, Sanji is 500 gold up on Marco. Even with Marco building the Wind of Nature, that doesn't protect him from Kaiser. It doesn't protect him from Blink's Rogue Wisps. So Marco is never truly safe.
All right, so what's the big answer, right? Ogwin didn't go with the Revitalizer or anything. He has the Flicker, so there could be your opportunity of surprise, but who's going to be the bait? And it seems like Falcons maybe 2 split up. Maybe they need to group up as well.
In an effort to split up Yangon's Ube. But wait, look, they're blitzing the Lord. Oh, there's no response.
Oh my God,
Falcons score!
And then the conceal, the hit and run. YG are going to try to close this.
Oh, Trex, true enough, you said maybe Falcons should group up, and they do. They blitz the Lord, and that's the price you pay for playing the Ube so tight. Yes, you can be within 2 or 3 seconds grasp of your teammates, but not the whole team to be in to respond to a Lord take that quick. What was that? 5, 6 seconds?
Yeah, that was fast.
Oh!
Wait a second.
Marco.
Son of Marco, circling eagle, gets the knock up. Han closed the distance and gets the kill. That's going to help a lot for this Lord push.
Oh, it was
YG just need to get back to base now to defend.
Not a little. I think that was careless of Falcons to not check that lower quarter and have Marco walk into a brush that had 3 members of Yangon in it. So with Marco getting picked off, I think that neutralizes the Lord take. This is a wash.
All they get is, they get the tier 2 on the bot. They get the tier 2 on the bot, tier 3 on the mid. So they get a little bit of ground, but not what you would want out of the second Lord. But then again, they weren't even supposed to get that Lord, honestly. The fact that they were able to burst down, it still feels like a good win for Falcon right now. Flap taking a lot of damage. Circling Eagle. How long does that thing last? YG gets the offended. Responds with the Wrath of Dryad, but it's not enough to save Flap. The damage is already locked in, and look at the blazing duet from Sanji. They lock on to Super Marco next. And Falcons have 2 men left standing as YG knock on the front door.
A Selena and a Belric are not made to clear waves. This mid lane wave is crashing in. Falcons are losing this inhibitor.
They could lose more if YG wants to keep on pushing. The Cannon Minion still standing. Another wave left. Oakwood tries to lock in, but he can't quite save it. Haji bursts it down, and YG take down the Crystal in game number 2. Yangon Galacticos at match point. 2-0
Ganda laro ng YG.
against the M5 World Champions, against a legacy team
Match point
that
na
beat
agad.
Myanmar in the M2
Oh
World
my
Championships.
God.
Yangon are one game away from locking the grand finals. YG are showing right now that they have not forgotten the rivalry, that they've been remembering. They've been keeping tabs, waiting for this moment. Before
Game
Malaysia
2,
versus the
YG.
Philippines, even in the midst of Indonesia versus the Philippines, Myanmar versus the Philippines was the rivalry to watch. And Yangon Galacticos are reminding us who
Ate, magsalita ka naman. Ito, nagsalita na
the
ako.
M2 World Championship. Singapore.
Tumatahimik nga ako pagka naglalaro sila. O okay lang sa inyo kahit nagsasalita ako habang in-game sila. Dapat nga nagsasalita ako eh.
Landing right now. YG 2-0. And the thing about this game, which is
Sa
so
totoo
different
lang,
from
dapat
game number
nagsasalita talaga ako.
1, is YG didn't just stampede.
Para reaction ng
It was a 3,000 goal
Alden.
deficit, 0 to
reaction
60
sa game.
in about a country minute, and then suddenly 120 in nothing. Even after Falcons blitzed that Lord from underneath their noses, they were unfettered. It's as if it was all
Ano ba yan?
planned still. It's
Lalag
over.
ulit.
Thank you guys.
Huwag ka na mag-lag.
What a
Ano ba?
moment. Yangon Galacticos. No one
Match
in the
point.
galaxy, the entire galaxy. You know how big that is?
Orasyonan na
Do
natin,
we need to get Neil
guys.
deGrasse Tyson over here to tell you how big that is? Because no one has beaten Yangon Galacticos in the last 2 weeks. That is how good this team is playing, undefeated and on the verge of a 3-0. Myanmar is currently on top.
Out of this galaxy. Out of this galaxy gameplay. You're
Thanos,
really seeing.
he can't even do anything.
If this continues, our trend for the past 2 days in the knockouts of having 3-0s in the first series will stay the same.
And who's been that guy with every 3-0 other than Rainday? But Rainday's been here all the
I've
time.
been for all of them.
I've been here for every 3-0 result. With me.
Hey.
No, it's not. It's not. It's the teams. It's the players.
Pinilit din sa team. Grabe damage ng kulod.
Exactly as we expected. First 2 turtles go to Falcons.
Magsalita na lang daw ako para mabilis si Signal.
Turtle 3 and Lord 1. That's when Falcons needed to
Magsasalita ako para exciting. Mamaya. Mamaya sa game 3. Tapos may magko-comment. Ate, manahimik ka nga dyan.
As much as I was wary of it in the sense of why pick it up early, you see why you pick it. Because it's similar to how it's played in the Philippines where sometimes
Napunta lahat ng lakas ni Flap sa biceps doon.
I also think that Blink is having
Hello, Purpy. Dapat caster ako.
Di
nga ako marunong mag-cast eh. Ang masasabi ko lang, ayun o, uy grabe, ang sakit naman nun. Mga ganun na reaction ko lang. Baka sabihin niya, sige na nga ate, tumahimik ka na lang. Ginugulo mo pa kami eh. Layo yung Selena ni Rosa kumpara sa Selena ni Haji.
Yeah, because I think Falcons had all the reason to just play aggro and keep going after YG in the early, especially their mid duo, because it's not like Kaizen nor Blink even opted to go for a Purify anyway. But the timings on the guiding wind have just always
AJ
been
yun
on
pag
point.
ganun.
The distance in which he
Di
decides to
nakaabot
use
game
them as
3 na
well,
si
and the
Parang.
directions have always kept their team safe.
And there was a glaring number difference there between the Eudora
Kahit
and
nakuha
Selena.
nila
As you
yung
see,
last
they are
Lord,
alive,
no?
they are feeling the vibes. Eudora dealt
Wala pa
around
din.
42,000 damage. The Selena
Mukhang
could
napag-aralan
barely
ng
scrap
ano eh, ng
14,000.
todo. Pinagpuyatan ata ng YG ang
Exactly.
Falcons.
That's why I thought that they deprioritized the Selena and go for maybe
Yung first
something
code,
like
guys,
You're up
limit
against a
na
great
yata
team
yung
fighting team. And I will die on this
2 champ,
hill. Right
1
now,
game.
Yangon Galacticos are the best team fighting team in MSC 2026.
By far.
And if you have a mid
Coach
laner
ng
who can mess up
Falcon,
that kind
pinilit
of
daw
tempo
magsilina.
during the fight, such as Aloy, wherein you have an option to play the macro game,
May-
as we saw Falcons play
May
the
game
most
naman
of,
na
then
maayos
that could be
yung
good.
laro
Will
ni
not work
Hagi
against
sa
Yangon
Selena.
Galacticos because once it gets to their power spikes, they
Iba
play
lang
against
talaga
it
ang
really well. They were getting
chemistry
picked off
ngayon
in
ng
the earlier
YG.
portion of the game, yes. But Turtle 3, Lord 1, they knew
O,
they
yung
were
2
online
champ
and they
1
were
game
almost
kanina
unstoppable.
nakapin dyan. Kaso
One game
limit
away.
na daw
One
sabi.
game away, we're going to see the best result at MSC for Myanmar. It's already been tied with 4th place, but now it could be a grand finals. And going undefeated as well, that one game would mean that they are probably, and I don't know back in the history, this is just my second week here at MLBB, probably the only team that has done it undefeated
Limit na yun,
completely
limit na
throughout
daw.
the tournament in recent memory, right, Brig?
Yeah,
Kanyari
there
sa
will be a chance, and
Falcons,
that's-
match point na yung YG.
It's
Kaya
going to be a
nga,
statement, 'cause
guys,
it's not coming from the
para
most
siya na
dominant
natin
region
ang
ever in
Falcons.
MLBB either. It's coming from a region who just recently
Falcons
resurfaced in terms
fighting.
of dominance, which is Myanmar.
All right, Brig, you got some stuff to
Pero
break down.
kung sino man
I was
silang
talking about
support
Blink.
niya na
What did you
team,
see, though,
walang
in that
problema,
game,
guys.
too, that's keeping
Wala
Yangon
wala
ahead?
kayong mga away.
I would really
Wala akong
want to go
mga
back to the idea of how much we saw Falcons really wanting to double down on the shutdown towards specifically the gold laner, specifically Sanji on this
Puro
call. I
kayo
think we've
code.
seen countless rotations
Kaya nga
in
eh.
the first 5 minutes towards the gold lane, which I think was the point in
Kaka-start
time
pa lang
where
nung
clearly
live ko
Falcons were
code
also
agad,
dominating.
naglag tuloy.
But every single time Sanji
Pangat
was just
nung
able to
rest,
survive, there
live
was
ko na
just
to.
such great help that you really got
Yeah.
to see from both Blink, from both Kaize. And these are not the clips that we should be looking
Kanino
at.
akong
Yes, we
team?
should be looking
Ako
at
gusto
this
kasi
first. Okay, so
Philippines.
this
Kaya
is,
Falcons
I
ako.
think, the
Pero
first few
pag
moments
kung
since, again, we're
matalong
looking at
Falcons,
YG
wala
and
naman
how
ako
they were able to
magagawa,
get back in
guys.
this
Hindi
game.
naman
One of
ako
the
yung
few or the
naglalaro.
first few moments wherein they really
problem.
started to get back in this game. You saw how they were able to first, of course, take down Ogwin, but the positioning
Bawi pa yata Falcon, oh. Reverse sweep, guys.
were really key. Ying was just
Fighting!
really blocking this entire area. You couldn't really get past him, and you wanted to
ONIC
rely on
nanalo
Kyle to just go
kahapon,
in for the steal,
opo.
because clearly, without the presence of
Laban
Ogwin, you would be at a
Philippines.
slight disadvantage, but you still had the level advantage on
Sabi daw,
Kyle.
pwedeng kunin ng mid
Yangon
lane,
really
puro
poured in all of
Selena.
their efforts to just prevent Kyle
Kala ko
from
nga
getting
kagabi
close,
Sandy.
and that was just what helped them solidify
Oh,
this
tanggapin
gradual
lang, guys,
comeback
if
even
ever
more.
man na
We take a
hindi
look at this
makabawi
next
ang
clip as
Falcons.
well. And this is, I think, one of
Ganun
the
talaga ang
most
haibo.
punishing errors we really got to see from Falcons. You take a closer look,
Pero
it looked
syempre,
like the
ano pa
perfect
rin,
setup. Haji and Ogwen
here
just
pa din
working
sa
together.
Falcons.
But
May
the
reverse sweep
counter
pa,
engage from
guys.
Blink, that 3-man knockup, since again, we've been pointing out countless times, Falcons really like to keep
Code
formations
gusto,
tight, and
react
especially with
ayaw.
this
Oo
lineup,
nga.
that was all the
Gustuhan
more
nyo
reason
naman
for
yung live
Yangon
stream ko,
to just go
guys.
in with the re-engage, because they had
Itatago
all
ko yung
AoE in the
code,
world.
sige.
They had Eudora, which really you wouldn't
Tatakpan
count
ko
as
yung
AoE,
code talaga
but
pag
it
lumabas
still
dyan.
has, to some extent, AoE. And Sanji,
Ay, hindi ako
as much as
nakakanood
they
sa
really wanted to
white.
shut him down, was just getting the
Saan?
necessary farm to
Dito ko
deal
lang
the right amount of
15
damage
tayo.
towards these
Wala,
members. Not to
ubos na.
mention, them really
Nakakuha
being
ako
close
sa
together
Black Up. Nakakuha ba kayo sa
helped
Black Up?
land his skills and get to put out the necessary damage towards more members of Team Falcons at that moment. And this
Yes.
is where you see the gold lead slowly going over to the side
Yung
of
code
Yangon.
po
In this third clip,
ay hindi
I
alam
think
ng
you really have to
streamer
take a
kung
look
kailan
at how Han
magkakaroon.
and Kaize were able to manage this
Sila
team
lang
fight.
po ang
They worked
nakakaalam
together
yung mga
so
tao
well.
dyan sa
They tried to find
game.
the burst, and
Sa
Ying with the
MSC.
entries. Every
MSC.
single time you see Ying
Talaga,
go in with
MSC,
the liquor, it seems
EWC.
very well calculated
MSC,
enough, and
hindi
Yangon
MC.
have just resorted to the
MSC
idea
Ako yung MC.
and taking down
Bilis kasi.
Ogwen, which I think became
Yun
easier
lang,
and
maraming
easier for
salamat.
them as time went by. And that was what guaranteed them the wins in the objectives. And we take a look at
Nagko-code
one
ako,
more
tas
clip
sabi ni
here.
Munton,
I think I'm
11
just
hours
really
daw
going to
bago
point this out because
makapag-redeem
of how
ulit.
Falcons might have just really wanted
Paklap
to
nun.
maybe
Try nyo guys dun sa
try to
Harper.
balance things out a bit.
Diba
They
sa...
couldn't. They put themselves
May
back. There's been
pinin...
movement from
May
Yangon
pinin
towards
akong
the bottom
image
side of the
dun
map,
sa
and they took
pinost ko
such
na code
great
ngayon.
advantage
Kanina
of
pala.
this. They
Yung
really
2
went
champ.
there for the immediate burst
Check
of the
nyo,
Lord. I don't
nandoon
think it
yung
was
second
fun in this
method
clip anymore, but this was the
kung
moment where
ayaw,
Falcons
ayaw
actually took away
gumana
the Lord,
nung
but it did not matter. 'Cause look at how
nung
YG
nasa
still
ML
decided
profile.
to take on the fights. Falcons,
Mahirap
after
i-explain
they
eh.
dealt
Basta
with the
dun
Lord,
sa ano.
revealed themselves for just a bit.
Kay
Sanji
Harper.
had enough damage to already shred down Flap to
Nandun
pieces,
lang
and
sa
Ying
ano
with the
din, nasa
follow-throughs,
ML lang din
entries,
yun.
and the burst that had to come along. Mind you, Han wasn't even part of this fight just yet, but this was Sanji's time to shine. And that was just, I'd say, Yangon and their really mindfulness, how how they've been able
Cute
to
ng
keep
boses. Sino yun,
themselves
madam?
in this game, despite
Vincent
how
yun.
Falcons have been performing the first 5 minutes. It's very
Hindi yun
commendable.
nakulay. May
You
dalawa
really
pang
see
code, guys.
how they've grown throughout this MSC.
Sanji's first 2 kills in that last moment right there, but that was the
Papatalo
nail
pa
in
ba
the coffin.
Pinoy?
Also, the first time we saw
Sabi,
in maybe the last
gising
25
Falcon.
kills, death
Yung
attempts,
last hope mo,
Ying died,
asan
but
na?
they ended up getting 4 kills in response on the side of Falcon. So YG still win that trade by 3 or 4 times. So Ying's still proving valuable. All right, when we come back, it's a chance
Sana lagi
for
ka mag-live
YG
para
to
mapanood ko
move
po laban.
into the finals. And
Lagi
before
naman
we
ako
do that,
nagla-live
if you think
pagka
this
ganito,
action
guys.
is amazing, you want to be a part of it, not just talking in chat, but actually streaming
Baka
it. Join our creator
nag-unfollow lang
program.
kayo
You have
kaya
a chance to
hindi
earn
na
some
lumalabas
prizes,
yung
be featured maybe in some clips, and
yung live
also
stream ko sa
you have a
inyo.
chance to build your community off of what may be the most
Si Brigida
interesting
yung
MSC
nagsasalita. Oo, siya yung
yet.
nag-explain
So,
kanina.
take advantage of it, whether it's this game or any of our games. Join the creator program, earn some cool prizes, and be a part of the narrative. After this 2-0, it could be 3, but before we move on to that, we want to let you know I love playing with my friends. You love playing MLBB with your friends. Well, there's another way to play with your friends in Acecraft. Check out We Fly Together, a brand new co-op mode.
Hanabi nakaraan. Oo nga, naghanabi sila nung ano eh. Nung last game nila. Tatlong account, isa lang nakakuha ng Dayas. Na-limit na yun sa 2 accounts. Oh no. Ang hirap kasi mag-redeem. Ang dami na nanonood kaya ang dami nating kasabay mag-redeem. Tagal ng code daw. Kakalabas lang ng code. Di pinakita yung code. Pinin ko pa nga dyan kanina nung in-game eh. The next code na lang. Bawi kayo sa next code. Mahaba na naman yung commercial. Asan yung nagta-timer? Sabi mayroon daw nagta-timer na kung gaano katagal yung commercial eh. Fast forward natin, gusto nyo? Kala mo talaga mapa-forward. Wala, limit na yung code, guys.
We will see who will be fighting for it. Game 3 will either send us to another one or put Yangon Galacticos into our grand finals as they would become the first grand finalist of this tournament of upsets. It's going to be a fun one, guys. The fans standing by. And they have been silenced on the side of Team Falcons PH. The last hope
ONIC
for the
susunod,
Philippines.
opo.
Well, there's still hope. As long as there's one more game, you could keep pushing it. But it has to happen now, Brigida and Renmar, as Super Marco, even himself,
30 minutes daw bago makuha yung Dayas.
and I think that's just
Di
maybe a bit
naman.
of focus, but also maybe understanding the task at hand. If they are going to survive, they don't need to just win one. They need to
Nakaka-claim kang
win
500
3 games
Dayas.
in a row against a team
Congrats.
who is undefeated.
Araw-araw po ba may live?
Emotions.
Yung ganito, ayan code MSC 2026 game. O, may second code na agad. Bilis naman ng code. Ano yung susunod?
Definitely,
MSC
I'm pretty sure that's
2026
working for
game.
Falcons' minds right now. They drafted well in game number 2. They just again weren't able to execute it all the way until the end. There was one play that Brigida showed earlier with the engagement on.
Ako, na-late na ako.
I believe it was Blink yet again or Ying. When Ogwen dropped down the Wrath of Dryad that was around near the orange buff, they missed out on a key target to make sure that you get taunted, and that's the Eudora. That's the layers and levels that Yangon is playing right now. If their main conditions in team fights, whether it's a great source of crowd
Bilis
control or a great
makuha
source
ah.
of damage, if you can't take it down fast enough and if you can't focus it down, Yangon has a
O ayan, kakaantayin nyo ng code. Nilabas yung
I
code.
can't believe they're doing this with barely switching up the mid lane. Like it's
Right?
still just so 3 picks for Kaize, for Yangon. And mind you, Falcons, I think they're trying to do the same, but it's not like they have the most stable of mid laners as their priority. The Selena has been an on and off pick, which is very, again, difficult to play from behind with. So maybe or might we see a change here for Falcons now that they're in this position? We'll find out.
It's been fantastic drafting from YG. And sometimes in a fight, we talk about this almost as a heavyweight matchup. 2 teams, 1 blow received, you want to respond. But if you get dazed, what does anyone tell a fighter? Keep going. Try to get them out. Try to end the fight there. And that's what YG have a chance to do. There is all this discussion, but at the end of the day, 2-0 down, you have to believe that Falcons are feeling it. But what can they do with it here?
YG,
Third
they still
pick
hold the perfect
Selena
record. If they do it here and they go to the grand finals, they will be the first team in MLBB international history to reach the grand finals with a 100% win rate.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I think the boss just went and looked that up for us. Thanks again, Maui. Barat's Eudora Fanny banned. The Eudora ban from Falcons saying we're taking at least one of your cryo picks away in mid. What needs to change here, Brig? I mean, you're not convinced. It's hard to be convinced. It's an uphill battle, but what? Do you like the Eudora ban? Do you like that, just getting that out of the way?
I think it will help in a way, but it's just really more on how Falcons maintain that early to late, because I think they're not, it's not like they find or have a hard time securing that the early game, especially if they get to dictate the matchup in mid. So now that maybe they just want to double down on that, I wonder though, because at this point, it's likely going to be a Hirara Pryo again.
Yeah, you have Hirara, Freya, Marcel, 3 strong first picks, all active as a choice for Falcons, but they take out the Marcel themselves. Don't want to risk them rush taking into it, and Yangon suddenly just showing up with a Valentina, even though Kaiser has yet to pick up that hero this MSC.
So at this point, you probably don't ban. Well, I know. What do you think, Redmar? Do you just not ban the Harara and not ban the Freya? That way, if you give it to Falcons, YG still get the Harara.
They might do the same thing and just ban out the Freya again, but then there's still an Atlas they have to think about. And I think maybe that's what Falcons might lean into. If it's not going to be the Marcel, then maybe we rush pick the Atlas and see if Kaiser really won't pick up the Valentina. And then slowly, that's where Falcons might be able to build their draft foundations on heading into the next games.
Atlas been banned all 3 games, but this time the Barats and the Eudora interrupt, and so it allows the Atlas to be let through. But I think the Harara here just feels so comfortable.
Aba.
For YG, they'll probably be okay with it.
Take it away from Han. Is it the Harara or is it the Atlas? Which one will it be, Falcons?
Oh no.
Because I guess the only worry that I have if they go for the Atlas is that YG will have a pretty good idea of how the team fights are going to look like again for Team Falcons, and then they could just resort to some of the more unorthodox tools.
I think Yangon can double down on the crowd control. They might rush Juice in here along with another power pick in the meta.
Juice in.
Wow. Atlas Zushin could be tough.
Or they go for Uranus instead and
Ba't gano'n naglalag? No.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, now they probably don't mind the Atlas coming
Yeah,
through.
they show it. So I think this is one of the cards that Yangon has been holding close to their chest. Not just this entire series, but this entire MSC to not show Valentina until this moment.
Is that a new mid, by the way? Is
Yes.
He's getting off his 3.
Away from the hands of Sanji.
Mabibitin kami sa
So at least it'll
Panginoon.
be a match in the XP lane. It's just the gold lane that will really matter later on. If you're looking at what Sanji could potentially pick up later, but he has a lot. He has a lot of options, honestly. And in jungle, though, what could be the option for Han? He's had a lot. Okay. They're going for Sanji's pick.
Nakakainis naman to. Ano naman yan? Paano kami manonood niyan?
I wonder if they'll set up for either a Gwyn
Yeah.
or Fred.
I was thinking Gwyn if they...
Here for Falcons, it's what roamer are they gonna pack? All the best roamers in this metagame have great ultimates you'd want to
Sartik pa din yung
steal.
internet ko,
Yangon
guys.
still
Pasensya
respecting
na.
the Selena of Falcons.
Trending rewards. Hindi yan. Try nyo
Okay, so they're the
i-try.
ones who
Pero
will
mabagal lang wag
force Falcons to play a
Panay
different
pindot.
mid lane. Up against the Valentina, I think there are a couple options still left.
Falcons might be considering a Farsa later, but then with the Uranus, you waste your burst on him. You give the Feathered Airstrike to Ying, but I think Feathered Airstrike for the lineup of Yangon against what Falcons has shown for their main carries in the Hirara and Claude is
Why?
okay. You do have the Claude anyway, and at least you get some little bit of poke, but then Moskov would be very happy to go
Yeah.
up against a lineup that has a artillery mage. That's why Yangon have drafted this way. That's why they pick up the red 3 Moskov and they
Hindi
ban the
binanira.
Selena. And Falcons expecting it to come out, as we called it, they'll ban the Guinevere away from Yangon. They still have a Fredrin option in the jungle.
Fredrin, I don't know if we'll get pushed to a point where they bring out the Suyo all
Oh,
over
I'm sure na
again
hindi
too.
magsisalina si Hagi.
Because I think it's
Bilang.
either way still gonna be tough to pull off against Falcons.
But Yangon has done it before. They've been able to pull off that Suyo before, and I wouldn't be surprised if suddenly Han shows up with it.
If they do, Yangon will just gonna have one of the craziest records. Because at this point, even the Nolan's taken out. I don't really see a utility still coming through for Yangon.
Yeah, you still have other great mid lane options that could mess up a utility jungler.
Is a Harley an option for Han?
If they show it early, then Falcons can adjust their mid. They'll probably go something like Lilia.
Well, 2 more picks here, and it is the Harley. They do show it early, so we may see the Lilia response for some burst. But now the jungle is shown, and it's simply the roam needed for the side of YG and Sanji. Super Marco going to be on the Claude, so they've already shown what their gold is going to look like, as well as their EXP
kaya
and
magsisend
jungle.
sa akin dun.
They're looking for their
Mga
roam and their
alin.
mid. But the Selena ban
Sending
is going to
rewards
force
ulit-ulit nga
Haji to
lang,
play
guys.
something different this time
Hindi nyo pa
around. But could
na-claim
be a good
kapag
thing, guys. He's
sending
lost twice on
rewards.
Selena. Maybe this is just a good change of pace.
If it's not going to be the Farser, the Eve, then they'll probably go like Lilia Cho or Lilia Gatot Kacha
Yeah.
to close it out. But then you're still waiting for the roam pick for Yangon. Trying to think of roam trades.
At least anyone who could just body block.
Yeah.
There's just so much you have to body block here from Yangon's lineup, honestly. Okay.
Okay. So they do go for the Farsa.
Baka
It's the
makatulog ka na
glue
naman
roam
sa
that I
live.
wasn't
Kagabi
able
ba
to.
nakatulog ka?
Remember, they don't have to worry about a Vexana. There's a
At least
Valentina on the
nanonood
other
pa din yung phone
side.
mo.
Oh, Yangon can just go something stable in the roam. Tanky, dive.
Still, they could
not-
still grab the Atlas if they
Wait,
want
guys,
it.
i-review nyo naman
Atlas
yung
still
page ko.
open.
The Gatot still there too, I think, into the Farsa.
Meron din
Yeah.
click
Will also be a great
sa
option for
profile
them.
ng page ko. Tapos
If
mag-review
Yangon
naman
really just
dyan.
want to end it and go fast, I
Kasi
think
mga
they'll
gusto
be
lang.
brave enough to go
Grabe
like
to.
Kali Valentina in the center. Or maybe even a Hilda.
I-rate nyo yung page ko.
But that's really only if they're super confident with it. They need a little bit more hard AoE crowd control up in front. But no, they go for the
You
Carmilla,
said
their
that
pick.
earlier in the first game, but it didn't show
Yeah.
up.
That's their
ayun,
pick.
nag-Farsa.
Okay, so this is why we say they can just really afford to
Standing
save room for
0 to
last. Because they
ayan.
have
Nasa
all
It's
screen.
these
insane.
options.
I haven't seen this happen before. I mean, Renmar, this is the deepest roam pool we've seen for sure on display.
Yangon Galacticos, it looks really good. It's looking very 3-0-able, but not to completely discount Falcons.
Yep.
They still have the chance, and their draft does not look bad, but it is the Carmilla of Yangon Galacticos.
It is the last hope for the Philippines and Team Falcons. There are club championship points on the line for Falcons, who are back-to-back champions. But it is Yangon Galacticos who are playing out of this galaxy right now and have a chance to become the first team to ever go undefeated into a grand finals with a 100% win rate at an international event. Let's send it back over to our casters, Leo and Trex, for Game 3.
For possibly the last time in this best of 5 in the semis, it's Leo and Trex at your service, bringing you the action between Falcons and Yangon Galacticos with an out-of-this-world performance and a signature Carmilla to close off the draft.
We've fallen into a whole new dimension at this point. YG showing dominant force, 2-0. Match point, knockout life. Falcons, I like the draft though, I gotta be honest. I do feel like this is comfortability for Falcons. They have some answers. Last time we saw Haji on this Farza.
Yep.
It was monstrous.
And this is after 2 games of back-to-back Salinas coming up short. So this could be the turning point for Falcons, but that is just but a coin in the well, a hope, a dream to keep the series going. Looking at the emblems right now, so far, you can see that Flap wants just to hold down this lane. The Eternal Battle, as it's known for years past, to have a Uranus march up into an Esmeralda, just holding that dead lane. In the gold lane, though, it's Marco versus Sanji, but check it out. Foot's on the other shoe. The Claude and the Moscow switched up.
And this time, Falcons, to secure that, they made sure they got the Claude early on in the first phase of draft. Up to the top side, though, a lot of damage does lie down. And the Eternal Battle's over. Ying taking the first loss in that EXP lane.
So not to count your eggs before they hatch, but this is how game 2 started as well. Early aggression from Falcons. Pick off here, pick off there, lane to lane winning. A pixel brush held by Yangon. They're gonna jump Flap.
They're gonna pull up, jump out of the bush. Deadly Magic does land, but it's not a damage to take out Flap.
Oh, Hogan looking to put stacks on. No amount just yet. The grab has not been unlocked. A full XP bar away from the ult. Turtle spawned. Falcons, heavy presence.
Big damage on Ying. Once again, it's another kill on Ying. Falcons starting things off clean. YG have no way to answer.
The Valentina on Yangon's side will definitely be key here. Kaiser has to play out of his mind to help secure the sweep. Feather there, strike.
Falcons just not giving it up.
Oh,
Haji will go down. But at the price of Han, it's a good trade. Blink now. Taking Ogwin for a ride, but Kyle wants to take the purple. They decide to back off. No, play the brush. Come back in. Kai's and Blink just want to try to save it, keep it for themselves. Kyle's not going to want to give it up, but he doesn't have the red tree. Still able to secure it. Still able to take it out of YG's palms.
Procs and picks are enough to commit Grand Theft Purple. Falcons up almost 2,000 gold. And I hate to say it, but I hope all the Filipino fans and Falcons fans hold their breath, because this is how Game 2 started off as well. A strong Falcons presence. They are here, and they're jumping in mid.
Oh, nice feathered airstrike once again lands on a Kai's. Kai's taken down low. Flap wants to try to finish things off. Flap wants to try to take out Kai's. Flap wants to get the kill, and he finally secures it. Kai's goes down. Blink next on the list. The names have been written, and Flap is writing checks.
That wall was just a little too thick. If maybe an inch to the left, an inch to the right, he would have gone through. But the falling Star Moon came up short, and that's what led to another kill. The Falcons now up 2,000 gold. About half a minute until turtle number 2. Marco is just focused on expediting the early game. Feathered airstrike!
Sanji cornered up against the wall. He's been here before, though, and he's going to survive once again. YG, can they get a moment like they got in game number 2? Falcons, I think they learn from their mistakes, hopefully. You get the big goal lead, and once you start to get to that 8-minute mark, 7 minute, you slow down a little bit. You keep your 3K, you wait for Lord.
That moment, again, thrown back to game number 2, will come when the Yangon Yam begins. When they turn on more purple than black, and they move their way into a punish, because that's what we're looking for. Curse of Blood. If Blink can link up 3-4 key members of Falcons, then that's it. Oh, Super Marco in trouble.
SOD there as well. He does commit. Super Marco. Oh! With the quick bob and weave. Super Marco tries to hand, but he counters it. Super Marco.
Napakalupit naman ni Super Marco.
Whatever them. Two go down to the side
Parang
of
5 na lang
YG.
HP
Pulls
niya
out
nun,
dual pistols from his
Grabe,
nether
nabilang ko
region.
pa.
Then catches two. Han and
Hindi
Sanji
piso
fall,
eh.
given there was some
Medyo
backup
may
from
kulay
Falcons.
eh.
But this is them playing on another level. Blink, fourth user of Unlights. This is what we wanted to see, Blink. Not going to be able to make it, not going to be able to survive. Falcon is collapsing on YG, sending them back to their own galaxy.
Baka limit na yung cold
7-1 at the 5-minute mark, 4K up. They're trading top lane for bottom, and they want more! Sanji bites it. Flap is bloodthirsty. Once again, a replay on that sequence. I could have sworn Marco was dead.
Oh, the BMI bag.
And
Ganda
then
na.
right at the perfect
Grabe.
moment, I don't know how many stacks the AOT he had, but the blazing duet was enough
Highlights
to
and
keep him
highlights.
topped up while staying in the brush. I think that was key. Trex, I think it was just the fact that he was staying in the bush, denying the clapback, meaning his lifesteal was pure. Even at such an early point in the game, what was that, 4 minutes in? His lifesteal, whatever was in his kit at that moment, was enough to keep him, what, 10% HP? Hence why the sequence happened. Marco is on a roll here. This is as good a start as you can get on a Claude 5 minutes in.
2-0-2. You've already taken the tower. And now, Falcons are going to start yamming up first. They're going to start pushing together, grouping up.
Contrary to that, I think they should keep
Mas
pushing
maganda daw
elsewhere.
doon.
They should do a 1-3-1. That's what's
Ano ba?
happening. That's how you're able to get 3 kills on Flap, 2 kills on
Huwag
Marco,
na akong
1-3-1
bolahin, guys.
converge when Yangon thinks they can punish, which is again denying Blink what he's looking for, and they burst down Blink. Flap from the back.
And Han is unable to get the damage on a Haji.
Grabe.
Oh my lord! Haji just deletes him. The damage is too much. Kaizen is able to respond back and take out Haji though. It's a
Grabe
2-for-1
damage
right
yung
now.
Spartan.
YG finally putting the second kill on the board. Falcons Esports is unfazed though. They're going to move on to this turtle. They're going to take their third neutral objective. And while this is happening, YG still split up.
3 for 3. Team Falcons are taking more than just a turtle. They go for another kind of Grand Theft Purple. Kyle is so guilty. A rap sheet, that is definitely something he's not beating. Top lane, though, is still definitely something that Yangon can work on. I don't know if Yangon want to fight. They're 6K down.
No. They have to wait for a moment like last time. And the problem is they have Han, right, who's playing more off map, so they don't have. They
Jan,
don't also
welcome
have-
back.
I think the Ruby was a big deal last time, able to kind of slow down Falcons in their engage.
And Ruby is another way to spell CC. Crowd control is something they're kind of short on right now. The only real way that they can find someone is off of the Spear of Misery, off of a Circle of Blood, and maybe off of Kaiser's stolen ults. But that aside, all Yangon are playing with are great mechanics, amazing macro, and a hope that Falcons clump up. Mid lane's gonna fall, bottom lane already lost their tier 2. This is the best way for Falcons to continue. If they want to continue their life in MSC, force this series to go to game number 4, split up the map, deny Yangon their Ube.
And they have essentially become so much more objective focused. Instead of game 2 where they were looking for lots of fights, willing to just go for the kills. Yes, they're getting kills this time, but wait a second. Nice stun on multiple members of YG. But even there, they don't commit. They know what the job is, and that is take towers, get turtles, get lords.
This is when you know that your team is doing well. When a glue is able to just build a glowing one. He's got enough in the bank to splurge on a full-on mage item. Even Flap and Ogwin alone are able to threaten the likes of Ying and Blink, forcing battle spells out. Purple denied once again.
I want to say that's 3 purples now that have been stolen from the side of YG. Ogwin is forced to jump off with a grab. Han gets a deadly magic off, but every time Han lands a deadly magic onto someone, he can't fully commit. He can't get all the damage out there.
Sanji just built his golden staff there. A whopping 2,000 gold between the Claude and the Moskov. Nary a shadow of Yangon Galacticos should be seen near the Lord pit here as Falcons score a major objective for free, uncontested. I'll tell you now, even after Flap and Ogwin, even Super Marco's basic attacks are going to start to hurt even the front line of
Ayaw
YG.
magsalita.
Doesn't even need to pull out the blazing duet, just a pew!
Ganito lang pag
Should be
nanonood
enough.
kasi.
Won't feel like a block, block.
Not to mention another 2,000 gold between Han and Kyle, right?
That's a full item.
A full item. Nice falling Star Moon does land on a blink. Falcons looking to try to finish things off. Han tries to respond with the deadly magic onto Haji, but it's just not enough once again to take anyone out. Holy Defense has been busted.
Oh, but Sanji
No,
is
it's going.
playing where
Trabaho
the
lang, sabi ni
mouse
Moscow.
is. The cat is absent, and right now Falcons are your big tigers, lions in the jungle. Sanji throws on an SOD, Flap blocks it.
Okay, Han's there to help out. Sanji should be able to get back to base safely, and with 2 members of Falcons hoarding down onto this top lane,
Oh, they deny Han!
they will be able to wait a second, Han trying to get the damage onto Kyle.
Nice.
The iframe save him. Wait. You can iframe out of the deadly magic damage?
No, what he did was the iframe Flap with the punish.
ganda
The
nun.
Filipino cannon firing off on all cylinders. They lose bottom lane inhibitor, and the fight continues. Blink with the COB.
That's huge, and the response, Blink goes down.
Umuwi pa si
He tries the
Ogun.
saving grace play, but it's just not enough.
Herbert, to answer your question, what he did was iframe spell vamp
Spell.
into surviving the pop on the
Nakita
deadly
yung
magic. So
code.
yeah, that was
Nakapin ko,
mechanics on
nakapin ko.
mechanics. I could have sworn Han was going to win, but Kyle, I guess, had his combo off of cooldown right when he needed it.
Very well
Lumalabas
done
yun
by
sa
the side of
screen
Falcon
yung
now.
code.
We're getting close to a 10k gold lead as YG just tries to defend. Falling Star Moon on Sanji and Kai's. Flap trying to back off. Kai's look for the re-engage. A little more damage
Not
layered
very
onto YG.
Falcon.
Haji brings down the Fallings.
Ay!
Feathered
Hindi na
airstrike.
nag-teleport.
Oh!
Kala ko, magmamata pang
Again, Marco has the
magte-teleport si
blazing duet on
Moscog.
cooldown. That's what that green little dot signifies. Just a pew, pew was enough.
Falcons are not giving up. They're not playing the patient game at all. They're going to keep on bringing these waves in. Conceal play. Kyle dives past the wall.
Parang fit reaction
Blink,
natin.
run down to about
Hindi.
10%, finally taken out.
Hindi
Kyle
kasi
gets the
talaga ako
kill.
maingay pag
They're going to move on to the
nanonood.
top side now as YG watches helplessly
Kahit dati
as
tanong na
their
sa iba, ganito
inhibitors
lang din
fall
mag-rock-rock.
and Falcon breach.
Hindi kasi ako marunong
10,000
mag-cast.
is the lead.
Baka sanay kayo
The
sa
gap between
reaction
these
ni
two,
DJ
economically
Wayne.
speaking.
Iba yung reaction mo.
Folks, the fact that Falcons are winning and nary a shade of Yangon clapping back. Why this is so impressive is the fact that Yangon are undefeated. In comes Ogwin.
Right into the backside. Feathered airstrike flicker. Sanji goes down. Blink is already out. He comes back onto the map. Brings out a feathered airstrike of their own with the IMU. YG still trying to defend. One inhibitor standing between them and the Falcons. Flap decides to back off. It's 3 seconds on Lord. Falcons know the next job.
Another purple denied away from Han. And no one falls. 0 casualties from Falcons in that push for that top lane inhibitor. Almost taken
Rubber
mid
sweep,
as
rubber
well.
sweep.
The problem with what
Fighting.
Kaiser was doing there was, yes, it was the right thing to do to take the feathered airstrike and to clear the waves. But you're not dealing with the heroes. He has to make a hard decision. Do I blast Falcons and punish them for staying in a little too long, or clear the waves? And that's what Kaiser was dealing with. He had double jeopardy on him. If I don't kill them, then I would have wasted it. So he was just focusing that stolen feather strike on the minion waves. Young Galacticos have a grocery list of things to do even before they can contest the Lord. Hell, even get out of their own base.
Falcons now playing a patient. Wait for a Lord. Can they end it here? Does YG have what it takes to defend this, Leo? Sanji 0-3-0, who's their big shredder. They can't really burst
Pa-SL
down with Han right now. He doesn't have the damage.
Pa-SL ka.
They need to try to
Starlight
pull this
o
Lord to the
Seedling?
mid side, keep it away from their base tower as much as possible. But the problem is Falcons is bringing all 3
Dito
lanes in at once.
mag-aantay. Pwede dito.
I don't think their lineup is
Gusto niya
built
sa
to
ibang
both
stream
defend
din.
and clear waves. Flap jumps in, Han coming in from the flank. Has a space escape in, Lord still standing. They burst down the little boy.
Han is gone. Ogwin looking for a target with the flank on the top side. Flap into the back. Kyle gets some nice damage onto Kai's, but the Lord's already connected. Flap misses the falling star. That airstrike comes down and Blink's deleted. Ying trying to defend, trying to clear the waves, trying to save the base, trying to get in their face, but Falcons
Nice.
have to back off. YG still defending, but it's too low. Haji's in there, and Falcons
Walang
finally put a
sweep.
match on the board.
Nice, Falcons.
As Yangon Galacticos suffers their first loss in all of MSC 2026.
Game 5, game 5.
Even aliens can bleed. Falcons force game number 4, 2-1.
Hanggang game 5, rubber sweep.
It's time to regroup for
Sana may
YG.
code daw. May code nga dyan, guys, nakapin.
And it all started in the
Hindi ko
trap.
lang
But
sure
in-game
kung
play
limit
is what
na.
they do. When to hit the gas, when to hit the brakes, when to switch lanes. Very clean from
Bad news daw, may dagdag, yung, ano,
Yangon loses
yung dagdag na 85 sa sweldo, hindi natupad.
the Yangon Yam.
Falcon in 5!
Denied that anything is possible. Again,
Ang tindi na, eto, kay Super Marco. Ay, hindi pala yun, tapos na yung, ano niya.
early turtle.
Tapos na yung pag-teleport niya. Teleport.
Sanji even bait
Lamig ng boses.
him certain plays.
Salamat po.
And again, when you're playing on a team that has been together for almost
Kanina pa
2,000
kasi yan
years,
guys,
how many years that's been?
bago
That's the
mag-start
majority of what
yung
Falcons have been working with.
Game 3.
2,000?
Eh, tapos na yung Game 3, ilang, ano yun, ilang minutes ba yung Game 3?
Six and a half years. 1,000.
Ah,
Oh, 1,000. 3.5 years. This is the kind of
13 minutes yung Game 3, 14.
position tracks. They're coming.
Dami nang nakapag-redeem nun.
Never felt this way in MSC, not in Paris.
This is very true.
Ay, hinihinaan ko pagtapos ng game eh.
Been pushed into a corner. Can they recover? We saw Falcon recover.
Mamaya lalakasan ko ulit.
YG can do the same thing. Let's see what our panel has to say about it.
Standing, ito nasa screen. 1, 2.
Will be international history with that stat. 100% win rate gone as Team Falcons PH come alive.
1, 2, tapos naglag.
Filipinos' last hope continues to
Lagi
break
na
this
naglalag. Ano ba yan?
That's something special. Still two more
Limit na
games
ba ngayon o
to win.
sending rewards pa din?
But it does bring a
Pag
lot more
sending
energy into the
rewards
Winnable
kasi,
League.
guys,
Forget Rinmar. What a game. I know you've got some stuff
ulit-ulitin nyo lang. Pero dapat after every 5 seconds yung pag-click. Hindi pwede yung wala pang 1 second, nag-click na kayo ng naka-20 na kayong click.
Gauntlet can afford to breathe just a little bit because that was a very dominant way to get back in the series. You know, they started off strong and they clearly shut down the
Limit na daw eh.
multiple times. I think
Kanina
that was
pa nga kasi
a
yun.
huge difference maker, at least for the series. The fact that King wasn't able to do anything as much as he did in the first 2 games, and the switch up in mid, you see and feel the tempo change.
Yeah, with the Falcons getting the Esmeralda and of course at the center having that glue roam. We thought about Yangon and respected their deep bag of
Hinihinaan
hero
ka
tools, but
talaga guys
Owen, this was the
pagkatapos
first
ng
time that he
game.
was able to show
Kanina,
off a glue roam,
malakas naman
but it was
kanina, di
huge
ba?
impact. Glue roam,
Pag naglalaro sila.
Farsa
Pag start
mid,
ng draft,
Hirara in the
nilalakasan ko.
jungle, and of course, Esmeralda dominating its lane matchup means the jungle is not safe, which is why we saw a lot of glue roams go up against Harley
Bago
jungles
si Load,
in
wala
FPL
akong nakuha.
Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia,
Yun lang.
all over the world.
I mean,
Klap
look at
na
the
na.
damage difference. It was 53,000
nakikita yung
on the
code dito po sa
Esmeralda of
screen.
Flap compared to the 17,000 of the Uranus on Ying.
Dito guys.
That
Oh wait,
impact, I mean, that's
ipapakita ko kung saan lumalabas yung screen.
difference going to your teammates versus you doing it to the
Kanina,
others.
basta every
And the
bago
XP
mag-draft
lane
yun.
loss, turn this around.
Pero hindi natin sure kung... Eto guys, oh, dyan nakikita yung game sa gitna. O hindi nyo nakikita, ayan oh. Tuwing ganyan lumalabas yung code. So kailangan malinaw mata nyo o kaya naka full screen kayo para makita nyo. Tapos screenshot nyo agad. Tapos may limit lang kasi yan. Hindi siya only. Ayun lang. In-explain ko lang.
Built to delay the game.
In-explain ko lang sa mga nahihirapan. Pero ayun nga, limit lang talaga. Pag may code, sumigaw ka para updated kami. Uy, sinasabi ko pag may code ah. Tinatype ko pa nga dito eh.
It wasn't just there yet.
Yeah, it was 2 in the favor of Philippines as the drum sounds.
Ang ganda ng boses ko. Thank you po.
Chant back. The fans chant back. Excuse me. Mix both of those up. New word.
Salamat sa mic ko.
Alright,
Pinaganda
Rinmar,
niya
you've
ang
got a
boses ko.
setup for us on the telestrator. I know you want to talk about the draft.
Yeah.
What gave Team Falcons Philippines a chance here?
All right, listen.
3 codes lang ba kada araw? Oo.
They got the Hirara as that first pick, then they went with the Esmeralda Claude.
Tatlo lang. Based sa schedule nila, tatlo lang. Ewan ko ngayon, ba't dalawa na agad nilabas na code?
Valentina early on. This Valentina, looking back at it now, partly I could see why Yangon
Para
don't
daw
pick it
focus
up
na lang sa
often
game
and why
mamaya
Mayor
pag
Revolve around the
ONIC na tsaka Team
Dora
Spirit.
that was spanned out really well by
Oh,
Falcons.
sabi ni John Erwell, mag-focus daw kayo sa game. Wag sa code.
Potentially showing up early on. They baited Yangon into picking up that Valentina.
Nakadalawa na.
Yangon was
Sana.
thinking Atlas is gonna be
Di
the big
nakadala.
play here. So we pick up the Valentina to turn off the Atlas pickup from Falcons, meaning that Falcons ended up walking away with the glue, Farsa, and the Hirara that can all set up tempo, so they know that the Esmeralda's winning EXP, meaning that the Harley is gonna be the sad one in the lineup for Yangon Galacticos. We put a lot of respect on this
Maglo-load na
Carmilla,
nga
but
lang
if you look at
kaysa
the lineup, and I failed to
maghintay.
mention this earlier, this Carmilla really just answers one
Isa
hit
na lang
on the
yung
side of
code
Falcons, and that's
na
potentially the glue.
natitira.
Everyone else doesn't care
Mali
about
natin
that curse of
dagdagan.
blood.
Sana
They'll be
dagdagan,
able to
di ba?
get out of the AoE really quickly. They're mobile, high dive. Carmilla doesn't like going up
YG
against that.
is
They
the
want that
best,
honest
sabi
front
ni
to back.
Zhao.
Falcons can either go front to back with their team fight or just surprise dive through the Claude. One last before we pass it on over to Brigida. This is some great bans here by Falcons. They took away the Guinevere and the Nolan, forcing out that Harley to come out later. And that Harley was sad in the presence of the glue and the Farsa.
Bigyan mo na lang ako ng Dayas.
It's your turn.
It's my turn. Okay. Okay, Mike. So I think at this
Good job, guys.
Mag-review kayo sa page ko, guys. I-rate niyo yung page ko. Punta kayo sa profile ng page ko. Tapos meron dun nakalagay review. Mag-review kayo dun. Pili akong bibigyan ng reward.
This is one of the moments where YG actually tried to get something, to at least get a trade, to catch up in what way.
Bukas may code. Meron
SP
dun.
lane was sort of already shut down, so you would really want to consider looking at other lanes, and particularly in this instance, it was the gold lane. But you take a look at how Super Marco just
Pag
managed
nalaglag
this play as a
Falcons,
whole,
ONIC
and
ID
it
na
did
lang
not
daw.
look like it was something that eventually YG could really capitalize
Ito yung
on.
kay
Just look at the
Super
micro
Marco.
and
Grabe
decisions
to.
that came from it. But I feel like what really hurt them the most in this particular scenario was the fact that there was a bit of a delay in terms of
Ano
the
na lang pala?
SOD coming
Piso
in.
HP na lang
Had
pala.
to try to go for the finish of Super Marco all by himself, which I understand in a way was sort of them trying to preserve the SOD in case they needed to use it later on. But at this point, if they were really trying to go for as much as they can in this scenario where they're really literally playing from behind, then they must have at least secured or tried to really go for the
Grabe.
kill, because you see
Ang
how
galing.
punishing it eventually turned into from this point onwards when Ogun was able to catch up and Super Marco was able to respond.
Yeah, that was the most important turtle buff of all time, by the way, saving Super Marco like that.
Do you
Yep,
speak
it felt a lot.
English?
He just
A little
had
bit
lot
English.
More, I feel like confidence to just stay in the fight and eventually clear
Sayang
the lane.
code.
And now as we take a
Wala,
look at
ubos
this
na eh.
next play,
Mamaya na lang
you
ulit.
see how maybe the plan kind of shifted a bit. They initially really wanted to go for Super Marco, but they failed. The second time around, they tried to consider Haji. But you take a look at how Han positioned, you would think it was ideal. Blink though, suffering a huge amount of burst
May
damage.
limit
even
lang
though
yun,
Kaiser
guys.
was there
Pagka
to help,
hindi kayo early,
actually tried to go for
hindi
the
kayo
stop.
makakakuha ng Dayas.
This resembles so much of what ONIC did yesterday. Basically, it's those fast reaction times, and despite you really wanting to go for a specific target, it just does not come out easily, or just does not go the way that you want. Haji with a flicker was able to survive
Kanina
that.
ka pa
and Han,
nanonood,
look at that.
tas
They
hindi mo makita yung
really
code.
wanted to go for it this time. He stayed and went back, space escape, even at the expense
Nilagay
of his
ko pa
own
nga sa
life.
pinned
And even
comment,
if he did
pinost
get
ko pa.
Haji, though, I don't think this was as rewarding.
Gusto niya guys, abangan niya na lang yung post ko. Pinapost ko naman kasi yung code. Kung i-stock niya yung page ko. Pero kung tinatamad kayong mag-stock ng page ko, wala na ako magagawa.
And you take a look at this last sequence. I think this is really what kind of shut down the entirety of what
Hirap
YG
na sa
or the
Tagalog, sa
potential
English
comeback
pa kaya.
angles from YG once again, because
Hirap
Blink
ba ako sa
had
Tagalog?
no choice. He had to be up front together with Ying, but the damage could no longer be sustained. And even if he did
What
try
are
to
you
go for the
saying?
curse of hand, I don't
Language.
think it was
Language
captured here in
is
this clip. Falcons could
Tagalog.
just easily scramble away
Filipino
from it and
language.
re-engage. That is one of the strengths of their lineup. They just have such high mobility.
Napangi tuloy.
Position as much as they want, and Yangon
Dalawang
did not
code yung
want to play
pinin ko,
against
di
the
ba?
lineup who could just easily
Yung
reposition
2
like
champ
that. They
1
had to
game,
have them in a
saka
particular area.
yung
They had to have them
MSC
under control. Even
2026
with Kaiser
game.
stealing away the fettered airstrike, they could not use
Parang may
the
game yung
combo.
code. Ano
They
kayang
could not
next
find
code
the
na
hero
may
synergy
game? Ano kayang
between the
pwede?
Carmilla and whoever they wanted to use as supplementary damage in their lineup, especially as Sanji really failed to get the necessary farm. And I think that's where we saw Yangon for the first time in this tournament really struggle in terms of executing their lineup.
It also felt like
Ikaw
they were
ba
just
yung
calling a
hirap sa
bluff, and they
Tagalog,
just
hirap sa, o sa
basically
English pa?
called
Kala
out
ko ako
bluffing,
eh.
and that was really the Valentina early to dissuade the Atlas
Oo,
because of the
kailangan
early
fast
bans,
hand
because
ka.
he wasn't prioritized, because Falcons said we're not going to ban him, and then
May code
eventually
din ba
it
sa
ended up being
TS ONIC?
Diego and Galacticos that said we're not banning Atlas either.
Kung hindi ilalapag
And then
yung
that made
code
the
ngayon,
Valentina a
may
little
code
bit
pa
less
next
effective for them in this
match.
lineup. They were hoping that Fatal Links would show up and be on both sides.
Yeah, and if people are wondering how come they then didn't pick up the Atlas there in the end, it's because you're up against
Ganda pala ni ate dan. Nakita mo na ba ako?
May
code mamaya. Hintayin nyo para hindi kayo tanong ng tanong.
Di ka high blood?
This is a beautiful thing to see too, as both teams.
Pag na-high blood ako, malapit sa mic baka
We
mabings.
have a little bit of chess. We have chess at EWC as well. Magnus Carlsen, you watching MLBB? I don't know. Maybe this is that interesting. I think it is. But at the end of the day, it's now a mind game. And you see Team Falcons PH winning it for the first time. And now the answer with Yangon Galacticos has to show up with this, which is, okay, we've been out drafting everybody. We've been winning. We have our first loss of the entire tournament, Brig. Is there anything emotional?
Ilang code na? Dalawa na yung nabigay na code. So, isa na lang. Live din ba yan sa TokTok? Sa Nicknock, guys. Madami din nagla-live doon ng MSC. Kung gusto niyo doon kayo manood.
There have been instances wherein they've been pushed to their limits, 30-minute games, comeback games. So this is hopefully nothing that will really
Kahit gaano pa katagal pag dayas yung pinag-uusapan. Kahit hanggang bukas pa daw maghintay. Oh, last na yung bukas, guys. Last drop na yung bukas kasi grand finals na. Yung unang code, 2 champ, 1 game. Yung pangalawa, MSC 2026 game.
Marco finally got that game that he needed to get that confidence boost. That play that we broke down where he got the turtle buff just in time so that he could turn it around in front of the Harley and the Moscow.
Bahala din sila manood doon.
Might just be back and Falcons might just be definitely back into the series.
I mean, it could have gone the other way if you have that.
Feeling ko din yung last code baka sa laban ng ONIC ES. Depende na lang kung dadagdagan nila yung code, di ba?
And they are in to win it. One more game needed. You can't focus on having to go 3 in a row against YG.
Sabi?
You just have to take it a game at a time.
Kinita yan si Dan, sabi. Meron akong kung gusto niyo makita yung mukha ko, guys, sa profile picture ng page, meron akong mukha doon. Siguro, tatanggalin ko na para di niyo makita. Kapag di kayo bumalik dito, ibig sabihin na umay kayo sa mukha ko. Ninang Dan Starlight lang po. Mag-write review nga kayo sa page ko. Titignan ko yung mga review niyo.
Falcons go next. What then happens to the trade in the mid? Eudora is going to end up becoming another major piece that you cannot ban out on the red side. Bannable on blue. On the red side, it's too much of a risk with the amount of picks that you're going to be giving up. So does that mean they deprioritize the Selena and then they go for the Eudora?
These are good questions, but I want to go.
Game number 4.
Writer, a good novelist, has to imagine what a world looks like if the villain wins and if the hero wins to set up what's at stake. I want to look at this side of YG. What if this was just another day at the office? If they really are a team that's going to surprise the Philippines, it's going to beat a potentially ONIC in Indonesia in the finals. Wouldn't this just be like, oh yeah, okay, we made a mistake, back to it, another 15-minute win? I mean, if they're going to be that team, if we're talking them up like they could be, that's how they would respond in this game.
If so, then are we seeing another Barrett's priority first?
The thing is, there's a dangerous game right now, and Young One I think might they might trick Falcons into this. With the Valentino ban, both Marcel and Atlas are open. Belleric's gone.
Connect yung page ko, tapos may nakalagay din
just the Atlas now. And Dodot, the Valentina.
Page ko.
So there are a lot of options for Yangon, honestly.
They can rush pick the Atlas. Then Ogwen's picks, I think, might have to come in earlier. It's been banned out with the Atlas here. Falcons needs to consider picking up the Minotaur in the first phase.
Something to match the potential threat of an Atlas. Without the Valeric, then that is probably the next to consider in terms of AoE if you just really want teamfight prowess.
Yeah. Hirara
Hindi na pa paulit-ulit sa ato dun. Saan makikita yung code?
I think Falcons don't need to rush pick the
nirerecord ko
Nolan. They can
na
say
lang,
their
tas
jungle pick
ipa-play
for
ko
last
pag
and then
may
just surprise
nagtanong.
with the joy in the end. And seeing as they picked up the juice in, heroes such as the Harith and the Joy might be their go-to so that they can get that smoother scale into the mid to the late game to set up for their Claude.
Are YG forced to pick up the Eudora now at this point? If they really just want to play for comfort, and is it something Falcons are trying to set up? Because you see how they already have some sort of reliable damage already coming through for the Juicin and Claude to manage at least the mid to late game.
Yeah, and they turn off the Gourd pick with that. Because if Yangon decide to lean in towards the Kaiser pick and then go for the Gourd instead of the Eudora, because again, picking up the Eudora early on, you still have the Esme Uranus trade active, and picking it this time might mean that Falcons wins that trade. I think they have to go ahead and pick up the Esmeralda, or maybe even consider an Arlot early on again. Arlot Atlas, great combo.
Nolan available in the jungle, which we haven't looked at yet and is not going to be looked at here yet as well, unless Haji decides to grab it on the side for his team here on Team Falcons PH. But with the Uranus and the Eudora picked up, it's what we anticipated.
Yeah. And the tough thing here now is for Falcons is they have a decision. If they pick the Esmeralda now, they lose their priority in the hero for Ogwin. If they pick up the Minotaur now, they will lose that Esmeralda.
It depends.
What do they want to secure at this point, Falcons? They're put in the spot here by YG.
It's like
I feel like despite a not so great showing earlier with the Uranus, this is still something YG are willingly playing into. At least they save their carries. At least they can adjust their most important roles here in this matchup.
YG
So now they're playing for
team.
Roam and Jungle. I think they still have to keep that Nolan Joy option open. Yangon has a lot to ban out. They'll have to ban out their choice of one jungle pick and then one roam pick. They can't ban out both roles because that will open up the board even more for Falcons. They have the Minotaur available for them. They can still pack the glue, but it's Falcons with a surprise ban. They themselves ban out the Nolan, and that is gonna take Yangon by surprise.
Why is it so surprising?
Because you're expecting that Falcons is going to be picking it up for themselves at a red 4 in high consideration. And now Yangon is forced to ban out utilities. Falcons might just be in the heads of Yangon right now because now you still have a Joy, Minotaur, and the glue all open as choices for Falcons if they want to lean in towards that. They don't need to rush their roll pick right away. They can just close it out with a Gata Kacha if ever they see a jungler on the side of Yangon that has a lot of dashes. And if it's obvious that they're going to be going for a mix of high dive and having one gold laner in the back line, playing it really safely, then you pick up the Gata Kacha to close out. Falcons just opened up a wealth of options for them with this Nolan ban, forcing out an Akai surprise ban by Yangon.
But at least for Yangon, hopefully they might have a potential Guinevere. Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Never mind.
Banned out again.
Okay, that would have worked real great for Yangon, but even that is now taken out of the options. So we're left with only so little for Han in the jungle.
Might just be his Suyo.
It's not a lot for anybody.
Yeah, it might just be either his Suyo or his Harley.
Okay.
And they ban out the Joy as expected. There's still utilities. Do they go back to old favorite and just pack it up with a Fredrin?
Are they both looking at the Fredrin right now? Because it's honestly one of the few options that are left. At least currently, because I think Ling has fallen off. I don't really see him as a consideration anymore.
For Yangon might be an option. They can close it out with a YSS and a Moskov. That wouldn't be bad.
Yeah. Just maybe not for Falcons if they really want to keep it fast.
Too greedy.
So they need at least a jungle to balance it out. Fredrin is fun. Harley, if they want to, but they save it for last.
As expected, they go blue into the Atlas.
What do Team Falcons PH have up their sleeve here? Looking for a jungle at the very end. They'll have final say on this draft with red side. But it means that two big picks now coming out for YG.
It's going to be high burst physical for sure because their roam, their EXP, and their mid is all magic. They need to balance that out with strong physical. What? What do they have?
Yeah, what is Yangon looking at for their jungle and gold? They get
Clint. Okay, we've seen that work. And the Suyo.
I think you go Leomord. Do we run it back and you go Leomord or Fredrin? One of those two?
To combo it with the rest of the members, I think if they're going for rundown, Learmort is an option. But if they're playing around either Super Marco or even Haji, then maybe the Fredrin could just make room for that.
Yeah.
So it depends on the kind of approach they want.
Yeah, the problem is if they go Fredrin, might be too slow. Unless Falcons are going to show up a new surprise pick here. Unless there's a jungle that we're forgetting in physical.
I mean, Aurora did pull off a Lucas, but it didn't work. So who knows what options could be.
Martis. Well, what's it going to be?
What else showed up recently? Okay.
Okay, they're still going to go
Wala
for
pa
the
po ako,
Harley.
anak, bata pa ako.
High magic base.
Yeah.
Habulin
This
niyo
didn't go okay, the second round
Ganda
didn't go
ng
as expected as I
picking
did.
ng
I thought Falcons might go for something a little bit more
50-50
surprising in the
Falcon
jungle.
lang, sabi.
Yangon played it safely. They have their Clint with them. Esmeralda should win in the EXP, but it's Han on the
Where are you
Suyo.
from, Zhao?
And
Could
that's
make
the
the
big
difference.
X factor. Exactly.
X factor for YG. Will it be the Suyo
I'm
that
from
sends them into the
China.
grand finals? Will it be the Clint that bursts the bubble of the Philippines? Or will Team Falcons live to fight another day? They need to win 2 in a row. But every win
Gutom na nga din ako.
for 2 starts with the first one. So let's see if they can handle this game as we send it over to our casters. Trax and Leo.
Game 4.
Going into the land of
Game
Dawn for
number
game number 4
4.
is a canon event in the Myanmar versus Philippines rivalry. Yangon Galacticos could secure their slot in the grand finals and finally put the rivalry to bed, or Falcons could claw their way into a clincher that goes all the way. Welcome to game number 4 in this best of 5, our first semifinals for the day. And just like that, with red
I'm
5,
from Myanmar,
Falcons
Kasi,
secured the
Zhao.
Harley. Even the whole jungle matchup was left in contention.
And it worked out so well for them, because the thing is even if YG doesn't go for the Suyo, Falcons can pick up the Suyo in response. They had him in this rock, paper, scissors match where Falcons always got to see what YG picked first. And when Suyo and Harley were the 2 picks to go, Harley normally got the win over it.
That's right.
Harley normally got the dub in that matchup.
For about 4 to 6 weeks, Harley was the best jungler in the game when it came to MLBB Esports. And this is not to say Yangon can't win with the Suyo. They already have in the knockout stage of MSC. But looking at the rotations, again, I'm not so sure if you agree with me, but it's evident that Yangon are playing a little more cautious. It's a very similar pace to game number 3.
Falcons also, though, because if we get to this 2-minute mark, Sanji and Super Marco always just going toe-to-toe down here. If we get to this 2 or 3 minute mark and it's still 0 deaths, we have to admit that also Falcons taking a slower pace, because even game 2, game 3, Falcons were the aggressors. Oh. Kyle on the bot side looking for a possible target, does have level 4, going to decide to go for this crab instead. Turtle comes up in 5 seconds. Kyle might be a little late to the party.
All right, the expanding rivers will allow him to double time and make it there. Flap and Ogwin able to draw a line between Blink and the Turtle. Flap on this Esmeralda 2 games back-to-back is feeling like a force of nature.
Han is going to start off this Turtle. Kyle gets the deadly magic, or doesn't actually use it quite yet, but they're still able to put a lot of damage on a Blink. Haji in the backside with the Crimson Beacon, and down goes Han. Han's not going to be able to survive this one. First blood into the hands of Hanji. Kai's now forced to use the Flicker as YG watch Falcons take Turtle number 1.
That is mid-prio up Wazoo. As if inherited from their ancestors, Falcons just take the Turtle and own the early rotations. As a Uranus, you kind of can't help but feel miserable. This is something that Ying has to take from game number 3 all the way to game number 4 and say, I can do better. But he's not given the atmosphere to do as such. The mount on the Sanji. In comes Marco.
And he's in a lot of trouble. Han's going to try to come in to help out. A lot of damage on Ogwin. Ogwin won't be able to get away. CC immune on to Super Marco, will be able to in fact get back safely under the tower.
Yung internet namin,
But a
bida-bida
nice
talaga
pickup
eh.
for YG.
Massive clapback.
Ang nag-crack
They
dash
force Ogwin to take a dirt
lalag.
nap there. Patrick Star just out the bush. This is interesting. Grand Theft Purple committed. Kyle takes it.
It's 2 games in a row now that purple buff hasn't been Falcons, but look at the damage. Flap able to safely get onto the tower. Now they're responding back. Haji gets a pull back on to Ying. Ying should be okay. He doesn't have the consecration and opted for a flicker instead of the purify.
So that's multiple ways that members of Yangon Galacticos could get ragdolled out of their formation. The Lantern Flare, the grab, and the mount. This is how you break down the Burmese Ube, the Yangon Yam. So far, Game 3, we saw none of it. And I think Falcons have figured it out. Again, it may have taken them 2 losses straight, but what else is left in the bag for Yangon? Like, that's the question. They're in the driver's seat. Falcons are forcing Yangon to respond.
I mean, I think it's definitely when you have something like, wait a second, Blink does get vision on a Kyle. Falcons repeatedly for multiple games have sent 4 members down to the gold lane in faith of flat.
Oh my
top
Lord.
side, look at the damage on Sanji. Black Magic may be able to finish him off. No, he gets the health back just in time. Haji, though, doesn't want to let it end like that. Falcons finally decide to opt back Super Marco. Is he going to let him recall?
Ooh, the BMI. Coming in!
The dive under the tower. Sanji, though, still standing, still alive. Gets grabbed, mounted, and thrown into the ground.
That was a long-term exchange as Flap tries to use a damage reduction into the base, and the turret will not save him. Flap falls, Han scores.
The punches are finally flying. Han won't be able to get away from this. Has a sliver of health, actually does safely. Falcon under the tower, only lose Flap. Turtle's up, though.
That's a technical knockout, unless Han will tread the needle. He's gonna live on the edge. That is a flare on a Ying. In comes Blink.
Blink looking for the grab, doesn't use the Fatal Links. Kyle goes down, Ogwin taking a lot of damage, Kai's is there. Eudora finally starting to put out some damage, but the thing is it's not constant damage. It's not like the Jushin. You get one big attack, and then you're just there.
On a spectrum of damage and utility, that's where Haji Zushin comes through. But you gotta consider, Kaizen was in the perfect spot at the perfect time. It was Kyle he needed to burst down. So again, I think Yangon Galacticos are happy to keep this lead down to under 1,000 by picking off Kyle after the turtle. So yes, 100% so far. About 5.5 minutes in, Falcons take those turtles, but Yangon are on the map. This is a much better shape for them than they were in Game 3.
I think this is the best start of a game that we've seen for both teams in a sense. It hasn't, what I'm saying is it hasn't escaped from anybody.
I concur.
All 3 games, it's been a huge lead. A turnaround at some point for YG here and there. But overall, this is the first time we've been 6 minutes in and we're under a 2,000 gold
It
lead.
still feels like a tug of war. And the flag has not swung either way. Crimson Flare on the 1. Deadly Magics!
Blink, not going to be able to get away from this. Sanji just trying to defend, but the Blazing Duet comes in and he's stopped in his track. Han shows up in the nick of time. Kai's there as well. This could be bad for Falcons if they push too hard. They're going to dash in. Han gets a couple shots onto Kyle. Ying dashes in, past the wall. Couple shots onto Kyle as well, but Falcons only lose Ogwin.
Massive surge forward. That's what you're looking for in a Suyo that is in crunch time. So Han here, fearless as he comes in, able to find that trade. And Flap maybe a second too late, actually holds his breath and practices discipline and does not jump in with that Falling Star Moon, which again keeps them at under 1,000 up, which makes this final turtle of this game, about 7 minutes in, actually contestable. Again, neither have a sure grip.
Yeah, it is dead even right now. With only a 600 gold lead, taking a look at each member. No one extremely leading. Super Marco with a 500 gold lead, but no one's got a full item. No one's extremely ahead. Han actually beating out on Kyle right now. Blink looks for the entry. Not able to secure a stun on anybody, but Kai's on the backside getting singled out by Flap. Flap will be able to get the kill. Puts Falcon at advantage for this turtle, but Han doesn't want to give it up just yet as Ying dives in, pops Consecration, and there's the Fatal Links. A lot of damage, stacked up. Sanji trying to fight back, but it's just too much. Super Marco takes out Han as Oakland takes out Blink, and Flap finds another. Sanji left alone to watch the turtle go over to Falcons.
And now we see the folly of the burst damage profile Yangon Galacticos have oh so invested in. Kaiser taken out early, Sanji ranged out. Underneath a fight like that, sure, Sever over 2 or 3 major targets will spell vamp you to victory, but not when you have the kind of damage that Falcons almost missed on, by the way. This is an early game going into the mid-game. Claude that could have missed out, but the fact that he was able to keep himself topped up and put the damage where it matters, isolated Sanji from actually getting the payoff. Because look, 2 members of Falcons were actually within range, but they denied Sanji that space and the 2 seconds he needed to let off a few big ones. So now, Falcons skyrocket to a 4,000 gold lead in just a single objective.
One neutral objective, one team fight. They had a 400 gold lead before they started.
Now times
they
10.
10 times it.
Yep.
10 times
That's
it.
exponential. That stonks.
Great stonks for Falcon right now, working their way up. If they can win this, it goes to a game 5. YG being pushed to the limits. And Esports looking to dive in. Consecration pops from Ying once again, and they keep forcing that out as Super Marco hones in onto these off lanes.
5,000 up. Falcons is at 9 minutes. And I can tell you now that Glue and that Esmeralda are the bane of their existence. Just the fact that these two are so good at splitting up your lineup does so much for them. The knock-up and the takedown.
And Flap is relentless, continues to push him, but look at the damage in response. Sanji able to chip him down, but they've already lost Blink, so there's no being engaged. Han tries to get a couple shots off of Super Marco! Under the tower! In the base in enemy territory! Locks on and finds his target, and Kai's will be next to fall. Pulled back is Ying. This is the Falcons we wanted to see.
Surgical precision. Every action calculated to find its most ideal output. 10 minutes in, and they've taken mid lane tier 2. Top lane tier 2 has fallen as well. Yangon holding onto that tier 1 down bottom. That's also where the Lord spawns. I don't think they're in any shape to contest. 7,000 up, that's a whole nother tax bracket.
Yeah, and Han just keeps getting shredded every time he tries to dive in. There is no answer. Every time a setup looks good for YG, Falcons have the counterplay.
And now Falcons are just going to relish in the fact that Yangon are going to think twice about leaving their base. One more look at this engagement. Oh my god, it was Flap zoning out 3 alone. After maybe a hit or 2 off of that turret, and then Marco finishes what Flap started.
Monsters.
They're in a state of flow. They're in a state of flow.
Flow state, one would say.
Falcons right now are in a whole nother level. It seems like they're birds out of this world. A new species was discovered 4 games into this best of 5. Lord marching through mid. A pensive state is the other half of our stadium here, as suddenly the table has turned. Now it's Yangon who are struggling to find an answer through. I mean, you can find it through a massive fatal links, but now while the Lord is knocking on your base like this.
Blink's looking for it, but hasn't been able to catch it. Goes in, 3-man, pulls him in. Ogwen flickers back, but Blink goes down. Super Marco's untouched. He's unscathed. And YG just can't find a member of Falcon to take down. Flat with a falling Star Moon into the tower. Trying to open up space. Kyle there as well. Ying and Han looking for an engage that never existed. And in comes Super Marco under the base once again with the blazing duet. He might not take a member, but the inhibitor drops and Falcons are looking for more.
Even Ying has to retreat underneath all the lead Marco's throwing out. And even Sanji's bullets don't hurt as much as he'd hoped to. Falcons are now up about 11,000 gold, denying even Orange Buff's small camps away from Han. He's starving, just built up his Queen's Wings, which is, again, something he needs. He needs maybe a second or 2 more underneath all that. But being 2,000 behind a little magical boy, such as Kyle's Harley, a minute before the Lord, might be a replay of game number 3, I'll tell you now.
It's definitely looking rough for YG. The goal on that first Lord when you're behind like this is to try to not lose any inhibitors, let alone 2. It's going to make the second push that much harder to defend. When you're behind this far, the goal is get to 3rd Lord. Get to 3rd Lord, get to the 16, 17 minute mark, and you're good.
And again, throwing back to something that was evident at the 7-minute mark, the burst damage profile that Yangon are playing with is not ideal for what Falcons are bringing in. Splitting up your lineup, pushing in hard lane after lane. Once Kaize has drawn through with the Thunder's Wrath, once Sanji is out of bullets, that's it. Yangon have to find a way to re-engage, but which they don't have, because Blink is very all-in. So Falcons now just have to do this right. They just have to make a series of correct decisions. Time is on their side, and that will inevitably take us all the way.
Falcons Esports, and they do play a
Diba? Sabi ko sa inyo. Grabe, ang arte naman ng internet ko.
Flap, or Ogwen. Flap dives into the backside of Blaze Weapon Marco once again able to lock on to 3.
Maka-X naman. Ay! Internet. PLDC. Grabe sa PLDC. Wala na. Tapos na yung game. Uy, ang lala. In fairness ha. Wait lang.
Blink goes down and Super Marco advances forward along with Flap and Haji.
Legit ang lag. Ba't ganon? Sorry guys.
Even the top side as well. Falcons
Wala,
lock on,
panalo na
base
yung
at 50%.
Falcon.
Han taken out. Han
Weird though. Naglalag. Ba yan?
still up but finally falls and that'll be it. Falcon Esports
Wala natin
will
nakita.
take us to game.
Nakakainis. Grabe, ba't ganun? Paano nangyari yan? Kahit wala na end.
Number 5.
At least nanalo yung Falcons, guys. Game 5!
As Myanmar versus the Philippines, there's no way neither of them was gonna let this end. Not in a sweep, not even short of 5 games. Team Falcons force us to go all
ibalik
the way.
natin. Sorry na. Hindi ko naman control eh. Ito yung kanina.
Have to find a way to re-engage,
Ano
but which they don't
nag-stop
have
kanina?
because Blink is very all in.
O yan, di ba?
So Falcons
Naabutan
now just have to
natin
do
yan.
this right. They just have to make a series of correct decisions. Time is on their side.
Panoorin natin kung ano
And that-
talaga nangyari.
Will inevitably take us all the way.
Falcons Esports, and they do play it patient. They're not trying to rush it. They know their lead. They know the amount of time they have. YG, you're in a bad situation here, right? You kind of have to
Wala pa ng
contest
code
this
wins,
because you're down to
mamaya pa yung code.
one inhibitor.
Blink!
Blink, once again,
Pwede
unable
mo
to
kayo
find an
lumipat
opening.
ng stream.
He
Mahina
goes in,
talaga yung signal
Grabs
ko.
onto Flap.
Kanina ko pa
Or
naman
Ogwin.
sinasabi.
Flap dives into the backside and plays through Marco once again, able to lock on to 3. Blink goes down and Super Marco advances forward along with Flap and Haji. Sanji forced to use a flicker, but he's pulled back in right as he tries to escape. Falcon Esports might not even need the Lord. Team Falcons up by 2 men. 3 defenders. None of them built to clear waves. Chubby wave coming through top. Mid lane will be cleared here as the Ying gets taken down. They gotta clear the waves. There's one more to do. It's Han and Kai's against Falcon Esports. A wave on the top side as well. Falcons lock on. Base at 50%. Han taken out. Han
Isa pa
still
yung
up but
suyo
finally
doon.
falls and that'll be it. Falcon
Oh, yan na.
Esports
Updated na
will
tayo,
take
guys.
us to
Nakita na natin.
game number 5.
Huwag bigyan ng code. Error ni Atlas. Ayaw na ulit. Oh, wait na magre-refresh lang ako.
Decides between Myanmar and the Philippines,
Kailangan lang ng
representing
konting
their
refresh.
Teams,
Ano
when
ba
they push the
nagre-refresh?
Filipinos to their
Unfair.
limit, bring out the best in the Filipinos. And the
Hindi ko na
Filipinos
ako
bring
pinapass forward. Pero mahina kasi talaga yung internet namin ngayon.
out the best in
Hindi ko
Myanmar.
malaman
This
na
is why,
dahilan.
even though it's been so long
O, diba? Yung tsura ni Redmar. Ibabak ko ba ng konti? Hindi na nga naka-live, oh.
Filipinos bring
Weird.
out the best in Myanmar. This is why, even though it's been so long since we've seen
Really loving how we're getting a
May na
full
pala to.
5 series again. We saw probably one of the best series yesterday between Aurora and ONIC, and this, I think,
PLDC,
is
guys.
on the
PLDC
road to
ako.
matching.
O, diba? Wala na nga ako ginagawa, eh. Ayaw pa din. Eh, na-mute. Reverse sweep. Tama. Reverse sweep.
decisive. I just feel like there's an element of this that it was so on the YG side, and now it's so on the Team Falcons PH
May
side.
pustahan kayo dyan. Eh, di sa iba na lang kayo manood. Parang sa pustahan.
Yeah, I feel like if it gets to that though, that will really test the mental of both.
Babalik ko. Ibabak ko na lang para malate kayo sa code. Yun pala yun. Para sa code binalik.
And I think this is why we've seen the draft somewhat shift. We've gotten a little bit more old school, a little bit.
Dapat PLDT na lang ako. PLDT dapat, kaso PLDC yung kinabit sa amin eh.
Because of how the draft eventually turned out, I was a little bit
Pumusta ka ba? Hindi ako pumupusta guys. Taganood nga lang ako eh.
And a slower farming gold laner in the Claude. If Falcon starts getting wins early,
Yung may
it's
pustahan, wag
almost
dito.
unstoppable. And since they were able to mark the man of the hour in Han and Ying yet again, it was another easy coast to victory for Falcons.
Yeah, I
Sana
just can't
talaga,
help but feel
hindi
bad for
maglag
Yangon in the
masyado,
sense
no?
that the
Diba?
previous
Tama na
drafts
ilag.
felt
Kanina
like
pa
they were just
naglalag
forced
eh.
to draft out of what they would
Ayaw
usually
yata
pick
pag
for
nagsasalita
upper,
ako,
what they would
guys.
usually want to really complement their playstyle with. So there demands a change in terms
Siguro di na
of gameplay
magsasalita
as well
pag
from
ano,
Yangon, which I feel like is something they're not
naglalaro na.
completely used to.
Yeah.
And Falcons have done a great job at just pushing
May
them to
pustahan sa
this
iba
point.
manood, di ba nanonood dito para sa code.
And they found themselves on the better end of a comeback. Now they can see
Yung mga
that the road is
gusto
clear.
ng code,
One
pwede pa
day it
dito.
comes down to
Pero
one
kung ayaw
single
nyo,
game,
okay
one
lang.
draft to get the edge, and they've done it 2
Laban
times in a
Falcon,
row.
isang game na lang daw. 20k. Uy, grabe naman. Good luck. Good luck sa lag. Ano ba yan? Dapat yata hindi ko na hindi ko na klinik-click tong live, no? Para pag nag-lag,
And what I like about
hindi maglalag.
these last 2 days of knockouts that we've
O, diba?
had today and yesterday,
Sobrang
all the
arte,
teams that have
guys.
had glowing records that look unstoppable heading to knockouts
Reverse
are the
sweep.
ones who are taken down a peg.
Ayan yan,
And we are on
Falcon.
the way to
Season
once
na
again
lang.
becoming one of the most unexpected MSCs. We still don't know.
Punta ka sa office ng PLDT, sabihin mo,
ayun.
ayusin nila.
Yangon was up 2-0. I'm not discounting the possibility that Yangon might just
Paldo ako sa lag ngayon, oo nga.
winning this game number 5.
Paldo ako sa lag ngayon, guys. Kanina nga, pula pa yung signal eh.
I think
Buti
I
ngayon
can no
green,
longer
pero
define
malag
what
pa
an
din
upset
kahit
is
green.
anymore in this MSC, 'cause I don't know if it's the underdog
The
anymore.
MSC of upsets.
But yes, I think we saw a lot. I
Ayan.
think we saw a lot, especially in that game with regards to
PLDC,
maybe
re-report
something that could
ko.
tell us more about the mental that has been going for Yangon already. I think I can
Lagi
find
naman kami on time magbayad eh.
Alright, let me
This
know
is
if you need
wow. Look at this.
Alright, let me know if you need my help. I'm just gonna chill out here.
Paano pag ayaw ma-redeem?
Really good analysis.
Ano ba ang
Hey.
Chill out, man.
But I think what we
Ano
were
ba
mentioning about
lumalabas?
mental is something that we could probably
pangit ng
highlight
internet
here in this first
namin?
clip that we
Ay,
decided to get, because as mentioned by Renmar here,
hindi,
there was
ngayon
a
lang naman
clear
nagkaganto guys. Kahapon, di ba?
there was
Hindi
an
naman.
overchase that was tried against Ogwen. Understandably so, there was a re-engage from Blink, so I feel like there was enough reason for them.
Mga
I think, in
nakaraan
their
stream
opinion,
ko
to
naman,
actually still go for it
medyo
nonetheless.
maayos.
But Ogwen
Ngayon
too
lang
had a
yung
flicker of his
sobrang
own,
lala
and it was very
kasi
clear that
maulan.
Falcons were already on the way to also fighting back against Yangon in this scenario, which I feel like you really have to respect, because
Bigyan
there
niyo
are
ako pampalit
multiple
ng
damage
internet.
sources,
Sige,
magic
mga
damage
nagreklamo
sources
malag.
across the board, and I feel like this is
Bigyan
what
niyo
will
akong
allow them
pampalit
to
ng
cross
internet
the
para
early
di
to
na kayo
mid stages of the game.
nagrereklamo.
The overwhelming amount of magic damage that could just really thrive when it comes to team
Talo
fights,
daw
when it comes to
Falcon
just
sa
going
game
after
5, sabi ni
targets.
Gian.
And Yangon, I feel we're very surprised with the way that
Naglag
Falcons
ulit,
decided to
grabe.
play this game. If we take a look at the next clip as well, I believe this is a moment wherein we sort of saw that Yangon failing the
Ay,
first initial
tinuro ka
attempt
malapit
just
sa
resorted to
profile.
maybe
Adi,
looking
sundin
for
niyo
trade
yun,
across the
guys.
map. And
Sundin niyo yung nakalagay dun sa instruction.
But if we take by our casters earlier, because the fact that they were already able to also fight back and push Han to a very
Nandun na nga
low
yun, kompleto
HP
na nga yun eh.
resulted in them not being confident enough
Sunod-sunod rin
to
yun lang.
go
Baka
for
naman
this
step
turtle
1 pa lang, nasa
engage.
step
And
4
that
na
is
agad
what
kayo
made
yung
for
kasunod.
Falcons to eventually
Huwag nyo
still
skip.
get advantage of this.
Step
Because
by
again,
step
as
yan.
much as Yangon just wanted to go for the mirror, it was on a side that technically would favor them, but Falcons were still able to get advantage.
Okay, Harper, guys. Pwede naman kayo dun
To
mag-redeem.
commit it all throughout. Han again being very low did not result in anything.
Sabi
that
nila hindi daw
eventually could be
nakaka-cooldown
converted
dun
here
eh.
for Yangon. And we take a look at one of the last and more important plays here in this game. I barely wanted to take out a lot of clips here, mainly because it just felt like a series of failed attempts from Blink on the Atlas and desperately wanting to find setups that could potentially turn into something for YG. And this is probably one of them, but probably one of the most expensive ones.
Tito
as
Da,
well,
good
because it converted
morning.
into an objective.
Mainit na ulo ko. Pinipigilan ko lang mag-react as mainit ang ulo.
And if we just take a look at it all over again, it's not like they had the right amount
Bagal
of
ng
coordination.
code
Flash
daw.
singling out
Feeling ko sa ONIC pa yung last code sa laban ng ONIC.
To a setup against multiple members who at this point were just mostly the frontliners you could
Siguro umuulan dyan kaya mahina yung signal. Oh, umuulan nga eh. Kanina.
And just putting your teammates in more danger, but understandably so, there was very
Kaya ang lala nung lag kanina, umuulan, malakas ulan.
given the conditions of their lineup. And so the draft that we are about to see in this next game, I feel, is really going to be crucial if they really want to get back in Team Falcons.
You've given Claw, great points by the way, Brig, and great handling that without a microphone. She did it. That was not easy. We had to pick up some notes. We did have to. They've given the Claude away, and they've won twice. Super Marco on the Claude. I think part of the issue with that, and the other one I want to point out is the
Nahanap si Harper. Nandun si instruction guys, nandun sa pin post. Di ba nag-post ako ng code? Tapos hanapin niyo yung pin comment ko doon. Di pala pin post. Pin comment. Nag-effort na nga akong gumawa ng instruction.
The first couple games, they were forced into a deeper roam pool that was less comfortable, and they were trying to see, what can we do? There's the high-lows. Can we make it work? We can't. But now the glue, I mean, do we have to go back to just banning out those roamers?
Yeah, I think you're really gonna have to consider it. And
Stress na si Madam sa inyo.
Again of the genius of that surprise Nolan by Falcons.
Masakit bangs ko guys.
Suddenly an Akai ban, which Akai was an option but not one of the best.
Ay, gumawa ka ng bagong account. Hindi na po na-appeal yung account mo.
But I think it's because they were already leaning towards the idea of the Suyo in their
Mga
heads.
gaano katagal.
To play it safe and ban out the Akai. I think if Yangon are going to be red side here, and I think they have to pick red, they just have to go all out. They have to revisit getting priority in the EXP lane. Get an Esmeralda for Ying, get a Claude right away.
Yeah, this is where an amazing analyst comes into play, because you can look
Bagal
at
daw.
the EXP lane. You can also look at the solo gold lane, but you can also look at the mid lane. And that's where Haji and Kaize have been having this matchup that's kind of playing
Like ONIC versus Aurora to siguro.
but the Atlas doesn't show up.
Game 5 Falcons. Isa na lang Falcons. Fighting.
Talk to me, Brig. How do you get this matchup? Do you focus on these two? Because so far it has leaned in these last two games towards Haji.
Kinabahan ako kanina, kala ko 2-0 YG, tas nagulat ako 2-2 nakabawi daw Falcons. Yeah. Iwala lang kasi guys.
And together just really find the tempo, especially in the mid. But the fact that recently I feel like Blink has been forced to play more passive and reactive types of roamers compared to when he was on the likes of a Badang, who could just individually go in from creative angles and just let Kaize do his thing. I feel like that put a lot more pressure on Kaize in terms of positioning and keeping himself safe rather than trying to go in for the more aggressive plays as well. I think it goes hand in hand in a way, which is why
disable na or
I'm amazed at how they've been able to handle and shut down these two. Because it's not just them that have been struggling to at least manage the early.
May
It's
laro
also
ONIC
Falcons
mamaya.
dealing with Ying.
Pagkatapos
So, in the
nitong
draft,
last
in
game.
execution, Falcons have seemed to address so much of what YG has brought to the table.
Well, this is gonna do it. Best of 5 comes down to game 5. And Super Marco, they call him bulletproof. Renmar said he has sometimes a stoic look about him, but we could finally see him relax a little bit after tying it up. They've done enough to get back into the set, which is more after looking at a 2-0 deficit. You would even say
nakuha nila ulit yung
was
club
possible,
panalo
but now
na.
they're back. And it means that this draft is everything. This draft could determine and will determine your first grand finalist at MSC.
It's been a lot of trades.
Wala ng code. Pinatulog ko na.
The coaching staff of Yangon Galacticos and what they've done in the first 2 games.
Good night,
Now it's
mistake.
time to put respect on the names of Coach Moody and Coach
Tulugan na.
Fren, what they have been able to do in the draft to solve
Kalaban
the
ng
problems
ONIC
that
Team
Yangon threw
Spirit.
at them in the first 2 games, solving them in the last 2 as we go to a faded game number 5. Question is, which one of these 2 teams are going to show the decision early, the decision to go for a lineup that can end the game before 15 minutes, to go fast and win fast?
Last game.
On Ying, I just feel like what has
Good
worked
luck,
in this
good luck.
tournament, you've got Undying Ying, and you have to somehow get him back into a power position. You've just got to do something that's aggressive, something that he can take control over in the game, not die, cause disruption.
Bukas ba daw ulit yung code?
They saved it up all the way until the end.
Yeah.
Fanny Herrera back out.
Last.
Will Falcons really leave the
Good
Marcel
luck.
open?
Fighting.
At least the Atlas problem isn't there anymore, you know.
Sila kay
Yeah.
So maybe
Bomba,
we could
oo.
just
Sila.
set aside the Valentina just a bit and leave them to
Permanently
play the kind
disabled.
of mid laners that they really want.
Yeah,
Pang
we'll go back to
ML mo.
more Juicins, Gords,
Weird
Farsas.
talaga nun. Ba't kaya?
But what is the last band? The Freya's still there. Oh, the Freya's banned. So it's just the
It is the Marcel.
Marcel that's taken out.
Code.
All right, Yangon. First pick is the Juicin.
Oh, Jushin, excuse me.
Juicin right away. That's a great call by Yangon.
It's a deny on something that was comfortable on the side
Nisisit,
of Haji,
pansit.
and he just won last
Sabing
game with it. He might have
Sherman.
played it 2 games in a row, and this is a takeaway as well from Sanji, who was great on the clock in the
Tulog
earlier
pa yung
games of
code.
this set, but now Super Marco's won 2 in a row. I mean, you gotta feel happy that he's
Isa
on
na
that
lang
character
kasi yung
again.
code, guys.
If
Kaya
Yangon get the
next
Badang
match na
early,
ulit
this is
yun.
going to force Falcons to pick up a Minotaur at red 3 unless they really are
Kinuha
leaning
na
in
nila
towards
yung
the glue.
Zushin.
If ever Yangon go for the Badang Juicin combo again, if ever they show up with the Arlot in the first phase again, expect a lot of crowd control from them that Falcons needs to be ready
Yung
to
susunod,
respond to.
guys,
And
ONIC
Falcons
yun,
with
ah.
another surprise. They rush pick the glue
They
early.
need to.
They don't care
Blue
about the
clan.
Esmeralda Uranus trade. But at the same time, this isn't just a roam pick, it's a flex pick into EXP.
Yeah, and if the Badang gets locked in by Yangon and even the Uranus, I don't think Falcons would be hesitant to pick up the Esmeralda for a 3rd time here in this game or in this series because they've been pretty much able to maximize the Esmeralda as well in the hands of Flap. So Yangon, it's a tricky spot.
Yeah, I think Falcons, what their approach to their draft has sort of felt like they're giving Yangon more, but they're left with the best part of the cake.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right? It's like, all right, get as much of the cake as you want. We get that little
The little
gooey
part that
center.
still has like the the cherry on it, the
Exactly.
sprinkles,
But here's
that
some
little bit of
surprise.
extra.
But this is actually really good by Yangon.
good, it's
Instead of going to the second phase, instead of leaning towards the aggressiveness for Han, they play again with the idea of control. They pick up the Guinevere and they get the Moskov.
That's been banned out in that second phase every time. You guys have looked at it and said, ooh, Gwen would be good here. No, thank you. But it does leave open a chance for a very important pick here, whether it's EXP, whether you try to
Yeah, so
look at your mid lane here.
So it's true the Esmeralda Uranus option is still there, honestly, for Falcons. But if they,
Juniper.
they themselves want to switch things up a bit
Juniper.
too and just jump into more crowd control potential, they can leave it for later and instead prioritize the Harley, which I think fairly enough would be a great matchup towards the Guinevere, especially in objectives. So they're really trying to readjust their sources of engage in the last 2 picks.
I wonder if Yangon need to consider banning out a Farsa if they really want to double down on the aggro. But they need
Ay.
more crowd control. They already have the glue to
Ano ba
disrupt.
naman?
Good sword.
Yep.
The zonings that can come out from Flap, either if he does get his hands on the Esmeralda, though they have
Wala na guys, ayaw na tayo pag-live-in.
ways to deal with it through Shred. I just feel like positioning-wise, you really don't want to face
PLDC,
it
oo nga,
anymore.
panalo
And that'll
PLDC
allow you
eh.
through maybe consider another pickup
Hindi naman
on the
ano,
down
hindi
if
naman
it's just
ako
really
late
taking out the
live.
counters that we're talking about.
Ba't ganun? Bakit yata iusag ko pa
Maybe
atras eh?
consider another pickup on the badang if it's
Gusto ko
just
kaya
really
i-live,
taking
no?
out
Pwede
the
na
counters that
kaya
we're talking
yan?
about. But they instead take out the E.
Konting
Which
late lang.
I feel like means Yangon just showed a little bit of where they are mindset-wise.
Wala na. Ubos na yung piso wifi ko guys.
Because they're 3 pick.
Ayaw talaga. Weird
This
naman.
and you pick up Uranus or you pick up Esmeralda, we just get the other
Ano
one.
ba ang problema?
There is a chance, but
Hindi ko
there is a
magets.
chance also that we look at something else because I think the Arlott Guinevere also
Magugulo
really would have been
muna
a
ako
great
sa piso
combo.
wifi.
If Yangon are looking to just layer
Ubus yung ulam.
down and taking out the Eve means they really want to go for a certain setup, right?
Yeah. Because if ever Falcon shows their mid laner now and pick up something like, I don't know,
Eksakto sa
Vexana.
game.
Yangon
Ilag
can
mo
go
na
for a
ngayon yung
very
ilalag
aggressive
mo.
EXP laner that can just
Mamaya,
break that
awat na.
formation. Zetyan! With all this
Easy
dive,
dyan.
with the counter set it has, with the Fury of the Phoenix, a lot of control, a lot of vision. The thing with Zetyan lineups with is, especially with a Harley, especially
Ano ba yan?
with the Claude,
Wala.
if Yangon end up with two
Wala.
strong high invade Roman
Wala.
EXP picks, it's gonna be deadly for them. If Falcons lose this early game, it's gonna be hard to come back. I think Yangon can lean
Awat
in
ka
with just
naman,
pure
PLDC.
total aggro.
What about Keto?
Naka-piso wifi ka pala.
Up against Zetyan because of her knockback, it might
Ito
be
naman,
tough,
patola.
especially with the glue around as well, and the Esmeralda still open.
Hindi ako
Sora
naka-piso
is
wifi,
actually
syempre.
a really
Ang
great
sabi ko
pickup.
lang.
All right.
Joke
We
lang.
might get Valentina EXP here for Falcons and Flap.
That's an overwhelming amount of magic damage again.
Yeah, and it's a counter to the Sora in the lane. As
Alam mo,
Yangon end
muna
up with the
para
Kali.
malakas
The
signal.
Kali not good if ever Flap ends up with his own shifting skies as a Valentina Sora cosplay.
Pwede nga kayo lumipat guys kung ayaw nyo naglalag. Minheads upan ko naman kayo. Malag yung
Yeah.
net ko.
It's either they go for that or just the next laner who could match the Sora and just disrupt positioning, and that's gonna be a Phoveus option for them.
Dangerous.
Who would have thought the Phoveus
Tapos
was actually
napubal
still
na
up
rin
there?
nila
Yeah, they
Kendra.
needed an
Hindi
anchor
pa.
actually. The Valentina would have been the more
Oo,
defensive
lala nung
option.
internet
But
ko
the
guys eh.
Phoveus
Wala
could
akong
be used to
magagawa.
bait out some skills from Yangon, and then the
Ano
glue
sa inyo,
goes
lipat na kayo.
in. This is anyone's
Ang
game.
dami pang
Yangon and
nagla-live ng,
Falcons will take each other to
MSC.
the limit with this draft.
No holding your cards close to the chest. You got to lay them all out on the table. It's the river. Even though we're playing dangerous grass, but in this case, they are all in. It is Yangon Galacticos versus Team Falcons PH. It's game 5 in
Game
MSC,
5!
which
Good
means
luck.
we're going to get our grand finalists
Good luck
after
everybody.
this.
Good luck sa mga ano.
Rex and Leo
Mga
at your service,
pumusta.
calling the final game in this best of 5. More than half a decade of lore, more than half a decade of hope and glory on the line, and of course, the first ticket to the grand finals of MSC at EWC 26. Let's get it on.
It's been a hell of a series. It's game number 5. It feels like a grand finals if you ask me at this point. YG with another draft in their pocket. Falcon as well. We've had different picks throughout every single game. And I love the way the panel put it. They are digging deep. It could be anyone's game at this point. Already so much aggression from both teams. Both junglers possibly have to go back. Blink has a quicksand guard, so he should be okay.
The draft has definitely evolved. Again, they're able to split up the Zushin and the glue. And then, of course, Neri and Esmeralda in sight early. Invade here coming in from Yangon Galacticos. And that Phoveus from out of nowhere. Again, multiple conversations I've had prior to this game starting amongst the community. Is Phoveus dead? And here at Red 5, possibly the most important game in this series, Phoveus comes up in the hands of the Filipino cannon.
It has been, and also in this series, it's been a banned pick. It's been one that Falcon hasn't been able to get their hands off, and the one times that it is let through, it's not even picked up in the beginning. It's picked up at the end as a last thing in the Swiss Army knife for Falcons. Can Flat be the difference here? Ying as well on the Sora, another pick we haven't gotten to see a lot of. So much on the shoulders of these EXP laners right now.
Ying and Flap. Fortunately, neither of them have died. And again, this game has taken a turn after we've seen so much action in the first 2 minutes throughout the group stage. Early knockouts, we could have sworn the meta has changed, but no. When the best of the Philippines, the best of Myanmar come through, macro reigns supreme. Early presence here. Han holding that pixel brush. Blink with a pull. Ogwin flushes him out. Kyle here, holding on. Oh, sees Blink.
Han will get to level 5. before this turtle. Kyle's going to try to go back to this orange buff and scale along with him. Both teams taking it slow, so slow. They know exactly what is on the line. Down in the gold lane, the swap back and forth between this Moskov and this Clint has consistently happened. But one thing we have to point out, Super Marco on the Claude has been monstrous.
Denying it from Sanji alone is such a power play. And I'm glad that we were able to take a peek at the gold lane, because that's essentially where the duel is happening. And as we speak, it's happening now while these two teams dance around the turtle.
We do have a level up on Han between him and Kyle, which means Falcons have to really try to get an advantage here. They have to try to stun, and there goes a pursuit onto Han. A lot of damage locks in, but Ying still able to take the turtle. Gets a knock up on Ogwin, crashing down. The fists are hitting hard, but Ogwin's there now, taking a ride onto Ying. Falcons looking for the response. No members on either team go down. Turtle goes over to YG.
Marco going for that double. Rampage Sandstorm jumped in. Blink spent his ult to deny Marco a clean double wave.
All right. I like the way both teams are playing right now. There's sustainability around the map. There's crowd control on both sides. There's engage, re-engage. This game could definitely go the distance.
There's a combo that they're waiting for. Falcons want to get the perfect Fury of the Phoenix into a chain on that demonic pursuit. The demonic wave into infernal pursuit, bop, bop, bop. That's what they're looking for. For YG, came a little closer, came a little easier, right? A flicker into a shifting skies. So we're taking aspects of games 1 to 4 and putting them into practice now with some new picks as well. So this is a series that's been building game to game to game. Falcons have a small lead, but you can only really chalk that up to a little better mobility across the map for them, since, you know, Harley is slightly more mobile than a Guinevere. Easier double laning from Super Marco. And I think that's what we're looking for, a mid-game power spike from Falcons that could eventually turn YG around, make up the difference for that ease of execution.
But you could say the same for YG here. All it takes is one good combo from them as well. One nice Violent Requiem paired up with the Beacon, followed up by the Shifting Skies. There's a lot of possibilities on both teams to make one major play to give them that 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead.
They're neck deep in crowd control. They literally have a bit of crowd control on everyone. So that's what Falcons is trying to skirt. That's what they're playing around. Again, the fact that it's only Marco who has a Purify and Haji who has his passive. Once that's popped, then Yangon has free reign. That's what Falcons is taking all this time for.
What's insane about the amount of crowd control on both teams, there is only one Purify between 10 players. Both teams putting their all on an aggressive route, or on a micro route, I would say, looking for the outplays, looking for the chance to make something happen with these flickers. Kai's trying to make entry for Ying. Blink there as well. Han finally comes in, get the Violent Requiem. A lot of damage locks in. Super Marco comes over to Blazing Duet. Kai's able to take out Flap as Marco unable to put any damage on a Blink to the backside. Han does go down though. It's 1-for-1 Flap for Han. YG end up losing out on that one.
Not so fast. There is a chubby wave left over by Sanji in that push up top. Falcons quick to find redemption as they push down bottom. Kyle!
Kyle in a lot of trouble here.
Space escape was at such short range. That was 3 members of YG dogpiling on him.
And that will even the playing field in that last trade, because yes, the tower went down on top side, but tower also falls to Super Marco. And if they didn't find a play there, YG could have taken a huge step back, but now Gold still sitting at a complete standstill. Structures at a complete standstill.
Nothing comes for free. Yangon Galacticos and Falcons, believe it or not, are much more similar than one would like to admit. They are very macro-centric. Sure, good team fighting, great maneuvers, tactics on the map, but it has to make sense at the bottom line. When you look at that number at the end, how much do we get out of that? They have to have gotten their margins checked, and that's what that kill was on a Kyle. Kyle has to watch himself again. It's a death per jungler, Han and Kyle. The EXP lane, though, I think this is where the difference lies. Flap is a little more willing to sacrifice himself, while Ying is still the hero play. Ying still counts his Shifting Skies as if it was the game changer. It was the win. Ooh, nice steal by Sanji.
Very well done. Both teams back to just letting their junglers do what they do best. YG, Han does take a camp up on the top side. He's holding a level ahead of Kyle right now, and it's kind of been the story. Even though he's on the Guinevere, he's been able to keep himself ahead in terms of juggling. It's with those little camp steals that he's taking. A little lizard here, a little bug on the top side. Anything to try to get the level advantage on the next objective.
Which is something that Kyle has to watch out for, because more than just a cleanup, Kyle has to also keep up with the farm, which he hasn't been. He just reached level 10 now, while all this while, Han was already level 11. So now in this final turtle, each of them a piece. We'll see how, with the Fury of the Phoenix, finally, maybe Falcons can find that combo. Turtle down on 8.
Ogwin jumps on Han. That might be the answer right there. Han unable to get a Haji takes a turtle. Raging Sandstorm to the backside, but it's still not enough. Super Marco with a blazing duet. Ying goes down. Kai's on the run. It's a double kill for Kyle. Sanji takes a tower off map. And Falcons are capitalizing, but Sanji helps save the day, helps even the playing field by taking out Kyle as Falcons collapse onto Blink. Blink going for a ride. That's Ogwin hitching along.
That's the flicker. Blink denied further damage by flickering back, and you know the saying, better flickerless than dead. And only if Falcons could have cut down their losses, which I can't blame. Again, Kyle is such a softie. Looking at this whole lineup, Kyle is the most vulnerable of them all. And the reason how this worked is the perfect synchronization of all of their ults. Look at that, all the greens gone. That is what Falcons is looking for.
In the super delayed SOD, Sanji doesn't commit to it first. First he takes the tower, and then he SODs. Kyle thinks he's in the save, and up pops Sanji from the back.
Final nanosecond is what it takes, and Sanji, yes, take away my Claude, but my Pocket Moskov is also pretty darn good. 1-0-1. Super Marco has maybe a little bit more in the bank, but Sanji, now he's taken the past 2 games to get used to it, and he's up 700. Look at that. So now I think Falcons, I don't know how they're going to do it, but they have to pay attention to Sanji. They have to find a way to put a beat on this Moskov. And I think, say what you will about the last time that they met here in this game, but I think it's got to be on Kyle. Kyle has to be on Sanji guard, because looking at the rest of the lineup, Ogwin's been dealing with a little too much.
Ooh, another tower dropped low. YG make their way down bottom as Falcon try to break through, but they are in a little bit of a pincer here. They need to be careful on this engage. Super Marco able to get onto Sanji. Sanji gets knocked up. He tries to BMI away, but they've all collapsed onto him. He will go down. Han unable to get the engage. Blink in the backside, use a quicksand guard, but Kyle's already onto him. It's too much damage.
No flicker.
Doesn't have the flicker. One more shot. He uses the conceal. Where is he going?
Nice one.
There was a universe where maybe a 5 to 6% chance
Di mo
that
base it,
Blake
Kali.
wasted more time, got away with it, because by jumping in and without the blind space escape card trick, he would have gotten away. But alas, here we are now. 2 dudes down for Yangon Galacticos. Falcons blitzing the Lord.
And there's just no way in. YG has finally given it up.
All right, body blocks.
Close. It was close.
Good call, but
Buti
I
may
don't think
harang.
Sanji would have pressed it anyways. He was going for the steal. And we've seen that before. Historically, we've seen that before. One more look at that sequence. I said it was Kyle who should be checking in on Sanji, but hey, 3 dudes work as well.
You know, in that fight there, YG, I wanted to see him close the distance a little bit faster. I don't know if they felt like Sanji was a definite getaway or not, but in the end, losing Sanji there, then losing Blink, it was an easy Lord taken. Finally, we see a team get past the 1K gold mark in terms of a lead.
Even with just the pickup on Sanji, I think that would have been a clean Lord take either way. That's how fast I think Falcons can move, and that's how good they are at recognizing this window of opportunity. Now they have a 2,000 gold lead. Haven't quite closed the gap between Sanji and Marco. Now about 200, 300 between these 2 gold laners. And they get a push up top. This is it. Falcons are in pole position. They're in the driver's seat.
YG has to try to not lose any inhibitors here. It's a bad position if they do, especially with Lord coming down on bot side next. Lord finally taking out a couple more shots. Yahan able to take it. No, Han on the bot side, pushing lane right now. YG gonna jump in. Ogwin gets pulled back in. Super Marco with the blazing duet. Much damage, but he doesn't get the final shot. As Haji and Ogwin are caught under the tower. Sanji finally falls. Behind him will fall as well as Blink. But the Quicksand guard still alive. Does get CC to take it out. Kai's double kill. And look at Han on that bottom lane against the base.
Ever seen a Guinevere pretend to be a Ling or a Fanny? That's what Han has done here. Falcons got punished hard inside. I don't think they're going to be able to push in. In comes Flap, Flicker, Dark Wave. Fight's happening. He should be fine.
Magic.
Han's okay.
He's good.
Han's okay. Turret did not fall. But that's as good as it gets for YG, all right? Inside their base, they get a good punish. Sure, they traded Sanji out for it, but they also get a push down bottom.
In the gold, difference is equalized as well.
Yep, again, about 500, 1,000 between them, but just the same. Yangon Galacticos are about their wits. It's not like they lost their footing. It's not like they're panicking. And believe it or not, despite the free Lord, despite the free Lord, the map is at equilibrium. That's how good YG are at macro.
Even in terms of tower health.
Almost
like down to the line.
down to the pixel. That is how equally matched Yangon Galacticos and Falcons are. Kaiser picking up a Ice Queen 1 here should help with the spell vamp, should be able to slow down the forward push of Team Falcons. Looking at the rest of their kit. All right, finally, Kyle is firing off on all cylinders. That's something to marvel at, despite the fact that he has a hard, 7-8 minutes that he had to play through. But Marco isn't on the board yet. No kills for this Claude just yet. And I think that's what he was looking for. That's why he was so gung-ho to go into the base.
You know, it's been all eyes on Sanji, though, on this Moscow, but I think the real problem could start to be Kai's. 4-0-1. He's been untouchable. He's been putting out great damage.
What is that, at least 2 or 3 stacks?
Yeah, it's clean for him right now, and it's only going to get better and better as YG start to burst down or at least keep pace on this Lord. Super Marco wants to pull it to their side. The dance is on.
So with the draft that they have, Falcons has a slight advantage on the Lord Dance. Claude, much like the Melissa, can do a singular Lord Dance blink here. Warning shots. Pew, pew. BMI forward. Might force a response out of blink here.
Super Marco.
Man-to-man mark. BMI back.
Is back. How long does that BMI last?
I mean,
I feel like he was chasing him for a minute there.
as long as the SOD could. And
Shifting Skies, finally, catches Ogwin. Kais gets the kill. Deadly Magic isn't going to be able to finish off Ying. Blink in the backside, able to pull Super Marco away as Kais gets a double onto flat. That was the target. That was the bait. And Super Marco wasn't there to help out the team. Now Kais is on to the next one as Logic falls. Blink goes down, but it's still not enough. 4 members drop on the side of Falcons.
Kaiser is out of this world. Massive stacks gain. Falcons fans are at the end of their wits. A singular mistake, maybe a second too long, held inside a bush. A moment of hesitation leads to a 4-for-1 trade. Once again, you can split up the Obi, but they find a way to collapse into you.
Blink was such an amazing Raging Sandstorm to delay the engage from Super Marco. He catches Haji and Marco in that hit.
What a bait. For what? The better part of a minute, Blink was conditioning Marco. And maybe even the rest of Falcons saying, look, we're gonna take it. All you gotta do is grab it. It's right underneath their noses. And Falcons fell for it. Because of that, they're down 2K. They're in jeopardy to lose their bottom lane inhibitor. And that's 50 stacks, so 5 kills off of the original 2 before he built the Sky Piercer. This Zushin, I don't know how they're gonna kill him. I don't know how Kai's is gonna die here because again, prior it was the Sanji watch. Now it seems like even Blink is immortal. How is Kaiser gonna get his stacks cut in half?
I don't think there's a way. We will see though. YG with a beautiful delay on this Lord push. They're gonna be able to focus on this mid and top side as the Lord slowly makes his way downtown.
Oh, perfect sync, mid lane tier 2 drops, Sanji.
Yun na, pinansin nyo kasi yung signal kanina.
Hidden from where the sun don't shine. Is that him on a Malefic gun? I'm pretty sure he has it already. You're not supposed to be able to hit from that range. Blink here, put down to a third. No way this Lord doesn't jump in. It cracks the inhibitor down bot.
Inhibitors finally fall. Falcons base now vulnerable in the hands of YG. It's a 4K goal lead, 16 minutes in, Leo. We've had a lot of one-sided games so far in the past 4. We were wondering how game 5 was going to be. This is the longest one so far, I'm pretty sure, at least getting to that clock.
It's about a minute and a half before the Lord spawns lower quarter. Falcons fans can thank the heavens that it's not on the long lane. Yes. So that's less of a worry, but given the double clone jutsu BMI on the Space Escape, they can afford it, but this is still something that they could use to their advantage. So far, Yangon Galacticos, man-to-man, just up on every single role. Again, I can't even count Kyle over Han because Han is a utility jungler. Han doesn't care if he's down on damage. All he needs to do is find the perfect Requiem, which is again set up so perfectly prior to that 4-for-1 trade. Because again, on-demand crowd control. That was the issue in game 1 and 2. Game 5, it haunts Falcons once again. And I'd hate to throw it back to the fact that there's only one Purify, just but one in Super Marco. Passive on Haji, procced off once again.
And that was the big risk we brought up at the beginning of the series. So much crowd control on both sides, so little Purifies. Yes, Super Marco is outputting the damage. Yes, we can see him chipping away on Blink, but he has to put his all onto one person to be able to do that. And while that keeps happening, YG is capitalizing elsewhere in these team fights. YG is finding those violent requiems. They're finding other targets. We don't have to deal with Super Marco. Blink can handle that. We'll kill the rest.
As soon as Yangon Galacticos find their 1-2 punch, crowd control, CC, AoE on at least 2 or 3, then that's it. Falcons have to fold. So that's why this dance is going to be very, very perilous. Y-Brush getting flushed out by Ogwin. Big knock-up set up here by the Lord. Oh, the massive pull. This might be uncontestable.
I don't think they can make their way in. Kyle's not there. Han able to get it. Into the backside flap. Able to get a nice deadly magic. Han taking a lot of damage. Blink though. Taken out by Super Marco. Placing new Kyle falls because Ying is there to save them all. And Flap will be next. YG doing what we thought they couldn't. Haji falls and it's one man standing. Ogwin against the world. Ogwin against it all. Kai's with the maniac. The final nail in the coffin. Falcons took the fight. And Yangon will take the spoils. It's
Ang
been 5
update
years.
grabe, 11-0 yung G-Shin.
5 years to regain their old glory.
Nice, G pa din. Wala tayong magagawa.
As was in the East, Shed be in the West. Half a decade in the making.
Di na reverse sweep, sayang. Pero ang ganda ng laban.
Galacticos are the first team in the grand finals. I got chills.
Aray! Yung mga kumusta? Charing.
5 games at that point. Falcon.
Congrats, YG! Ang tagal nila na bago nakapag-finals din, diba? Sabi 5 years daw.
Galacticos to the brink, to the edge. And even
Full
game
stop.
5 went down to the line.
Isang error na baligtad, no?
2019.
Sad.
Filipino
Ganon
teams
talaga.
in the grand finals of MSC.
No PH for the grand finals.
Claiming the clean run towards the big one.
Fake news, reverse sweep.
Into the grand finals, but this is a victory still worth
Ganda ng laban.
celebrating. Echoes are made throughout the world. MLBB Esports, behold
Lalim
your
kasi
first team
masyado do.
to dethrone the M5 World Champions, to deny the Philippines a grand finals berth. The pride of Myanmar, Yangon Galacticos.
Sila naman yung sumusugod na pagka nakakuha ng Lord yung kalaban.
They're looking for more. Revenge has been given. The rivalry continues.
They've rewritten history, man.
It
Wala na
truly
gagawin yung
is.
Harley sa late game daw.
Truly is, and in what a fashion to go the distance. For a moment
Ang
there, the
next
whole
match
crowd was
ay
quiet. The YG fans were quiet.
anong tawag doon? ONIC versus Team Spirit.
Again, the best pure athletes knocked out of the
Ganda
tournament.
ng laban.
Falcons finish their run at either third or fourth. They'll still be in action tomorrow.
Kanina
but
panalo na, kaso pumasok na.
in
Pagtapos
Paris,
nito guys, yung ONIC,
Yangon Galacticos stand
next na
tall.
sila, antayin nyo na lang.
Let's throw it over the stage.
Shoutouts daw muna kay Eljon Rufino. Hello po.
Yes, my friends, you've heard it right. Yangon Galacticos are going
Congrats
to the grand
YG!
What a moment! Emotions are running high, and I'm here with Coach Marvs. I know it's a tough moment.
Si
to
Ninong
swallow.
Marbs pala to eh.
It's really, really emotional
Kanya ba
in
si
this
Ninong
moment,
Marbs?
but
Kinalaban
you have
tayo ni
made
Ninong Marbs.
MSC Grand Finals. What does this mean to you and the rest of the team and the region?
Before I go to Myanmar, I leave everything, my personal interest, building the Myanmar team.
Pangit pag late G na sa
For these boys,
Harley.
they doing great. They doing everything for their countries. I hope this will be inspiration for upcoming generation. I keep on putting God first in every situation.
Image natin naipit sa gitna. Hindi nakakawala.
I always seeking God wisdom in every situation. And this time, Lord, I lift your name on high, Lord Jesus. give us another chance for the
Yung
championship.
code, tulog na yung code.
Feels so good.
Matulog ka na din.
It feels
Kaya mo
incredible.
yan.
It looked incredible. One of the best series we've had ever at MSC here between you and Falcons. Next piece, look. A couple days ago, we were thinking, hey, who are you guys going to play in the semifinals? Vitality was the choice that you have in mind. Were you expecting Falcons to be here and to also give you such a fight had they qualified to semis?
For the team, they really want the Vitality. For me personally, I really want to face the Falcon because I'm the only coach that don't have any import in my team, and I want to prove that if the region and then the people and then the players, they're doing great, they can achieve things. So yeah, I want to face Falcon.
Well, you got it here so far. It's a great moment and day for Myanmar as a region. There's fans back home, either Myanmar or for you in the Philippines. Is there anything you'd like to say to
Nakakagutom yung
them
laro.
in this moment now that you've made the grand finals? Right here at the front.
To my wife and
Balagbag
to
sa
my son.
Harley. Pero bilib daw sa Falcon. Oo,
God
ginawa ng Falcon ang best
it's
nila.
amazing.
Kaya
God put me on the stage, in the
hindi
world
dapat
stage. Thank you for
i-bash.
supporting me. Elijah, thank you for believing in me for my next New Era X Pro family. I love you so
May laro
much.
pa bukas ng
For
Falcons
the
pang
Myanmar
third
Burmese
place.
people, we going to rewrite the history. Okay? We're going to rewrite in the name of Yangon Galacticos.
Thank you very much, Coach Marvs. Thank you so much, my friend. Emotions are high, but that's the beauty of MSC, my friends. And it's now
Grabe, ang
time
ganda
to
ng
crush
MSC na to.
one key all together.
As
Let's bring out the
in,
entire team. Come on over,
sobrang
my friends. They
unpredictable.
might have one more
Diba?
key crush in
Agree
them,
ba
but
kayo,
that'll be
guys?
after the grand final. For now, yes, you heard it right. Your eyes do not deceive you. Yangon Galacticos are going to the grand
Oh
final.
no! Bye-bye!
Are crushing to go
Sa
in a big one here.
Falcons. Nice try pa
Not
rin.
just will they be crushing the Team Falcons key here, the Team Falcons PH, but it's the club champions of last year. Coach Marvs has the honor to do it and will crush Team Falcons after an epic best-of-5 series. All destroyed. Job well done in the semis. Only one more step left for greatness. A great step in a moment for Myanmar. Let's bring
Wala
it all
nang hero
down
si Flap.
on our panel.
Ninong Marbs! Kinalaban mo yung PH ni Ninong Marbs!
Not just for Myanmar,
Nasa YT si
for
Ninong
Yangon
Marbs.
Galacticos, who
Niloloko ko.
remain to
Siya
be
si Coach
the
Marbs
best
eh.
team so far in the galaxy in MLBB.
Ba't yung credit?
MSC
Pag nanalo sa coach na
has been so
pupunta.
named the tournament of upsets. Well, I will self-proclaim that. It is the tournament of upsets.
Siyempre malaking
And as
impact
we
yung
continue on,
coach, guys.
you cannot leave a moment like this without acknowledging the emotion that goes along with it. It's not just the win, it's not just the game, it's outside of the game. The trust, the faith, the belief, and the gratitude that he expressed to his family for allowing him to take on this risk. The lack of imports, he said.
Yep.
The pride of this country to prove they could do it amongst everyone else. And now, Renmar, Brigida, at least $500,000 is going to go into these players' pockets. And if they continue to play like this, tomorrow they could be millionaires.
Welcome back to the grand finals, Myanmar.
Welcome back.
You deserve it. The region has been hungry for a stage like this, a moment like this for such a long time. And yes, it was at the expense of the Falcons and the last Filipino team.
Pinaasa
But if you're
lang
a
yung
true
Falcons sa Game
MLBB
5.
fan, you cannot help but stand and
Yung
clap
maganda
for
laban,
Yangon
laro ng
Galacticos,
Falcons
for the
yung
region
Game
of Myanmar,
5.
and how
Medyo,
poetic that it was their
ano,
Filipino head
nasugod
coach
lang sila
that
madalas.
crossed the key on the last hope of the Philippines. But of course, he acknowledged that it wasn't about him. It was about his players from Myanmar.
Oh, secured na yung
that
$500,000. Kasi
That got
ano
all
eh.
of us so emotional
Yung
here
second
in the
place kasi
studio.
$500,000.
The amount of sacrifices
Kapag
Coach
nag-champion,
Marvs had
$1 million.
to do, and the amount of
Grabe,
trust that
no?
he put in the players and the region, who again historically have already made
Tayo
waves,
ng
and now that
malakas,
they
Charez.
finally returned,
Hello,
they just broke
Arsad.
in records, and they're proving to be a true contender and potential champion here in MSC at EWC 2026. There is no amount of words to describe what they could possibly be feeling right now.
And this has shut out all the doubts about that asterisk, about their way here to the
May lower
knockouts,
bracket
about the
pa.
teams that they beat.
Wala na.
They
Ang
just
laban
took
na lang
down Team
bukas ng Falcons
in
pang
5.
third
Young
place.
Galacticos look like a team that can beat any other team in the world right now.
So, yung third
Spirit,
place,
ONIC, have to watch out
$250,000.
and respect the Galacticos.
And this moment here, it is the stuff that you live for in esports. It's the stuff that
Yes.
MSC has given us. And it's the stuff that now in Paris we get to witness with this fan base, this immense energy at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, the tears being shed. And it's just the beginning of the stories that we're telling, because they will tune in tomorrow for either of their opponents that will come up in this second series of the day. Guys, it's hard to think we still have more MLBB this afternoon. That should have been it.
I know. And the fact that they just left the stage saying that tomorrow they will rewrite history. That is a claim, that is a statement right there made by Coach Marvs, and they will definitely set their eyes on whoever comes out of
Kahit
this second
anong
series
madali niyo
today.
sa code,
We
guys,
talked
kung
about
di
how
naman
important it is that at
ilalabas
this point in
ni MSC,
you
wala
take your
tayong
losses when you
magagawa.
can and you learn from them. And better late than never. Yangon Galacticos at the right
Mag-antay
moment
kayo,
for
ganun.
them. Learned
Huwag
two
hindi kayo
very hard stretches in
makapag-antay.
the 2 games that they lost. That's a lot of
Wala na
experience
ako dun.
heading into the grand finals.
And they were
Kayo na
excellent
yun.
under the bright lights. And I love the look
Sayang
towards
Hanabi,
when
hindi
things are
pinik
difficult
daw.
analytically or in
Ay.
your life, when you don't know the exact way to go, to lean into I don't know and to
Proud
accept the
Pinoy pa
wisdom.
din.
What's showing
Tama.
up? What's
Be
available?
proud,
And how
guys.
can we do the best with what we're given? That was
At least, di
an
ba?
amazing turn of events for Falcons.
Ginawa
to even
ng
tie it up,
Falcons
guys,
yung
'cause they
best
were down
nila.
2-0. Most teams would have just gone out 3-0. Most teams did when they faced Yangon Galacticos. But as we send out Team Falcons as well, Brig,
Pag
their
hindi
key is crushed. You see
nag-final,
the fans' disappointment.
ano,
You do have to say they gave it their all. And
Falcons
some people
versus
after
ONIC
the first
ID.
group stage didn't even expect them to get
Yeah.
here.
They had a shaky performance.
Huh?
It was something we constantly recall.
Wala nang
back in the group
Falcons.
stage, but they will still have a battle for third match tomorrow.
That's
so
right.
there's still a chance that they get a much bigger amount,
Nasa stress na si ate Dan, puro kayo code.
2026. It's not completely over for
Pag
them.
nilalapag naman, hanap pa kayo ng
Good
hanap.
effort, good
Nilapag na
effort
nga.
for both Falcons and
Di
YG.
pa tumitingin sa pin o kaya sa
Very
latest
important
post.
club championship points.
Yeah.
Team Falcons could still secure for the
Tapos
organization
itatanong,
if
paano
they
to
go
ate? Para saan yung
That's a
code?
great point as well. Of
Ay,
course,
kagaling
Falcons,
talaga, mga
as their key
ante.
is crushed, still looking for
Galing naman
the
ng mga
ultimate
ante ko.
win. That is the big key. And of course, that's what they're
Nagkakaloka
trying to get. It
kayo.
won't happen here. It's the Yangon Galacticos who have earned that right. And boy, oh boy, they have shocked the world, but it shouldn't be a
Tatakpan
shock
ko
any
talaga yung
longer.
code mamaya
This team
bago
really are
yun.
playing lights out. We've had a chance to talk to a lot of players as they've left this tournament. This might be the hardest one,
Kahit
though.
third
A player
place
who I
na
think
lang
made a huge
Falcon
difference in the comeback
para
on the
di
blue.
pa rin
It's
mawala
Cold Wind
presensya
standing
ng
out of the tournament
PH.
in
Oo
an
nga.
exit interview.
Pero ayos lang, basta
backstage after that loss against Yangon Galacticos. Ogun,
support
tell us
lang
what's going through your head
natin.
right now.
I think we're really sad because we have a close fight and we didn't, close it. Yeah, so it's quite sad.
Was it because of
Nasaan yung
what happened
code?
in the game, the way
Nandun,
that they
kay Muntun
adapted so
pa.
well in that final game, or what went wrong maybe on your part?
Free
We
lang,
have,
sana free lang daw yung
many
wifi.
misplays on our part, and we got our early games.
Ganda ng boses,
quite
pwedeng
well in
artista.
Yangon, but, we didn't finish it off in mid game to late game, so we got punished.
Taga ano,
really well
dub.
by them.
Mag-a-apply
So,
na ako, taga
props to
dub.
them.
Was this an expected fight from
Taga
Yangon
voice
Galacticos? Obviously,
over.
it's not an expected result that you were hoping for, but with that fight, was it that intense? Is Yangon Galacticos just
Still
that good?
proud team Falcons. Yan.
Scrim with Yangon,
Ganun lang
and we
guys,
really
support
expect,
lang.
They will do well in this tournament, and we really respect them in this
OT
tournament.
no,
So
8:30 lang kasi yung
they have
schedule
really
eh.
unorthodox way to fight their enemy. So it's really they really caught us in the first two games. So yeah,
But you came back.
we
Game
came back, but
3, Game 4.
but it's quite short, and we didn't finish it up.
Gutom
so
na ako.
yeah, it's really sad.
Ogun, this is
Wala
going to be the first
pagkain
time
guys.
in
Code
a
kayo ng
very
code.
long time, and I think since M2, that there will not be a Filipino representative in the grand finals. What do you think this means
Kaya
for the
artista agad
ecosystem?
eh.
Do you think that all the other regions are catching up?
Yeah, especially in the
Kamatis.
early stages of MSC, we really saw what the other regions cooking up.
Mga
And it's really
AI na anime,
you
idab mo.
don't need
Sakto
to
yung boses ko
relax
doon.
because even though it's a NA team or Latam or
Wala ko ganyan
Brazilian,
boses,
it's
mga
really,
20 years old. 12 pa lang
you
ako
really need
guys.
to fight in your full potential. So yeah, it's really quite challenging and competitive in this MSC right now.
And we see that, TLPH. And now you, Ogun, no matter what happens, you put up a very strong fight. I hope you know that. We want to know what's next for you, Ogun.
First thing first,
Hanggang 12
we
lang
will
kasi
have a
yung,
match,
ano,
third place. So
yung age ko.
that's first, then
Hindi
after that
natataas
we
yun.
need to reset and plan again for the next
Why you
tournament.
survive?
Who do you think you're going to meet in the third place?
Congrats, sabi ni Mistake.
I don't know, I think it's 50-50. Spirit is also good.
Okay. Do you have any
Sabi
final
ni
message
Kid
to your
Bomba
fellow
pala,
Filipinos?
papauwiin din daw
Thank you so
si
much sa mga
Kelra.
sumuporta sa amin. Yun lang, di kami umabot sa finals. Kaya yun, ito lang yung kinain namin. Kaya sa susunod namin na tournament, pas paghahandaan pa namin, tas hindi namin mamalitin yung kalaban. Yun lang. Thank you.
Thank you to Falcons. Thank you to Ogun. We love you very much. Everyone loves you very much. Keep your chin up.
Kaya pala
Okay,
ganda
turn
ng
over back to you
boses.
guys.
Anong boses yan? AI. Uy, wala akong ano guys ha. Wala akong voice effects. Ito talaga yung boses ko. Nililin lang kayo ng mic ko kasi maganda yung mic ko eh.
Well, first he said thank you for the support. He apologized that they fell short, but yeah, he did acknowledge all throughout the
Pero
interview
walang
that the
effects
world has gotten
yung
so much
mic
stronger,
ko.
and that's great. I
Yan
mean,
talaga yung boses ko.
Yang on Galacticos, he said this is what moments like these, wins like these are what esports are all about.
Yeah, and it's a takeaway
Shoutouts
for the Philippines
daw
as well as a region.
sa asawa ni
It's
Krizan,
definitely going to
si
fuel
Jessan.
a lot
Hello po.
more of the hunger to get back on an international stage win. And
Rank,
it's, I think
mythic
for a lot of
placement pa lang ako,
people,
di ako taga-RD
we're
guys,
writing
kahit i-stock
history
nyo.
at its finest. It's such a
ML ko.
great way to increase the competition that we currently have
Di
in
ko
the
nga natapos
MLBB competitive
yung
landscape.
level ng Starlight
I
eh.
love the way that this has gone. This has been really
Dati na
fantastic to
tatapos
see
ko yung
as just an
Starlight
esport
kasi
enjoyer.
nag-grind ako
As you
dati.
develop and you guys going into
Ngayon,
MA
hindi
this
na.
year, you know, and you're talking about M2, you're already seeing the experience and the knowledge increase from this esport, and you're gonna go through
Ang
these
lala
phases.
ng
I mean,
mga
it
viewers
happened to us.
natin,
You know,
may
we got a
code na ba?
Japanese
Parang
winner
galit
over
pa
on the
sila.
Battle Royale side of Apex. I mean,
Kaya-
MLBB, it's a beautiful thing when you get to
Ay, nako.
expand. Obviously, it may
Ewan ko
not
ba
feel
sa
that
mga
way if
to?
you're looking staring down the microscope of it right now, but when you pull back, you'll see great thing for the game in general. As we continue to move on, guys, I know this is the end for you two today, at least. Any final thoughts after seeing this, and anything to preview as we look at our next match coming up today?
I agree with Ogun. It's a 50-50, you know? Let's all set our eyes on the upcoming series because this is not looking like a fast one either.
Yeah, if ever Team Spirit defeat ONIC later, then for the first
Si
time,
Ate Brigida ang cute talaga kahit daming tanong ng mga Ingleserong mga yan.
no team from what we've seen as the big
Kaya kahit
regions in MLBB.
inaasar na siya, di ba?
That will really push the
Kay
story
Sanford.
as an MSC.
Grabe talaga
Well, I
yun.
wouldn't call it upsets, but surprises. And the best surprises usually come all the way up until the end.
All right, well, I already
YG
see, your
win,
replacements coming up
yes.
on stage,
YG
looking good in their
win.
suits. I'll just leave that as a no. You can't come. Oh,
It's
God.
unwide, it's unwide,
The
it's
fella's
unwide,
trying
it's
to get in. We
unwide,
can't let him do it.
it's unwide.
It's not your time.
Ang code guys, Sleep
I can't wait for that. Make
2026.
sure if you guys think you know who's going to win, which how in the world could you know who's going to win at this point?
Friday
There's no
ba
way you
ngayon?
could. Get your
Ay,
pickers in,
Friday
though,
pala
and
ngayon.
maybe
Nako,
you will
madami
be right.
magpupuyat.
I just remember
Dami
how
magpupuyat
many
sa
of us have been
code.
wrong so often at MSC. Maybe you won't be. I hope you won't be. Coming up after this, we're going to have an amazing game. It's going to be ONIC and Team Spirit, Indonesia and EECA battling for that
ONIC
second spot in the grand finals.
versus
Don't go anywhere.
TS.
Be right back.
Nag-dinner na ba kayo? Kukuha lang ako pagkain guys. Nagugutom na ako. Para may energy ako mamaya. Hanapin niyo yung code. Bahala kayo dyan. Wait lang, BRB lang guys.
I don't know what you're going to say. The note card he threw yesterday is still over there, by the way. So I don't know who writes a note card, brings it up to desk, throws it away, and then never looks at it again. But that's you.
That's not mine.
Okay. All right.
I have no idea who that is. I just find it disrespectful. It's on my chair.
Actually,
I'm a chair now, by the
You
way.
were watching. History was being made. Myanmar, man. What was the reaction in the green room?
It was loud.
It was loud.
It was loud.
You know, I'm going to be real. It was tough to see the last Filipino representation be knocked out of the tournament. And as we heard too on stage, you know, this is the first time in a long time since the Philippines has not been in the grand final. But I think story-wise, it's pretty good, man, because, again, Myanmar has been a team that has been dominating through their own regions. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, their own region, but then they finally get this chance to get to a grand final and bring back this style of gameplay that they've showcased even before, years ago.
Yeah, and we were questioning what had happened, but they bounced back in that Game 5. It was awesome, but now we may have something even better, and that's why we have our Crunchyroll Story of the Day set up for this one. It's going to be ONIC and EECA. Will it be a dynasty? Will it be destiny? Can the TS Wonder Kids make history as the first non-SEA finalist? Well, we already have, you know, history being made on the other side of the bracket. Why not, Naisu?
I would love to see it, man. But I think a lot of people are going to go ahead and say they want to get ONIC to that grand final.
Yeah.
You know, and I was casting their series yesterday. It was a hell of a series, another 5-game series. Hopefully today, this one between Team Spirit and ONIC can also be 5 games because, you know, this is where all that time going through the ropes to the group stages, then the knockouts come to fruition for a lot of the teams here. And I feel like even ONIC, they really had to adjust. But what made it work so well for both of them, Team Spirit and ONIC, is throughout the games we've got to see them, they've really showcased just how strong they are at coming together as a team, the synergy that they have, because we have had such an interesting draft throughout this MSC and the meta that's formed, but really it's the execution from the team as a whole for both of them.
Team Spirit has been phenomenal, LaFell. And we've seen the emotion with them too. What are they playing with? A little bit of house money because no one expected them to be here? Or at this point, do you say these guys are coming in as a potential 50-50, maybe even a favorite over ONIC?
I wouldn't say favorite, but they're definitely the team to watch because almost, I would say for 2 years now, they're always so close to making it to the grand final. And ONIC is just gonna outplay them with pure bronze.
Well, Team Spirit have a chance to do something special here. The first non-SEA grand finalist could happen here today.
Wala pa.
And of course, that would be Kid Bumba, Zaur Egoist, the youngest player in this tournament in the jungle and in overall. Sunset Lover, Sawo, and Hiko, special on the side lane, special in the jungle, special all around. We caught up with Kid Bumba, who's had his family in the stands being an emotional support for him before the match.
It's Eterna here, and now we are with Kid Bomba from Team Spirit. Kid Bomba, first and foremost, we saw, I think, your family come all the way here to watch you. Was that the first time that they came?
Yeah. My mom was gonna watch as well, I think, today. And I think my sister already left because she has work. And yeah.
How did you feel? Like, were you aware that they were gonna come for you?
Yeah, I was, obviously. I mean, it's nice for them to finally come and watch a tournament live. For me, it doesn't make that much of a difference because I'm concentrated on the game. But obviously, being supported is nice, so yeah.
You locked in. Kid Bomba's locked in. But did your mom say anything to you after the match?
I don't think so. I mean, even if she said something when she came up on stage, I don't remember already.
Was it the adrenaline rush?
I mean, I didn't really care about it, you know. We just won. I know that there's still a lot of matches to go. So yeah.
Absolutely, because your next match up ahead is going to be a very interesting one. I think
Shout
it's
out
a little bit of a rematch. But before I ask you about that, were you surprised that ONIC beat Aurora?
I'd
say 50-50.
Ay, naglag. Nagsalita lang ako, naglag. Dapat yata di na nagsasalita.
They gave Fighter Golden twice, lost against it. I mean, if they do that mistake against us, they're going to lose as well, you know? But I think they're going to lose either way, so.
Okay, so is that the takeaway that you saw from yesterday's match that you're going to bring to this match?
I mean, I just don't know how you can give Freya, Paquito, and Barretts in the same draft.
Okay. I think a lot of people are
May
talking
isang
about
code
that
pa,
as
guys.
well, the drafting. So you're confident up against ONIC today?
Mag-focus kayo sa screen.
100% confident.
We're the underdogs coming into this match, it's obvious.
Lalabas yan dyan.
Even if I talk big, everybody knows we are the
Pero di
underdogs.
natin
We're
sure kung
facing the
anong
biggest team
time.
in Indonesia, and everybody wanna see us lose. There's just some people that wanna see us win. We love it, and we're gonna try our best.
How does that make you feel?
Makes you feel amazing.
Oh, okay.
Amazing.
You feel amazing. I mean,
Of
so
course,
I guess
why
you're
should it
used
make me
to
feel
that.
bad? For me, it's just I came to play a scrim at 2 p.m. against ONIC. For me, it's really nothing different.
And you're here to create surprises, I think, here at MSC as well. But going back to your past, right? You were able to beat ONIC at M7. Best of 1, though. Do you think it's going to be different now? It's a best of
May
5.
99 MB ka na sa
Obviously,
iyong
it's gonna be
promo.
different. I mean, now they have
Mag-register
Keller
na.
as well. And for me, it's fate, you know?
Wala pa yung
That
code,
I get to meet
mamaya
him
pa yung
again.
code.
That we get to meet him again after the last match. And the last match
Mag-abang kayo every
between
before
us and ONIC
draft.
Philippines, when Keller played, was
Pag
like the best match
ganun
in the whole tournament.
lumalabas yung code eh. Pero
Not
hindi natin
considering
sure kung
maybe the
game 1,
grand
game 2, game 3, o kung
I
may
think it's gonna
game
be
4,
like that again.
kung may game
A
5.
fated match. I like how you put it. But I'm going to let you go after this. I think you want to prepare for this upcoming battle. Is there anything else you want to add before your match?
Not really.
Not really. Okay, we're just going straight into the land of Dawn here. Thank you so much, Kid Bomba, for this interview. And of course, good luck for your next
Thank you.
match. One step away from the grand finals. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Straight like an arrow there, Kid Bumba just shooting from the hip, knows exactly
Anong
what he wants to
nag-iiba
do
yung
and that they are the
nagre-record?
underdogs. And yeah, that's true. They're going up against the best team in Indonesia. You have to
Every
say that
3
because
months
SRG
abang
are
kayo.
out. We've seen 5 times Indonesia winners, but now it is up to ONIC to represent the region. And when you look at Lupi,
Hindi ako ready sa game, ready ako sa feelings ni Dan.
gold standard Kelra himself. It is
Dapat,
a tall
ay ba't pala
task,
di
but
ako
Turner caught up
nabigyan
with
ng
Kelra as well before the match.
nag-redeem ako. Sent lang, tas after 20 minutes, di na pwede. Naku po.
Best of 5 match.
Panay click ka dun
You
sa
were so
ano eh.
expressive
Sa
yesterday up against
redeem.
Aurora. I think after game
Dapat
1, game 3,
every
we saw you
after
very
after
full of
5
emotion on the
seconds.
stage and even backstage. What was going through your head at the time?
My mindset yesterday, just I want to win and I don't want to gumagawa po lang tanpa piyala.
He doesn't want to go home without the trophy.
Yeah.
Why was it so expressive in that match? Like, was Aurora really good? Were you scared that they might be able to beat you yesterday?
Not scared, but Aurora playstyle is very different in other teams. They very aggressive and I think their chemistry is very good and yeah.
So
Ay
their
sila
chemistry was
ONIC
really good. Their
versus
playstyle was
TS.
aggressive, and you expected that, though,
Shoutouts
right?
daw
Coming into the
kay
match.
Ren
Expecting what?
Aircon. Hello.
Expecting that playstyle from Aurora.
Yeah.
Ayaw
Okay.
guman.
But finally there, you get the emotions, adrenaline is running high.
Tignan
Thank you for
niyo
that insight, Kelra.
yung post ko
And
about
community,
dun sa
after
code.
that match against
Tapos,
Aurora, are
meron
saying
akong picture
when you're
na
on a marksman,
nakapinned
it seems
comment
like you have
doon.
better impact in the game.
Instruction para
You're
hindi
smiling
kayo
right now.
nag-cool down.
What do you feel
Tsaka
about that?
I don't know, but
kung
when
paano malaman pag okay
when
na.
I'm using fighter, it's always like that.
Babasahin at iintindihin nyo lang guys. Hindi nyo kasi binabasa eh. Kaya nga binibigyan ng instruction.
Of course.
You're more
Susundin
comfortable in the
kasi
marksman.
yun.
But you think that you can make
Hindi
outplays
yung
on
kung
the flicker too,
anong
right?
gusto nyong
because
gawin.
I'm an explainer.
Hindi naman kayo yung ano eh.
Okay.
Gumawa ng ML eh.
So you have had experience in the EXP lane, so you're supposed to be comfortable on the
Gusto nyo kasi isang
fighters,
pindot
but
lang
you're just
ano
more
agad.
comfortable on the marksman.
Kuha agad.
We saw how comfortable you are yesterday in that last game with Brody, the flicker outs of the taunt, the winter crowns as well. Even Mirko was swearing. Kelra, is that just your reaction speed, or were you able to read Pagu?
Because I think I have a drill every scrim that I want to dodge all the skills of my enemy. That's why I can dodge Belric.
So it was specific to Beleric.
Warla
Were
siya.
you expecting Pagu to play that way as well?
Code,
Or was
wala
it
nang
just
code.
Beleric?
Tatakpan ko yung code.
Okay. So specific to the heroes, that's really amazing stuff as well. I think everyone was quite surprised with that. And of course, coming into this next matchup, in the past, M7, Swiss Stages Best of 1, Team Spirit was able to beat ONIC ID. Now that you're in the roster, Kelra, are you going to be the difference maker?
Yes!
That's it?
Yes.
Akala ko may kasunod. Yes na lang sinabi.
We're feeling the energy
Yes.
from Kelra. We're feeling the confidence as well from Kelra. And with that, thank you so much. Good luck for your next match because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Yes!
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 Pag di para sa inyo, huwag nyo ipilit po sabi. Naka 30 pindot lang nakuha agad si Kilua. Ayun no. Kailangan kasi nagtsatsaga. Umiinit kasi agad ulo nyo eh. Di kasi ganun guys.
Yeah, honestly, like every time Kid Bomba speaks, like you just have to listen. But we also heard from Kelra about how he's been having these drills during scrims about how he wants to dodge all of the abilities, and I feel like that's going to be very important because especially if Hiko somehow gets a fighter in the gold lane, something like a Freya, that's definitely going to be tested because Kelra, when he's using the marksman, he can carry the team, and that's what they desperately need.
Skylar pa MN nila ng N7.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one, guys. There's a lot on the line again. But as we set the stage for it, maybe the narrative has to be that it's unwritten. Yet again, so many of these grand finals have included someone from the SEA region. And while it will still continue to see Myanmar represent on the other side, this could be ECA's chance to push through and kick out Indonesia. The giants have fallen. Will the Onyx fall as well? Or will Kiboy have something to say about it? Will Kelra show us exactly what that gold
Hindi siya
standard is?
nagbibigay ng code, manood ka para alam mo. Kaya ka nasa screen kasi guys. Lalabas yan sa screen kung nanonood talaga kayo. Mamaya lumagpas na pala yung code, di nyo pa alam kasi hingi kayo ng hingi. Paano kung di ko nang sabihin na lumabas na yung code, di ba?
Happened this way that it's ever been so international, and that's what we love about MSC at EWC 26. This time around, everybody has got a shot. My God, the Young on Galactico story, now that is one to warm your hearts too.
That was definitely heartwarming. But as we move on to the second match, this match will practically rewrite the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang as we know it. Because no matter what happens in the semifinals matchup, history will be made. Will EECA finally send their first ever representative to the grand finals?
Isang code, tatlong account agad nakaklaim. Bilis na
their third trophy.
Let me tell you, Rose, it's an honor to be part of MLBB history, and we get to do it all over again. So please join me in welcoming our first semi-finalist in this matchup. Please say hi to Team Spirit!
Spirit.
The last non-SEA team left standing at MSC 26. The flag bearers of EECA have left jaws floored at their 6th consecutive international showing. But are they ready for a regional juggernaut? Sis Bomba, Mom Bomba, and the entire MLBB world is eagerly watching and awaiting their rise to the throne.
The Dragons are ready, but so are the Sky Kings. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for ONIC!
Hindi pala ni-play yung team song ng ONIC.
The Sky Kings are closer than ever to clinch their
Nag-clipper ka pala, Dan. Clipper. Nag-clip ako ng highlights. Di lang ako nakakapag-highlights ngayon.
Can they beat the odds as the former champion standing? Can they etch their legacy?
3-0 sweep by ONIC, sabi ni Limar.
Only time will tell.
Play safe lang daw, ONIC. Huwag sinigang. Nag-aasim. Medyo sinigang kanina yung Falcons eh.
You may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, captains, don't forget to meet in the middle for a little bit of a handshake.
Are we gonna get it? Yes. Yes, we will. Respect. We get it at the end of the day.
3-2 ONIC daw. Uy, masaya yun ah. 5 games ulit. Abot ng alas 12 to.
This is about to be a roller coaster.
ONIC daw, si Alchico. Pa-shoutout daw kay James, Patrick, Palumata. pogi ni Kyrie.
will go on to the semifinals.
Everybody underestimated us, not only Vamos.
Despite the grueling climb
Can't wait to see you game na dan. Biglang ganun.
1,000,000% sure that we can beat them.
Prediction daw ni Kyo, laglag ONIC. Kakainin nila Dalata next day.
Coming to the studio today, the match against Vamos, being sure that we are gonna win.
We were the ones that let them get into knockout
Shout
stage in the
out
first
daw
place,
kay
so
Abbas.
it's only right that we are the team that kicks them out of knockout stage.
Shout out kay Oliver Basanes. Basanes ba or baka social yung basa eh, Basanes? Hindi ko alam eh. Correct nyo ako guys.
About the meta, about some things. Forget about the group stage, we're in playoffs now. I mean, everybody's gonna see in our match in the semifinals that we got.
We need to adapt and then we adapted.
Akin.
Melawan karena gue fokus banget di Aurora.
Okay daw sa ONIC.
To me, it's obvious that we are better than them and we just have to
Na 1 click 5k sa Aurora.
It's good to hear that they're
Nalugi ka pa ba?
because we're confident as well.
I'd really like to face ONIC ID. We already beat them in M7. We know their strength, their weaknesses. You should see everything.
Laban yan, lads. ONIC here, sabi ni Mansur Tamayo. Hello. Sir George, hello. Kapatid pala ni Kilua Zolic si Kid Bongbong.
Pasti kita bakalan press early lah mungkin.
Kahit talo ka 10k TLPH. 10k TL. Naku po.
Tim-tim di Europe mungkin ya, Europe mereka udah mulai kacap lah, kayak udah mulai ngejar banget.
ONIC ID is the team that prefers a lot of good team fighting.
I think ONIC's strength is obviously Kelro. They just got him to the roster.
I think that kid is
Anong team? Ano ako ngayon? ONIC ako ngayon dito. May Pinoy sa ONIC. Doon tayo sa may Pinoy. Ganun pala yun. Wala na yung Falcons eh. Di, ONIC naman. Kung may Falcons pa, Falcons.
Well, we had mentioned that the Giants are no longer
O
here.
wag kayo mang-away, guys.
Mention SRG, Malaysia, Liquid PH, the Philippines, and other Philippine
Ilang
teams.
kilo kaya si Kid
Those two
Bongbong?
champions were 2 of 3 of MSC in the last 3 years, and it was ONIC who was the one right before. If they get back to the grand finals, they have a chance to repeat in that third year again. And the reason I say repeat is because they also won in 2019. So it seems like, Naisu, every 3 years, ONIC goes on these runs, but they're standing.
May code ulit. 2 champ 1 game. Na-redeem na yan eh.
To make their very first run in Team Spirit.
They've got a big
Diba?
dragon in front of them.
Tapos na yan eh. 2 champ 1 game.
That really does dig into the spirit, right? Team Spirit, they have
Bago ba ulit? 2 champ 1 game. Testing nga natin. Limit reach na yun kanina. Di ba daw na yan?
Threw everyone's predictions out of the window pretty much on how things have played out. But one thing's for sure, yesterday, I think again,
Limit reach na eh. Ba't ganun? Ba't ganun yung binigay na code? Nauna pa tayo mag-redeem.
In winning that series against Aurora Gaming, you have to take that in consideration now for Team Spirit because
kanina pa yung code.
adapted up to this point and everyone is just catching up to all these powerhouse teams.
And honestly, like, I feel like Kid Bomba really understood how to take down ONIC. And
Pinangunahan
you gotta
kasi
take down
3-0
Kelra.
na yan para sa
Here's the
ONIC
thing, no
daw.
matter how the draft looks,
May lumabas na
Kelra
code
just has a
guys.
different
2
vision
champ
of how the
1
goal lane is
game.
supposed to be. So even if he
Kaso
picks up a
kanina
hero
pa
that we're
yun.
like, there's not a lot of mobility here. You're probably gonna get caught. Somehow, some way, he still doesn't get caught. And here's the thing, as long as Kelra keeps playing the way that he plays, he can defy
Ilang
expectations.
game? Best of 5 to. Kung sino unang makascore ng 3,
Defying
yan
timelines and
yung pasok sa
expectations,
grand
and even
finals.
tempo. Claude has become a much bigger problem, not just late game, but mid game and early game when supported with the other picks. And you have to say, you have to keep your eye out on a Paquito and what that role will be. It was flexed into a double fighter. It was flexed EXP. It was even flexed jungle, but that game actually lost. And once it started to get out of that gold lane, Kelra found an opening. So the key is, does Team Spirit try to attack Kelra immediately to put him on the back foot?
Diretso hanggang game 5 kung abot ng
Honestly,
game
when it comes to
5.
Kelra, playing against him, and it's almost like you don't want to expend too much worrying about Kelra, because Kelra is just going to be, he does what Kelra does. He's a god in the gold lane for a reason. I think yesterday was proof of that. His godlike reflexes, and now we know why he has those reflexes, are something that you just have to match. So that is going to be on the hands and shoulders of Hiko to be able to go ahead and match what Kelra's doing, you know, in that lane. But then again, as a team, there's so many other avenues that you can focus on depending on what's drafted. We've seen a lot of variations, a lot of experimentation. But even in the last series, we saw some teams just choose to default on their strengths, default on a standard lineup, and just try to execute better. And either way, again, you got hopefully five games to go ahead and prove that here.
Kanina,
and honestly,
may
I
isa
wonder
pang
how that
code.
conversation that Kelra against their scrim opponents is. It's like, I'm going to use a Layla. Could all 5 of you try to catch me?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you only got one flicker, you know, but when you start taking in the defensive items into play too, again, there's so many ways to just kind of stay alive, you know, and that's what makes the mechanically gifted players so outstanding to watch.
And that's how they can win drafts, even when the draft is even or maybe slightly the other way, because you can't account for that individual skill. You could try, but that's what these coaches have tried to do, to put their teams in an advantaged position early on. The Fanny, the Freya, and the Uranus taking out the Barats, the Marcel, and the Selena, the 6 bands to kick us off as phase 1 begins with the picks, and ONIC pick up Carrara to start.
And we can see the idea behind the bans coming in from ONIC as well as Spirit. For ONIC, they want to take out tempo heroes. Both the Marcel as well as the Selena can really speed up the game. And then for Spirit, they just don't want Kyrie on that Fanny, which understandable. The Freya can disrupt their backlines a little bit too much. And then the similarity, batting out the Barats as well as the Uranus, they just want to make sure that whatever the matchup is going to be in the EXP, it's not an auto win for either side.
Yeah, the XP again, going to be big in what they decide to do. Again, the Paquito has been rather flexible on where you can put him, and that's kind of the upper hands that you have when you do draft in this Paquito. You don't necessarily know where he's going just yet. Obviously, the Atlas going to be an answer a lot of times, and then the trade is Belric. This has been the common trades that we've seen now over the development of MSC's meta, and this is pretty standard. Again, that's why having a flexible hero like the Paquito is an upper hand. You know, you kind of have that advantage now.
What was interesting is that in the first series, we didn't see Paquito picked or banned.
Limit na yung
We also
code,
didn't see
guys.
Cho
Kanina
picked
pa
or
kasi
banned.
yun.
We didn't see a lot
Kahit
of these
tipin
kind of
ko dyan,
in-your-face,
di nyo rin ma-ready.
really ISO,
Kanina pa yun yung
burst,
pinakauna nating
control
code.
characters that have been dominant in some of these matchups featured there. So again, maybe a preview to the grand final. That might be just a non-contention point, and we'll see who has the better grasp of the meta.
And we saw in the video before where Team Spirit, they did say ONIC's biggest strength is probably their team fighting. And right now, that draft looks like a pretty good team fight comp here. Having the Belric as well as the Zushin makes it so that they have amazing control from the get-go. The Harara is just good anywhere. And right now, I gotta say, this is a good Harley pick because you know that ONIC, whatever gold laner they're gonna pick up, it's gonna be amazing just because they already have a good support system.
Yeah.
Hello,
doesn't matter if it's Brody, a Claude, or a Harif. All 3 can work well here.
This is, you know, shades of what we saw yesterday for
meron sa
ONIC
code?
work.
Ano,
That
10
Jushin
diamonds?
helped so much, and if I recall correctly, it was a Granger in the hands of Kelra that he got to use, because again, when he locked in the Sky Piercer, you not only had to worry about the movements from Kyrie on the Hirara, but then eventually when the stacks start building up for Kelra on the Granger, lining it up with the lantern that Jushin provides, it helps so much. You just land your Rhapsody shots, and then you get more stacks, and that was kind of what the result of that game that they had against Aurora Gaming. So this is what, you know, LaFell's saying. You're already really supported and supplemented really well for your gold lane for Kelra.
Harith banned as well. You could see with both teams now looking to pick up potentially their gold lane. That Paquito could still be flexed. It is definitely going to be EXP and gold that they're looking for the ban. So Esmeralda goes down as a ban, so does Harith.
I just feel like for Team Spirit, as long as they have one more hero that can potentially deal with a backline, is going to be good. So I'm looking to see if Spirit is going to be loco enough just to have a big burst in mid, something like a Farsa, because that can deal with quite a lot unless you're going up against a Claude, which Team Spirit could pick up the Claude later on and then make it so that ONIC doesn't have a dive type of goal laner other than a Moskov.
If you're local enough, basically.
If you're loco enough.
If you're loco enough. You know what? In game one, I think you can be.
You can be a little loco.
You can be a little loco.
What do you like mid here for Spirit?
Ooh, for Spirit against Jushin. Man, I don't know.
Aurora Gaming was heavy on Eudora. I mean, is it kind of travel Europe, kind of feeling a little bit more comfortable with her?
It's interesting because a lot of times we see the Eudora even paired up with the Belric, right? But in this case, if they decide to go ahead and grab it, they can. I think it is one of the better heroes too for Sunset Lover, at least from what we've seen him over the past few days. It can also help, I guess, combo with the Harley in a way. I mean, the Harleys work so well just because you don't only have to rely on that deadly magic, but then depending on the builds that they go, you know, whoever's able to get that Genius Wand, it does help kind of get that burst a little bit faster once you shred down some of the magic resistance here of the opposing team. So there is a room, I would say there is room for the Eudora to come through, especially since now we've seen so much of the Selena, the Valentina, obviously, but they're banned out. So yeah, there's the Eudora. Good call, Rain Day.
Thanks, buddy. Valentina banned out, Clint as well. We're going deeper into the gold lane, but the bans are done for all of these squads. So, how does Kelra respond? What do they like?
Yung code na pinakita guys, yung unang code na niredeem natin. Yung first code na pinost ko kanina.
I think for sure they just want a gold lane. I feel like Claude is going to be pretty solid, but if they want to be safe, I can see a Moskov work pretty well here. You just got to be careful of the Eudora. You have to hope that Lupe is able to absorb the Thunder's Wrath first, and then Kelra can go in. Speaking of, what other tank heroes do we have left? They pick up the show.
Pag-asa na lang ONIC, talo kasi Falcon tsaka TN.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good question. Just because, again, Belric can be flexed too, so.
Because I feel like if you're going up against Paquito, Paquito is going to be pretty fast. I think it's better to match speed for speed with the Cho, but we haven't seen Cho XP in years now.
It's been a while, yeah. It's been a minute.
Bit different here. Again, Hiko could go crazy and play Paquito there, and we could see a marksman, but, sorry, excuse me, EXP picked up.
Yeah, this would tell us too, because they wanted to wait and hold on to see where they plant this Paquito, if he's actually going to go in the gold lane for Hiko, or if they're going to go ahead and pick up their XP now. Because that question is still there. Okay, they'll go Sora, so now we know. Sora's going to go XP, and then of course,
go Paquito.
And then we have gold lane Paquito.
I feel like this is a good idea coming in from Spirit, but we've seen teams try and fail, which is try to end the game pretty fast. And they do have the Harley, so in case, you know, they need to push, you can still use the Harley there. I'm liking both drafts, but I really feel like ONIC, they got everything they want.
Well, these are two dangerous drafts. A fighter in the gold lane for Hiko, going up against the gold standard in Kelra. Eudora picked up as well.
Pag matalo to ONIC, bawi guys sa Team PH, kasama niya sila karon.
To set up these fights. It's going to be a battle, baby, and I know two guys ready to cast. One's already been streaming and casting earlier.
Game 1. Mukhang abot ng alas 12 pa
Thanks so much, Rain Day.
Game 5.
Welcome everybody to the most anticipated match of the day. It's going to be ONIC facing up against Team Spirit. And once again, these teams, they know so much about each other. I mean, seeing the Paquito show up once again, but Hirara being given over, the trades have been great.
They've got that experience, man. They've played so many games already. Again, both teams having to deal with some rough matches in the group stages to make it this far as well. Some crazy games from ONIC just yesterday, and especially after a ridiculous result just earlier. Young Gun Galacticos with an upset win. Could be another. Could be the best MSC ever. It already is up there.
I'm already nervous about it, right? Because every single moment, every single position is going to be taken into the account here. You know, we got to put everything underneath that microscope to see where the big plays could be made. Looking at the emblem so far, things are up to standard picks. A lot more tenacities that I'm seeing here, even from Sansan as well as Lutpi, understanding, hey, I can't afford to die like this, especially since we've seen so many games here at MSC end roughly around 11 minutes.
Game 4 lang daw.
Spin the stomps in the early game, really, to get that early advantage. The Sky Piercer on Hirara as well. It was a pattern that we saw in the last few matches, even yesterday for Aurora ONIC, that whoever gets the Hirara
seems to have an advantage unless there's a Fanny on the other side.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, right? This early phase, so far, we're already seeing immediately attack on Sans. And this setup here, at level 2, at level 4 for Kyrie, they don't find the kill angle, unfortunately. For the upcoming Turtle, though, it's going to be a little late for Sans as well as Keyboy. We'll see whether or not they give it up. They're most likely going to give it up, considering that Team Spirit already running double fighters, and Hiko already making his way to proxy the wave.
He's got to be careful, though. Needs to really be very careful. ONIC probably know they can't contest with a neutral objective. They might be able to go for the trade, especially if Hiko tries to cut very early. But thankfully, for Spirit, Hiko sees him, spots him out. Zaur Ego is on this neutral objective. Now on the Harley should be free. Just a retry. Keyboy making sure he pops that retry. Nothing is going to be given for free.
And they're making sure that they're not, at least not wasting time, right? Really good defensive rotation from the side of ONIC, making sure that they're sending Kyrie and Keyboy to the top side of the map, denying the proxy and making sure that things are relatively standard for Kelra in his gold lane experience. We know it's just a matter of time until Kelra might make a super play of his own. The real question is, where's first blood going to happen? We've seen Kimbaba rotate from the bot side. Unfortunately, haven't seen too big of a commitment yet. Oh, wow. Cloud shift here as well.
Yep. Bomba's gonna put some pressure down on Lutpi. Wanted to get a flicker at least, but Lutpi knows better than to actually use those resources early. He's gonna stay patient with it. Kelra up top, though. It's so well played by Spirit in the draft, though. They ban out the Harriet, the Clint as well. Those are the two heroes that can really deal with the Paquito in lane. And because Team Spirit has red side, oh god, deadly matching. Some more with Sunset Lover as well. But back to the point, because they were red side, ONIC couldn't risk picking up the Moskov just because there could be that Hanabi threat.
That's the thing, that's the thing. Every single time you come into these drafts, there's always that sneak peek on that red side. And so far, I like the way that, you know, Team Spirit have handled themselves, right? A slight evolution, not trying to go beyond what they need to do. They're still checking the boxes, and you can tell that Hiko, this side of the map is his, right? Even Keyboy has to be very respectful of him.
Lutpi didn't use any of the resources earlier. Rapid trying to be used up now. Shifting skies. Oh, it's a flicker. Kid Bomba with first blood. Now he's getting the fatal legs and a flicker combo, locking them down as Bomba can't go for the chain. Lantern flare right there as he goes to the skies. Sunset Lover puts the thunder right down on Keyboy.
Oh man, once again, Kid Bomba catching ONIC off guard. Wasn't expecting him to be so desperate to chase for someone of Lutpi's caliber, and not to mention even Keyboard trying to disengaging them, forgetting that Kimbaba can just walk back into the fight, one auto attack away from actually triggering that ult once more. Even so, the Turtle is going to be up by the time the ults come back up for the side of TS. Is ONIC going to take first position here to try and drag this out? Do they really want to contest this?
Perfect match, already baited out by Keyboy, just with the G-Kundo. Now ONIC holding control despite Team Spirit's early win. Stun coming down now. 50 skies from Bomba goes in. Lutpi doesn't get caught by it. Zaur back again. Retry battle. Rapid Dryad. Good zoning there. And it's going to be the retry from Kai instantly. They will disengage. Zaur trying to look for a trade, but it will not happen.
Tactical defensive plays. And while this is all happening, Kelren just knows, hey, I get a free push here. Hiko, you can do whatever you want. You have the item power spike with a Hunter Strike. Sure, whatever. I will donate this to you, but just give me 5 more minutes. For the rest of the team, at the very least, we see that from Team Spirit's side, being able to kind of contest these neutral objectives is kind of the point. But at the same time, Lutpi is quite the problem with the Wrath of the Dryad. So taking first position may not necessarily be ideal for TS, especially if the flickers are available. Radiant armor purchase coming in from Kid Bomba. Not to mention penetration boots from Sunset Lover. He's already putting a lot of damage onto Sans. And I like the fact that they're trying to say, you know what? If we can force Sans to use his abilities, and we saw what happened in the previous game with the Sky Piercer, we can't let him get into that position again.
Nope. Definitely going to be against it. Sans, Crimson Beacon in the lift on Sunset, able to flicker out, but Kai follows through with the pick. Did he get Sky Piercer before or after the kill, though? Is the question. As now Kai walks up again. Keyboy goes in with the way to Dragon. It's going to be cancelled out by the Fatal Lace and a flicker out, but a blazing duet from Kelra. Isn't enough to take him down. Kai right there. Kelra gets the last hit. Hiko now with the rotation. After the Dryad already there is Bomba and Zaur. Go for the trade out to Kai. He's going to be able to get the dodge away. Bomba right there now, running him down.
Nicely done, and now they need to disengage. I don't think Bomba can get out of this. He's getting gunned down, and Lutpi says, you know what, this time I'll let you go. It's chill, it's all good. We got the mid-tier 1. We were able to invade your jungle. We got the money that we were looking for, and I think that's the scary part about this current metagame. How far do you want to reach? How greedy do you think you can be, especially when you start getting to high-stakes games? Because this is some life-changing money on the line if they win the series.
And ONIC did a fantastic job in finally being able to get a win over Spirit. It's been Spirit, the more calculated team, rotating early with the tempo. ONIC now with a conceal for Luke P and Keyboy. Trying to grab a little bit more of that map pressure.
I don't know. This one's looking a little dangerous. He's thinking about this, but at the same time, look at the position of Kid Bomba. He wants to cloud shift somebody.
Let's see it now in the back, trying to zone Kyrie. He just dashes away for now. It's gonna be the full chase right now as he goes in twice. I'm talking about right to the try-in!
It's good, and now he gets the turtle!
And now with Bomba in the air, Kyrie locked down. He brings it back, Limpy. Straight into tower scores. It's Kai with rotation back to pick up the kill. 1 for 2 at the end of the day. Sunset going away. He go with the jump in, but he gets punished by Kyrie.
Man, these fighting beats are really uncomfortable to look at because there's so many moments that you see both ONIC and as well as Team Spirit. They walk up, they're looking for a reaction. They're throwing the feints out, and whoever makes that first mistake usually goes down. But let's look at the replay one more time. It was good. Unfortunately for Kelra, he gets locked down by the ball lightning, but in the end, despite missing the cloud shift, that wrap of the Dryads is such a game changer.
And you gotta give props to Kyrie for playing that fight perfectly, man. Earlier in the start of the fight was Bomba and Sao. Hey, Keyboy feeling it already. That's the vibe you need if you want to make it to the grand finals. Hiko going in again. It's Kai with the iframes dodging away, but now they have information. Sawa with a perfect match. Keyboy on the Cho. That's why it's such a good pick against this Atlas.
And both sides trying to draw the line in the sand, but it keeps getting wiped away, and they keep pushing it forward and pulling it backwards constantly. But now it's about item power spikes. At this stage, let's pull up the items just real quick here. At 8 minutes, where exactly is Kelra currently at? Because Hiko, he's already unlocked from this lane. They've got 2 towers, top and bottom side. They can start invading the jungle pretty heftily. Ideally, if they can get rid of mid-tier 1, that'll be more optimal. But even so, the coverage from ONIC, they're like, yes, Kelra, invest more, wait until the stocks get big before we sell out.
You get to see the fans here. The Sonics in the building. Also the Spirit fans who are really just trying to go band for band with those chant battles. But yeah, I'd love to see those items as well for ONIC. Let's take a look at it. DHS Rush. He's gonna go for the Golden Staff next, and it's just a component for Corrosion side. So he wants to be active early.
He does. But on the opposite end, at least we know, with at least 200 gold difference between the gold laners at the very least, just the cost efficiency of the fighters. Already 2 items down in the bank. And with Lord already spawning here, I'm trying to figure out what's the best angle, because Sans has that Purify. I'm thinking whether they can punish Keyboy, but at the same time, Kyrie has been playing it so nicely with those iframes. They've got to figure out something that makes him bite. It can't just be the Lord here. Zara might be able to bait it, but at the same time, this is a huge problem if Keyboy gets a good kick on him. Nobody on the side of TS has a Purify.
And that move by Kelra as well, the poke over to Bomba, the fact that he chased even forward and Bomba popped the regen. So he's gonna have to recall back to base. ONIC now have tempo around this. Bottom lane is good for TS. The ball lightning comes around for Keyboy. Hiko deals with the wave in the top lane, but the mid wave has been pushed in by ONIC, so it's just a battle of prio around these lanes.
This is tactical. This is really, really tactical. And TS, they don't mind dragging this out.
No one saw that ball lightning.
It's all good, but I don't think it's over just yet. It's almost trying to force it.
Now with the shifting skies as well. Sans popping up Crimson Beacon early. It's going to be him. Over the skies away. The dragon for Keyboy. Ball lightning stops it down. Samo with the Fatal Links on 2. Now it's him backing away. Sour Ego is down with the point with the deadly magic over on Sans. Kyrie waits for a position. Keyboy. Very risky game that he's playing. And Bomba walks back up.
I think they've been chunked out too hard here, but Kelra, he might make the difference. Ball lightning connects. Are they going to full combo him? No. Doesn't have the ult.
He's solo, just a little bit more, the Lord. Doesn't get the last swing of the Trident. He going on with a jump on the P. No Wrath of the Trident available now with the ball lightning. Sour wins up the right team battle, but Kelra dives into the blazing duet out Sunset. Has the BMI. Team Spirit want to chase.
They want to go for further. Keyboy's trying his best. Immediately into Thunderform, kicks him away, and Hiko catches one. Can they get a second one, though? Nah, it looks like it's just going to be purple here.
That's it. What a crazy fight. A crazy sequence of events.
Man, this is really an RTS. It turned away from a moment to an RTS so quickly in these couple of moments. Lucky for Sawa that the Lord decided to go into his animation to knock people up, because if not, he would have been blasted there. Kilra had the right idea. You know, Sunset Lover already used the ball lightning. They were trying to punish him real hard. He still has that flicker, and that's the beauty of it. If he had Purify, okay, sure, I guess he's dead there, but so far, things have been pretty hot for Team Spirit. This is going exactly how we were expecting it, right? Double fighter comps
Oh,
generally
muna.
take the
Hinga
advantage
munang
first.
malalim.
Later down the line, you're expecting that the marksmen
Hinga
are going to be able to not only
malalim.
outplay but have enough damage to output. The scary
Sila
thing
naman
is,
naglag, tapos na yung lag sa akin. Napunta sa kanila yung lag, guys.
He's been doing that all game now, every single time, even before the golden staff, but even more so after it, right? The chunk on Bomba, forcing him back. He's literally just been winning them these small wins before the
Inhale, exhale.
It comes down to, again, the lane management and the side, and that's why right now Kelra's kind of chained, locked in from going into the side lane because of the Paquito, and Hiko plays such a good game here where he's never really in vision.
Yes, and the best part is that he likes to stick
Feeling ko may isang code pa, guys.
oh, we gotta be worried about the potential flank here. What about the
Hindi naman pala pa yung nakita sa screen nung bandang una yung anong tawag doon? 2 champ 1 game. Kasi di ba kakalabas lang ng 2 champ 1 game? Ay, 2, ito ba? 2 champ 1 game. So may isa pa siguro. Saan galing yung 2 champ 1 game kanina? Di ba? Kahapon din eh, may nauna tayong code yung MSC Legends. Tapos nung ang second pa nilabas yung MSC Legends.
In and out. It's about baiting
may isa pa.
resources on the Paquito as well. It's not just about that insta burst, especially against these top tier teams.
I mean, he's going for war action. He knows that he isn't just trying to, like, if he can one-shot somebody, sure, but he can also play a very peel style, right? He can get in and out of fights more.
Bukas ba yung isa?
Actually go down to 50% of his HP, walk up to a wave, heal back to full, and then
Feeling dan, mahal na kita.
Not to mention, they are going to make sure that they fight for a long time because Sans, he would love to drag out these fights.
Holy shield already down. Deadly magic onto Sans. They're trying to really bait out those Crimson Beacons. Lutfi gonna be caught now. Thrown back, rather dry, but it's too far away from the rest of the team. It has to be Lutfi. Take it low, take it out by Hiko.
Really nice. And now they're going to keep on going forward for this, but I don't think they want to dive even further. They use all of their ults just to get Lutfi.
Ay, may sound, sorry. Hininaan ko pala kanina.
Which is totally fine, but now we're seeing the major interactions here. Kid Bomba recognizes you can wrap the Dryad all you want as long as I am in that cloud form, casting abilities without any hesitation. There's not going to be a moment for you to lock me down.
Oh, this time they get the Crimson Beacon. Sawa with a perfect match now knows there's a man advantage that they want to capitalize on. That's a base turret with the First Lord with fighter side lanes.
And ONIC, they decided, you know what? We'll give it to them. It's not the long lane. The Lord is still spawning on that top side. So this is just something that we're going to have to manage. And especially teams of this caliber, managing a lane ain't that hard. But then comes the problem later in the game. Their wave clear is not that great. It's only Kyrie and really Kelra who can clear these waves, but even Kyrie is starting to reach his cap on how much damage he can do because a lot of his damage is directly tied to his levels.
Now it's back to that slow game. It's all about building these waves. And again, Spirit have been the ones with the advantage when it comes to dealing with the waves in the side lane, just mainly because of that 1v1. Kelra, he's gonna have to wait for the win of nature. And even then, I don't think he's comfortable playing in that side lane, right? Even if he gets the win of nature, just because Hiko on the QC on the War Axe is gonna get the Queen's Wings as well, and the Flicker, it'll be more worth for Hiko to bait that win of nature over just, again, a fight from Kelra.
Which makes me wonder whether or not Hiko is going to go and start getting himself a Malefic Roar or straight into the Queen's Wings. Considering that he's got the War Axe, I would only assume that it's going to be the Queen's Wings after, but that's, you know, a very EXP style of playing it. We'll see what options he has in a bit, because Conceal's already out and Sawo's opening up the Tri-Brush.
Keyboy doing a good job again, just holding that wave, but now it's the EECA special, baby. It's that Lord Dance in the bottom lane, playing it as slow as they possibly can.
Oh, Deadly Magic's already on Sans, but Sans very calm. He's not going to react, not yet. Not until he sees Sawo do something crazy here, because TS, they're willing to start. Oh!
Whoa, Sunset able to flicker out of the Wrath of the Dryad. Now it's Keyboy locked down with the Frozen. And the perfect match instantly goes! Sawo with the ball, which is Sawo! With the Fatal Links, that's Kelra popping the blazing weapon. He's going to get bursted down by the Deadly Magic. And now it's Sans with a Lantern Flare.
And now they disengage. Finally, a moment to breathe at the very least. Kid Bomba, he doesn't mind dying there, but he wished that he got somebody other than just Keyboy. Now, ONIC instantly going to take priority and first move on this Lord. What is Team Spirit going to do? Because we're seeing a flank coming in from Zar. Opens up the Tri-Brush. They know it's safe, and Hiko, he's pulling attention to himself. This is great.
That wave bot wasn't set up perfectly by Spirit, and now it's going to be building back for ONIC. Slow pushing towards Spirit.
So it's a win for ONIC for now. But they have Keyboy down. That means Spirit have the man advantage for a while as Bomba spawns.
I think ONIC recognized that TS, they can't blitz this down as quick as they want to, so they can actually maintain this tempo. It's getting really dangerous because now that Kid Bomba is going to start showing himself. This is where ONIC needs to take advantage of the scenario. Well, same time as well, that top side is shoving in pretty hard. Hopefully it doesn't mess up their mid wave as well.
Probably will. They're gonna have to send members down there, and that means it's free for Zaur to clear out the mid wave. Now, it's Bomba who've set up the wave in the bottom lane in a good spot for it to build back in favor of Spirit.
So they've got like roughly a minute or two to work with here. TS has set it up nice. Let's see who gets it.
Saw with the jump now. They know he has no Purify, but Hiko's gonna be taken very low already. Lippy gonna be chunked down as well. Shifting skies from Bomba, trying to lock them down already. Now it's Zaur and Kyrie going to go for the Red Tree battles. Deadly Magic will land on Kelra. Bomba's right there. Ball lightning, and it's Bomba with the jump. Zaur with Retribution.
Beautiful play, and they're gonna go further than this. Kyrie does not get the Lord this time, but at the very least, they are able to trade upwards. Man, Kid Bomba really wanted to deny Kyrie of that Retribution and was willing to die for it.
But is it worth another 2 Sky Piercer stacks? Zaur with a jump, Deadly Magic! Kyrie needs to time this, but I think he's good anyways, right? Just gotta be careful of that Lightning Truncheon proc.
Yeah, no, it's so safe. I really love the fact that, you know, once you get to a certain point with Hirara, you're like 3 seconds, okay, perfectly fine. Double iframes if necessary. I can wait for my combo points to actually come back up. As long as nobody threatens me in the meantime to force him out, generally will survive. Now let's look at the items one more time because we're seeing max build already from Hiko. And yes, he did opt to go for his third item to be the Queen's Wings on top of getting the Malefic Roar at the end, so he has that real 1-2 punch for Kelra if he doesn't build that Winds of Nature soon.
Doesn't seem like he is gonna build the Wind of Nature. He wants to gamble it, man. This is the guy who went Brody against a Beleric, all right? It's all good. He can react to things, and that's what he's leaning on. He's leaning on his own skills, the drills that LaFell was talking about as well, pointing out to Kelra, who's just been practicing all around to deal with damage, to deal with setting tools.
Hey, speaking of damage and dealing with setting tools, San's also getting himself a Radiant Armor here to make sure he doesn't die to Zaur. So now he's not exactly the most optimal target, and Zaur has to rethink who he's going to be jumping on. I would like to say Keyboy, but like half the time, those kicks really is more for disruption than it is for a big set, considering that both sides have some big haymakers ready to unleash. And I think Zaur's been playing like a really good game with the way that he's going in and out and trading the aggro. Very similar to an MMO RPG raid. You have your tanks, they gotta cycle the damage between each other to make sure that everybody stays healthy.
Uh-oh. Keyboy has a Shanfu. The Deadly Magic will actually bait it out now as Keyboy gets the Jikudo. Not a Shanfu again. Sawa with the Fatal Links, able to catch 2, but Keyboy will get the way of the Dragon to disengage for now. Hiko staying busy while that happened. Pushing in the mid wave, getting a bit more damage onto that base turret.
And I like the fact that Zaur, especially when there's technically nothing to fight for, he's willing to just throw the Deadly Magic at you. Just like, yeah, I need to get something, I need to get a reaction, and as long as that reaction actually happens, it's fine. My ult's gonna come back up in less than 30 seconds. Arguably, wait, where is he, level 15 already? Yeah, about 26 seconds, no problem.
That flicker though, well, long cooldown on Keyboy. And that's really the only engage tool, right?
Yeah.
Lippy here, more on that reactive. Oh no, did they read out Keyboy's movement? I think they did. No flicker, Keyboy. How are you gonna run away from this one, buddy? That's a ball lightning. The Thunder's Wrath as well. Keyboy gonna be taken out by Zaur as Bomba walks up and they don't use any crucial resources. It's just the Deadly Magic.
Now more than ever, the meta demands you perfection from not only your rotations, but your positioning as well, and reading your opponent. So far, the score is 8-8, but the 2.2k lead on the side of Team Spirit is starting to make me nervous here. Kelra's at a point where he does real damage, but it's so hard for him to walk into the fight for that big blazing duet.
Sawa again zoning in the backline, now jumping on Sans, trying to bait up Crimson Beacon or a Purify. Oh, Sawa flicker the Fatal Links, Purify out from both already. That's Kid Bomba with a layer, brings it back into the knockout strike. Kelra, Immortality already down.
It's right there, we're going for it, and Kevin says already gets Kelra. They want to get a little bit more, but at least for Kid Bomba, he survives as Kyrie is next to fall. I thought that was going to be an instantaneous fight, but even for the side of ONIC, they're willing to expand resources to make sure they can buy a little bit more time.
It's the layer. You Purify out of the Fatal Links, then it's Bomba with the Sora, and now they're knocking on the base. Zaur with the Deadly Magic on Keyboy. Sawa walks up on Sans with no Purify. Base wide open, Team Spirit.
Oh no!
Secure game number
Game
one.
All
right,
that's
for Team Spirit, but this series ain't over yet. How many times can they pull combination of. That was literally, what, a 0.8-second frame to flicker, cloud chip, seeing the Purify in the middle of 3 different people, you're banking on a lot. I don't think
We're excited to face who's gonna win this match. Hindi lang warms. Nahimig ako kanina, di pa kasi ako tapos kumain.
Taking these heroes, these mechanical ones,
Inubos ko pa yung dinner ko.
forcing ONIC to play their game. Spirit, they've always had this strength. From when they were called Deus Bull before they joined Spirit. It's the macro, it's that brain, it's playing the slow game, and then punishing your opponents when these small windows open up.
Yeah.
Game on
They
TS.
identified those windows in the middle of these early interactions. They're probably talking to each other. Hey guys, we gotta be careful. Once we come to mid to late game, we can't do this again and again and again. They are going to adapt to us, so we got to look for different punishes. We gotta make sure we hit the weakest link at every moment of the game, and they keep on finding it. I think for at least for ONIC, they need a way to set the tempo, and I think that's the biggest issue.
Huwag na nilang coding yung Cho. Sana.
But Sora from Kid Bomba making sure that that could have been a Uranus and it would have been fine. But with the playmaking capabilities, it becomes that much better. With that being said, we're going to leave the rest of the breakdown to you, Rain Day, and the rest of the panel.
Mga feeling magaling nag-comment.
Goes deathless there. The 16-year-old.
Hindi na napagana yung show.
Performance was special. Alongside every single member of Team Spirit, it has been a dominant performance from EECA in Game 1, but still, like Gideon said, much more to come. That is, again, just a sampler.
Who's Gideon?
We got.
Who are we?
Who's the other guy as well? Next
Who's
to
the other
Rico? Like, those guys.
Hey man,
they were amazing.
I'm the only consistent piece up on this desk. You know what I mean? I'm
That's
putting
true.
my time.
Ano,
in,
game 5, game 5.
The face of MLBB.
Game 5 ba to guys? Game 5.
Yeah, you know what?
Grabe yung Eudora mula nung nabuff. Madalas mo na din nakikita sa RG.
Let's move on. All right, going back
Di
to
pa ako ulit
game 2.
nag-RG.
Game 1.
Bahatin nyo nga ako guys.
Obviously, man, that was a great draft. What did you like about it on Spirit side, or what didn't you like about it on ONIC side?
Wala ba magbubuhat sa akin hanggang
The
ano.
drafts I feel like are great. Obviously, Keyboy had a
Hanggang
really hard
immortal.
time at trying to utilize
Kung
the way that
magpapabuhat kayo sa akin hanggang GM, bubuhatin ko kayo hanggang GM.
timings from Team Spirit
Pababa
to
eh.
layer the ultimates like they were talking about.
If it's okay, we're gonna stick on this graphic for a
Hindi
while.
talaga
because the
sanay
big
si
thing that I
Kiboy
wanna
sa
show you guys is
game
Keyboy,
C.
damage
Pasok
dealt
kung
only
pasok daw.
9,000. He's a roamer, he's not supposed to deal a lot of damage.
Hindi
but that
talaga
also
hiling
just
sa
shows
team
he
fight.
does not have a lot of forward momentum, right? Every single time he tries to go forward, he can't catch anyone. He's gonna take
D1 na
way
yan
too
sa
much
TS.
damage. So
Goodbye,
that's the first
1K
thing you
na
guys gotta
naman
look at.
daw.
111,000
Oh, mababa na yung
damage
pusta
taken,
mo
but
ngayon.
only 9,000 damage dealt shows that Keyboy could not
Nung
have
nakaraan,
much
ano
impact in this game. Even
4K ba yun? Ikaw ba yung may 4K? O 5K? 5K pala yung kahapon.
And look at ONIC as well. When you're looking at the jungle control, only 1 turtle and 0 lords. And we will be showing this in the telestrator later of how
Ako
Team
ate
Spirit,
dan
they lost the
bihira.
first one,
Kaya
but then
Legend 4
one quick
pa.
adjustment, and then after that is all Team Spirit.
Yeah. Also, you gotta commend Hiko here on the Paquito because his patience, his timing, his
Yan kayo
window of
magaling
opportunity that he waited for was
sa
a big part. Even in that
pangbabash.
last
Normal lang
exchange, that
naman
last team fight that we saw, they
na
expended
sablay
some
o
of the
matalo.
battle spells
Oo
out,
nga.
utilizing Sawo on that Atlas, but then Kid Boma comes through like the shifting skies. And
Ba't
then
di ba kayo
Hiko
natatalo
comes
sa
through
ano?
after that to
Sa
go and capitalize
ML?
the kills. So,
Imposible
you know,
yun.
it's all about the layering. It's almost like a, you know, it's a really nice cake
Minsan kahit gamay mo yung hero, may time talaga na parang ayaw ibigay sa'yo yung laro mo. Diba? Yung mga ganun. Parang hindi mo makuha yung laro mo talaga.
But then on the other side, Kid Bomba, he had 135,000 damage taken as well, with only 250 more.
Binabaan mo na. 5K yun nakaraan.
The damage that he dealt on Sora. How big is this pick coming up? Because we haven't seen this till later on in the series.
Gushan user si Leto Zaka.
Because I've already said that he's an amazing.
Pwede ba sa base lang ako gano'n?
Amazing in lane. Now he's a menace in that river.
Checkping lang ONIC daw. Game na daw yan.
Because of Kid Bomba, he got the right targets. He gave the space.
Nagposta sa tropa ko dito. Talo.
And that's what you're hoping for, especially in a meta that
Itlog daw na yung ONIC ko, di daw makakascore yung ONIC. Sabi.
I know you had some stuff to break down here with the telestrator.
Kahit anong gawin kung talo talaga. Tama. Di naman laging panalo, guys.
Their position 1 is going to be this Harley. The Harley is going to be the main damage dealer as well as the biggest threat going up against ONIC. Now, ONIC, they have a good draft in the sense that they have the Zushin as well as the Cho, where they can fight at any time. They have basically no cooldowns, honestly, and that makes it a threat in the
Practice lang daw yun, oh.
They were able to shut them down with both the Eudora
Pwede pa yan,
as well as the Atlas. So
pwede
this
pa
is a
ma-reverse
dual
sweep
mid lane combination for both
hanggang
teams.
game 5 yan.
It's just that Team Spirit was able to
Kung
outplay
di
that.
manalo wala pa tayong magagawa. Di naman tayo yung naglalaro.
Coming in from Team Spirit, which is Kid Bomba on the Sora, he was the one being the main disruptor, making it almost impossible for ONIC to really win the fights. So because of that, we're going to be looking at the clips here. We're going to be looking at the first clip, and the first clip that we have to look at is what ONIC did right. Where over here, you really got to look at the position coming in from Keyboy, if I'm not mistaken here, where his job is to shut down Hiko. And then for ONIC, as long as Sans is free, he should be able to do a very good job. As we're going to be looking at the clip here, how
hanggang game 5 daw.
First of all is
Tayo mo ako makalaro, ipapanalo ko pag ikaw kasama. Pag iba kasama, pinapatalo mo.
Not safe. He doesn't have the skills ready, but more importantly,
Di ako malakas maglaro guys eh. Baka di ko kayo matutulungan.
Making it so that he is a non-factor. But all the while, Sans, he's untouched. Look at this entire clip here, how Sans gets inside of the
Hanggat di pa tapos laban, may pag-asa pa. Tama. Hanggat wala pang nakaka-score ng 3, may pag-asa pa.
Because of their mid duo.
Sunod Kiboy mag-hellcurt ka, patalo mo na daw. Grabe. Kakanya na ibas. Ibas yung ONIC pag nakatungtong na kayo sa pro player scene.
Trying to make it so that they're not a part of this. We're going to be looking at the clip, and even though they were able to dodge it out, but again, as long as Sans is not there, is already good enough because what
Di naman daw sa pangbabash. Kasama sa game matalo, pero yung consistent daw sa error. Mapapa-comment ka talaga. Hindi lang 3 beses nag-error daw si Kiboy. Ulit-ulit.
You see how Keyboy, he did get the kick onto Hiko, but immediately you see
may ONIC pa ba bukas?
Onto Keyboy, making it so that even when
lalaro pa sila bukas. Hindi natin sure kung grand finals or sa third place. Yung 4 na teams na naglaban ngayon, may laro pa rin bukas. Yung Falcons sa third place, yung YG sa grand finals. Tapos yung mananalo dito sa grand finals, yung matatalo sa third place.
Incredible reaction speed. It's gonna be difficult
for them to really connect to that. Yung points mo ni ng Marbs nakakatakot.
And then after that, even though he was stopped for a bit, we're gonna look at this is the important part. Boom. Wow. Goes in, finds Kyrie, making
Legend
it so that he
2 ka.
cannot retrieve this Lord.
There's a Marbs, hello. Uy, may Marbs sa YT, may Marbs dito sa FB. Hello po.
We heard Miracle even asking, is it really worth it to give over that what you call it?
Abang kasanay. Sana maayos yung internet mo. Bida-bida kasi yung internet ko eh.
Bomba once again disrupting the fight, making it super easy for the rest of Team Spirit. And this is why I say Zara Egoist had an amazing time, because he was never threatened.
It's weird. It's like a more flexible Atlas because the Fatal Links is like so telegraphed that you're trying to set it up.
Bash kayo ng bash. Tago daw kayo sa bush.
Part of it is you want to just, if they have purifies or if they have flickers, you want to get those battle spells out.
Araw-araw po ba sila nagla-live o may schedule lang? Ito kasing MSC guys, may schedule lang. So last na yung bukas kasi grand finals na. Ang next na niyan, GOTF na yung next. Tapos MPLPH. GOTF ka na ba GOTF?
Team Spirit continue to hone in
Yung
on it. And
MPL
yes, I
kasi
think, you know, as Lefel mentioned, Keyboard really
August
couldn't play. Like this was a really difficult
21
troll
yata
game to play.
MPL
As a
PH.
troll roam myself, you know, most played roam that I have, this is so difficult to
At
actually go in for a
sure,
setup.
GOT.
Well, this is now like kind of your turn, right, to respond. And we've seen this again, and many of the teams that we've been up to have responded, whether it's game 1 and game 2, or whether they wait a couple of games. What's the lesson that if you take away now, you think, Lefel, they can respond in game 2?
The lesson that ONIC has to take is that they need a bit more layers in how they approach the fight, because the big reason of the first half of the Telestrator is the fact that ONIC had a good idea, kick Hiko, and then win the fight. But then after that, they just countered by Eudora protecting Hiko on this Paquito. Even though Paquito is a fighter, doesn't mean that he doesn't need protection. He still got protection coming in from his team, and that was the response of Team Spirit. But we didn't see ONIC changing it up. The change that they could have made was wait for Kid Bomba to go in and then kick him out. Right? Either kick him out or to burst him down very, very fast. So I feel like going into game number 2, they got to be a little bit more flexible. See who is the real threat. If Hiko's the threat, sure.
Falcons kasama, di ba?
Bomba's the threat, even though he is an EXP laner, even though he's position 3.
Shoutouts daw kay Ben Damalan. Hello.
Because Paquito's excel.
Hello, Marv sa Blue Up.
that also excel at burst. And they're in the marksman side. Is it really the fact that
Tank
it's
lahat
Paquito,
daw para matigas. Grabe yung caster, alam na mo. Pag sila na maglaro, ewan ko na lang.
And that's how their team is working. Could you swap that Paquito out for something just
Taon-taon
as effective?
ginaganap to kaya minsan lang sa buhay. Huwag mong sayangin.
I think it's one big thing to just have this burst.
Kahit ng Team Fuego, hindi ko alam.
Shout
out kay Jan Jan. Tinulugan ako manood ng ML. Sabi mo good night. Kaya matulog ka na din, sabayan mo si Jan Jan.
For a lot of these compositions where it's like, I'm just gonna go get this stun off, shred some damage down. I mean, again, her combo
Pagdasal mo
can
naman
almost one-shot
ako,
someone. If it doesn't, it brings
manalo
them
ngayon,
low enough
umiyak na kasama ko natalo ng 6K, game 1 pa lang.
can usually then get a
Ba't
kill.
ba kayo
You know, it's more so, again, it's either
naka-team?
more of a smooth
Good luck,
damage output,
sana
or it's
manalo
this
ka,
kind of
tas
burst
balatuan mo
that
ko.
you see. And Paquito's just one of them that works so well in that fighter lane. Whereas, for example, if you see a Freya put there, or let's say
Nagbibigay
it's
pa rin
another
sila ng code kahit wala yung ONIC or tuwing nagla-live sila.
Yeah.
Shouts kay Charles, hello. Ang code, guys, ay MSC sagana sa Dias code. Yung ibang tournament, hindi. So, sulitin nyo sana tong MSC. Mas madami kasi silang binibigay na code. Tapos Dias yung reward. Yung iba kasi alikabok. Alam ko sa M6 hindi ganito. Anong M-Series? Parang madalang yung ganito sa M-Series.
Well, when we're looking at a draft, we got to look at who's going to be disrupting the fight. Because Paquito, he does have a lot of bursts, but the things about fighters in general...
Blaine Sanchez, hello.
One ability in their kit is able to just change the landscape of the fight. For example, you're positioned in a way that you're like, let's just say 100 meters away from your opponent, but then all of a sudden you're only 20 meters away from your opponent, right?
Yep.
Positioning is such an important aspect at high level MOBAs, honestly. Like any MOBAs, the positioning is going to be very important. Anyone that can change your positioning is annoying as hell.
Since 2025, salamat po sa matagal na pag-follow. Hindi ko lang agad nabasa yung comment. Pasensya na po.
I mean, I've seen
Hindi po kayo
even
magalit sa akin.
playing the
Isa
hero
lang
over
po
here.
ako
Well, usually
madami
it's Mirko
kayo.
playing it in the server here. They have the opponents say the same thing. You know,
Hindi
they
na
talk about
ipasok si
Hiraro just being able to
Pabida.
move and have that mobility. But you know, I think
Anong
another
3K
point of that
posta
is
daw ni
again, you have
Ben?
just so many things that you can do
Iba talaga parang
compositions
epic
wise,
mag-check
but
ng
because we're in
shit.
this more assassin meta more often than utility, for example, we've seen it pop up a couple times. These fights are very push and pull. They're so
Best of 5,
logic-based
guys.
that
Kung
you kind of
sino
see this
unang
play out that way.
makascore ng 3,
Well, Atlas
siya
let
yung mag-grand finals. Hanggat wala pang nakakascore ng 3, wala
off
pang
the
panalo.
leash. Paquito band alongside Marcel and the Selena, so they felt it was enough of a threat. They don't want Kelra to have to deal with any of those shenanigans.
I like that even during the draft, Kid Bomba finds a time just to say I love you to ONIC, and I feel like because he knew he was gonna get the barrage, he's just like, kill.
I got
I'm just
you.
stating your name.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I got the Barats.
You got to think about it, man. Again, that little fun fact there, you know, they're one match away from making history. Right? I feel like this MSC alone here at EWC 2026 has been all about making history.
It really has. Tournament of upsets, tournament of history.
Tournament kasi ngayon, tas maganda yung laban, kaya madami
names for
nanonood.
this tournament
Pag regular
in
live,
Paris.
konti lang talaga
EWC has
nanonood.
been the home of MSC for a few years now, and man, this one is special.
That's why it's MSC, right? MSC competition.
Share,
This is the one that everyone has to see. All the other games, B tier. MLBB's S tier, man.
This one's you gotta watch.
Yeah. Whatever game's coming up after this, I feel so bad for them.
You guys are going to be hard to beat, I will say. The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, it's going to host a lot of games. It already has hosted a few.
If you want to be the best,
it's going to be hard to beat this one, though.
If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. That's why we just keep beating ourselves off. And now we're here having an amazing series with the Harif band out. I feel like coming up, ONIC has to consider that this Harley pick is going to be the bane of their existence. Are you okay, Nice? Yeah. Be serious, man. This is the
I'm just pumped up.
You're pumped up?
Yeah.
18 win rate niya.
You gotta pump
Natalo
yourself
na
up for
kasi.
this. Yeah, you need all the energy that you can muster.
If ONIC goes to finals, I'll sponsor again Starlight. Sabi ni Ninong Mab sa YT, guys. Ito yung chat niya.
He's trying.
That's interesting. Melissa Ban.
Yeah, we haven't seen her make too much of an entrance, actually. Hasn't been played, I think, in the last 2 days. Maybe
once.
Maybe once, but it is a far cry from what we saw at the end of the group stages.
I mean, it's still very strong. I'm just wondering why they banned Melissa here. They're thinking that without the Paquito, without the Freya, there's no other option of fighters in the gold lane. I guess there's not. I mean, like before this was Ruby, but after the change of how her lifestyle kind of works, we don't see a lot of Ruby. At least 9 gold lane. I think maybe during MWI.
So this might just be typical matchup, I would say, because especially based on this ban. They go for the Belric ban over here. Jushin's going to be the last ban for ONIC. So we could just see a traditional marksman matchup. Maybe the Mozkovs, maybe the Claude.
I feel like Hiko is more of a burst kind of guy. We even saw in the crowd someone say we want Hiko Mania back, and now they pick up the Claude here. Gonna be interesting to see what ONIC picks up. I feel like the Moskov should still be pretty solid here, but maybe Kara wants to use a Brody instead. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too. Just for the sake of having that extra distance to work from. I mean, obviously Moskov can essentially do that too, but let's see what happens here. These last 2 picks for ONIC will round this out. I mean, this is pretty standard for the first 3 that they have. But now how do you complement that too? Because your Valentina, you're going to have the fatal links pretty much that you can capitalize on and play into.
Barats for Kid Bumba, he said, thank you. I love you, some version of that. Happy
Hoping
to have
the winner will less English because my English is limited edition. Sabi ni Ninong Mabs.
To hopefully lose some of that purification if Atlas comes in. But on the other side, Glue, we have seen that hero make a big impact.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Rain Day, you know, in the hands of Oakwood in the previous series, really helped them out in some of the games that they brought it through. But again, this is good coverage because you've got that tanky front line. You can go ahead and set up with the Fatal Links, your own. You have an Esmeralda. This gives a lot of space once again over to Kyrie and Kelra. And again, I don't know how many, I don't know if Sunset Lover's just, he's not tired of playing Eudora, man, because I feel like almost every single game since the past 2 matches, he's just been playing Eudora.
But, you know, they're going for a different approach, right? They're trying to say, let's make that gold lane something that Kelra can win. Is that the win condition here? Banning out the Paquito. We'll see if the Claude and Hicomania can occur. Guys, leaning one way or the other?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to go for. I think I'm gonna lean towards Team Spirit.
I'm gonna go to the toilet later.
Well, we know where LaFell's going, and we know that Spirit is the side that is bringing more of the attention for Naisu. I want to hear what our boys think. Here we go, Gideon. How are we feeling about game 2?
Hey, we're already feeling pretty excited how this game has played out after seeing game number 1. But when you're looking at those top positions, that Glue's got a lot of work to do here. Not to mention the Valentina trade-off. They're going to have access to Fatal Links, and I'm only seeing 1 Purify coming out of Hiko. So good luck to both mid laners. Something has to be perfect. Somebody will eventually make a mistake. And not to mention, Lutby getting chunked out pretty early on.
Yeah, it's not just about mistakes or making it. It's also having to deal with the forced mistakes from your opponent. Spirit just did that straight up. Esmeralda, great against the Barats, you know. But if it's a 2v1, it's always going to be rough. And Bomba's really just capitalizing off of this. Trying to, I thought freeze, but no, he just goes for the contest anyways.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit tough here. But he needs the stacks, right? At the end of the day, once he gets into that max
Bomba got it. I think Bomba got it. That's why he's recalling.
Yeah, now he's happy. Now he has full control over this lane, right? The prolonged trades won't be as easy as it was before. Now that he has the stacks, not to mention he's got way better wave clear as well. First invade here is looking dangerous.
Uh-oh, it might be a kill straight up Q-Boy. Slam, not going to give it to the pass, straight up to a flicker on Sunset Lover.
And that's the scary part, right? Urara so good with the iframes. Oh,
wait a second. This is dangerous. Sao with the flicker around now. Sour egoist. So Sao will sacrifice his flicker to give Zaur, or to ensure he gets his farm.
Yeah, and he has to take it. If not, he's not going to have the deadly magic in time to start pressuring these lanes, and I think it's the influence of the lanes that really matter more here. Kelra, he's already in a pretty good position against Hiko. But for the time being, it's all about control. How long can they maintain is the next 10 seconds is when that turtle is going to spawn, and Sans very close to level 4 here. They will have access to Fatal Links if necessary, but let's see what Sans does here.
Sao's going to wait. Perfect match. Oh, that was a gamble that didn't pay off. Now Sans just steals away the Fatal Links for free, and remember, Sunset's not 4. He died earlier, missed a whole wave.
Yeah, they got to give this up. I don't think this is going to be a contest, or technically it shouldn't be. They also still don't have an answer to Keyboy, who's able to just kind of walk up and does whatever he wants.
Oh! Gets on the glue now. Oh my god, the stun on 3! Combo! Deadly magic coming out of the Fatal Links. Sunset reacts to it, Blazing Duet. Keyboy going to be taken down. That's the SOD landing, but look, he's going to get taken out by Hiko.
Oh, brother man's Kid Bomba. I can't believe that they got not only a beautiful Detona's welcome, but made it collide into 2 people in the very first interaction of the game. That could not have gone better for TS in a position which technically wasn't even supposed to be theirs.
And the reaction time of Sunset Lover reacting to the Fatal Links flicker combo from Sans as well. Turns out it's not just Kelra doing drills. Sunset's been doing it all the time as well. Bomba though. Hey, buddy, you got the first play now. It's gonna be revenge. Yeah, I mean, Bomba accepts his fate. There's no way he's gonna burn his flicker anyways there.
It's like 4 guys? Really? 4 of them? Boys! Nice. Let's give Hiko a lead, and now immediately going straight for the plating. And I mean, that's the natural trade-off here, and understandably so, but definitely is more important for Kyrie at this stage of the game. He needs to get those kills early on. I don't know whether Keyboy can keep this up, but he needs to continuously harass and start opening up this map here. Not only are we seeing the man-to-man defense, but we're also seeing decisive action from both TS and as well as ONIC. Hey, if you're going to gank 4 people down here, we got to make something happen on that top side. And not to mention that Keyboy, even when he is playing defensive like he is right now, he is looking for Sao. He's thinking, all right, if Sao shows up, we can do something about this. If we notice that, hey, Zaur actually is on the bottom side of the map, does he need to reposition? Because you can see both sides are leaning into that insurance policy at the end of the day.
Ooh. It's not just the retry. Yes, Zaur actually took that away. It's such a small win because it's the small little beetle, but hey, a win is a win. If you take away Hirara's main power, you know, being able to farm. Oh, hold on. I thought ONIC were going to rotate up top. Instead, they're going to wait.
I thought so too.
Ambush. Keyboard just spams the pass. Wow, Sao gets a perfect match in time.
Okay. Are they going to punish this?
Oh, that's already worth it. They bait out the Fatal Links.
Interesting interaction with Cycle 9. Now they want more.
Oh my god, Keyboy. Spat into Hiko's guns. Bullets, bang.
That was the... That was the most interesting fate of all time. Both sides were and finally, it surmounts to just a single kill onto Keyboy's side, which is great at the end of the day for Team Spirit. They're going to be able to get this turtle, and I want to see how they want to actually convert this into something real.
They're playing such a beautiful game of MLBB right now, and it's such a... I love the dynamic of, you know, Yangon Falcons going, team fights it, and Spirit and ONIC being a lot more slow. Sao knows there's no Fatal Links. That means he can open. That means he can try to actually feint out some of these, you know, engages. Hold on. Even to conceal to get more prio. Hold on. Valentina's waiting in the bush. No. All right.
They're not going to dive this, are they? I mean, it's a little dangerous to do this at this stage of the game. And not to mention, there's kind of nothing to fight for on the map, right? The buff's already been taken on that top side. If they wanted to make something happen, maybe on that bottom side. But even so, they still are able to get the turret, which is great.
And you get to really see the growth of Hiko as a player, Gideon. Just last year, against ONIC Philippines, Spirit were the ones to choose ONIC PH, right? Winning their groups, doing really well. And in the lanes, it was Hiko who got overzealous, wanting to solo kill Kelra, really wanting to put it out there that he could be better than the guy in the gold lane. This time, he trusts in the team. He plays for the team. He doesn't try to get those 1v1s anymore.
Actually, it's a little bit more than that because Hiko decided to start... Oh, hold on.
Wow, Sunset Lover! What a reaction again. Hiko stays patient on the Purify. Now Lutpi taking a brunt of that damage. Kid Bomba's trying to get the angle to pull Lutpi back. Sunset, what is he on?
Yeah, I don't know. I was surprised that Kid Bomba actually didn't want to try for Detna's welcome to get the Purify out of Lutpi earlier. There's still like 35 more seconds until the next turtle actually spawns here, but this is working out perfectly. Come back to the point here. The fact is, he gets this turret for free. This fight, oh, the reaction time here.
Oh.
Bang! I think he was reacting to Lutpi and it was hell no!
It was reacting to Lutpi. Oh, what a chop! Big Bonk now throwing him into the ball lightning, and it's going to be him taken out by the Thunder's Wrath straight up. Keyboy now 1-3-1.
All it takes, a 2K lead for composition like this. Let's pull up the item list. What's Bomba currently on right now? Like, he seems a little thicker than usual, and that's why. He's got plenty of magic resist with that Radiant Armor. He's already building up to the Antique.
With that gold gap. Oi, what? Sour! Picks up a kill in the mid lane. I think with the help of the ball lightning, that magic defense reduction.
It's a natural combo here, and now they're going to get mid-tier. This is going to snowball out of control. This is going to turn into maybe even like a 6K lead.
And Gideon, we were talking about that matchup. Hiko and Kelra, the gold gap, the difference is massive. Hiko got the golden staff at 6 minutes. He's on track to get it. 3-item power spike at 8.
I'm really hoping LaFell can break down that moment when Hiko takes that top tier turn, because that was a team effort here. Everybody decides, you know what? We go invisible, we make the play. Oh, does he get caught at the... Oh no, he couldn't run away. Sao made it difficult as well. Man, I really thought he had enough base defense to actually survive the whole thing, but man, with the shred and everything else.
They're playing so good. Like,
this is technical boxing. This is they're playing on the outside. They're not like the Young Long Galactic who's going for the inside brawl. They're dancing on the out. Oh,
literally.
This is great.
Bomba, bro.
Oh, moments like this where people who don't know high level are like, why is he wasting his ultimate? Cut to Zara. It's like, oh my god, another buff. I'm having the time of my life.
And I gotta give it to Sunset Lover, man. So many of these plays have been set just by him wasting the resources, because by all means, ONIC should be able to capitalize on some of these moments. Sunset is a Eudora. This is a guy who's supposed to be vulnerable against a Fade Lynx, against a Falling Star Moon, but he's just so clean. He's so good with it.
He's playing hot. I think he still remembers the last MSC, right? The last time at an international, actually. When he was playing Farsa, he ended up getting hit by too many abilities, and I think he doesn't want to make that same mistake, especially with the qualification to the grand final slot for not only himself, but for the region. Zara, he's doing some real damage. Even Lutfi, that shield is not doing much for him. He's getting chucked out a lot of the time, and at least for now, let's see how TS wants to do this, right? 25 more seconds.
Swift Trinity for Hiko.
Ooh.
And that's the damage! Oh my goodness! Lutfi's health bar blown out straight up.
It's this moment here. They're not going to siege. They're not going to siege. He's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. But he's conditioning them. And that's the important part of high level. At the end of the day, Kid Bomba has shown so many Detna's welcomes that have so much value. The fact that he's charging it up, ONIC have decided behaviorally, I must respect it. And they start moving away from this. Now, they've got the Lord in their hands. They don't care about the setup on the Lord because, hey, the waves show up, ONIC. If ONIC shows up, that's when TS are going to attack.
When can they attack, though, is the question now. I mean, it couldn't have been, like, this perfect, honestly. Like, he gets the Swift Trinity, and they go and see Lutpi instantly bursting him down. And even Lutpi's confused. He's behind on the Esmeralda. He's thinking, all right, I got to get the Radiant Armor to deal with Zara Egoist, right? Didn't take into account at all, and it's not his fault that Hiko will be able to get Swift Trinity at 8.
How much do you want to bet that Lutpi probably freaked out because he was looking at the items like, he doesn't have it yet. And when he checks it again, when did he get it? Oh, another combo!
Yeah, but it's only on to Sao. The only shield saves him. Kelra is able to find SOD, lands it on it. The turret shot also doing well. Now the Spear of Misery
This is where you start to believe again, if you're an ONIC fan, that Kelra can turn things around for the team, right? On the Moskov a bit too many times, he's done this, but Spirit, they're okay with the trade. They say, go, take Sawo. It's okay, that's a base turret in the far lane. Hiko's farmed up. He's a whole item ahead of Kelra.
And yet, ONIC can't really force the situation. Oh my god, Kelra's dead. Can he out?
He's trying! Oh!
Saur! Too much damage. It's just too much damage here. Now they get another inhibitor turret. And I think this game is almost pretty much done for at this point, right? 8.7 wins of nature purchase as well. Like, worst case scenario, somehow Sans and Lutpi need to take out Hiko after getting chunked out by Kyrie and Kelra.
Spirit just took out ONIC's plan B like it was nothing, and it was our egoist. With his cards, they bait out a Holy Shield. Sans now covered the ball, lighting out! Oh my god! Together with the Thunder's Wrath! Oh my goodness, styling on ONIC. That was Hiko with the BMI. Caught again by Kai. But now he's getting him down, Sawo. Straight to the back line now. Going for the Fatal Links. Waiting and Purify out already. Kivo, he's taken out by Sunset.
This is sheer domination. This is sheer domination from Team Spirit. They're not letting this go. We don't need the Lord. We're going straight for the end. We have the power spikes, and we're going to close it out here.
Let's be jumping in. Oh my god, Tower again! Takes care of below. He gets into the base in time. That's everybody except Kelra now to King's SOD. But he gets gunned down by Hiko. And now it's Sans.
They're looking for the end, and this should be it. The full wipeout at the top of it. 13-4. 11 minutes. What a game to
Nagwawala ang TS.
every Team Spirit fan here in the arena. Holy cow. Devastation. And I mean,
Grabe yung ano sa ONIC audience. Nalumoy.
begging to see some light at the end of the tunnel.
Gideon, the question is, what could have been better? You need to ban the picks that were banned out earlier. It wasn't that ONIC dropped the ball, it was Team Spirit that just feel like they're ahead.
Code ulit. Grabe ito mga to.
The Paquito is the adjustment from game number 1, then the Marcel as well. These are just picks that you cannot give out to Spirit.
Lugi sa pick lang.
Unfortunately, I think a lot of it is just coming down to just habits, behaviors that are being taken advantage of here. That top tier tar showed everything. The fact that people go missing, there's
Ang
so
lungkot
much
tuloy ng ONIC fans kaya nga.
is putting on Team Spirit, and I think they gotta get a little dirty here against them. If not, nothing's gonna happen in this
Best
game.
of 5 po.
Slowly getting choked out. The
Best of
triangle
5 raised to 3.
And again, the understanding of power spikes, just the identity of Spirit here from EECA, something that we've been talking about for EECA, and this pickup, my goodness, ONIC had a shot.
Is that Kid Bomba's Mother Earth? Yes po.
Players down instantly with Zaur and his magic.
Man, the mythical beasts here. Crazy stuff. We have to throw it back to the panel to break this down for you. It's Lafel Nicer and of course Ray
3-0 daw
to
to.
teach you what just happened.
Sabi.
Oh my god. I actually don't know if Zaur Egoist has died yet.
Wala na
I
na
think
yung
that might be
kinoment
2
ko.
games in a row that he has not died. And this time on the Harley, putting on a clinic into the dismay of the Indonesian fans of ONIC. Not only
Don't
here
know
in
how
the
to pick
building, but to the
hero.
elation of that woman right
Nana lang
there.
katapat.
His mom, front and center, excited to see her son one step away from a guaranteed
Busy kakalaro. Hindi na nakanood ng laro. 0-2 na daw.
Gentlemen,
Bigay niyo pa hero nila. Pinapahirapan na game win. Binigay niyo pa daw.
it wasn't over after 2.
Hey, you know, it's great for Team Spirit. I'm hoping it's not a sweep here but something's got to change. And I don't know if it's the family buff out there for Team Spirit, but they just gave it to ONIC, and it was across the board. And yes, Zarigos was amazing here. The burst damage, I think even Lutpi again is still wondering just how fast or how fast that happened. But Kid Bomba is just making so much impact from now game to game. We talked about his Sora in the game 1, and now look at this, the Barretts that he was able to do. He himself zoned out most of ONIC.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Team Spirit didn't change, right? The heroes changed, sure, but in terms of how they approach the fights, it's all the same. Like, during the draft, I feel like we're gonna be seeing it a little bit later on, but ONIC, they ban out the Paquito.
Wala pang code eh. Hindi ko alam kung meron pa. Baka may isa pa.
Man. Because the thing about the Barats, he basically has a winning matchup against everything in the current meta. Well, at least meta picks.
I mentioned, and I don't know, I mean, listen, the Atlas has worked and not worked. It's obviously high prio, but paired with the Barats, it just feels like too much. Too much you have to avoid.
Not just that.
And the Eudora.
I was gonna say, again,
Ito pala sinabi ni Kid Bomba, uuwi na yung ONIC. O, sabi niya yan nung in-interview, di ba?
Look at the damage dealt by Keyboy and
Papauwiin din niya yung ONIC.
How much that they are not
Park on pitch versus Indo, third place daw.
Kind of like 1v4 and then let's
bilis ng laban, no? 11 minutes lang to. Kanina, ilang minutes ba yung kanina?
Let's make sure that Loopy is also a non-factor because I feel like that's going to be the main part of his analysis, which is there's no front line for ONIC.
That's the hard part about it because now back-to-back games, we've seen Keyboy really struggle, right? He is known as being a roamer to set things up for the team. He's had so many amazing plays in his career, but we're seeing the struggle now back-to-back games. And so usually when that's happening, when the roamer is struggling and having a really difficult time at trying to set things up, you really have to count on your XP laner, right? We're seeing the exact opposite, the contrast to that between Sawo and Kid Bomba. So it's like, what are you going to do for ONIC to allow that to actually happen? It's got to be Lutpi and Keyboy to kind of figure that out, you know, and the rest of ONIC to make this happen, not just in the draft,
ba Falcon? Talo po ang Falcons.
You're probably going to look at the game, LaFell.
Sa ang laban na nila pang third place bukas.
Are they looking at mid? So I think that's an interesting thing too. Where do they start to shift their attention? Break down what you were looking at and how you analyze game 2.
So first, thank you. So
I got you.
So first of all, we're gonna be looking at the draft here, and we're gonna talk about how honestly things didn't change that much.
Nagbatak si Kid Bomba, bumawi talaga na.
I'll split
May gusto pa to na yan, gusto talunin yung hero sa first.
Imagine this is American football, right?
Yeah.
Over here,
field goal.
Over here we got the quarterback, and over here we got the running back.
Okay.
Now here's the problem, like
lakas ng back ni Kid Bomba, mother and sister ba naman, kaya sabi niya yung sister daw niya umuwi na kasi may pasok.
Always going for a blitz.
Baka bumalik, no?
Honestly, mostly for the running back. Because he knows.
You watch a lot of football.
I'm so surprised you know the positions. What's going on here?
I always have a lot of useless information. I just have to figure out how to use it, right? So either ways, back to the point here. Again, as the linebacker, he knows the read that it's always going to be a running play. It's never going to be a pass. So it makes it easy for Team Spirit here where these two deal with the glue. And then that's it. That's your job. That's it. Kid Bomba, everyone else. But it's going to be easy because he just has this single target because in lane, he's already dealt with this Esmeralda. And honestly, the clips aren't much. The clips is just how it's just Team Spirit basically outplaying ONIC multiple times. And it looks like ONIC, they're stuck in a rut where they're like, we're not used to the opponents responding faster than us because there's two bad things happening here. First of all, Kid Bomba got a catch here, but then just a bit unlucky where Sawa was able to stun two members of ONIC. We're gonna see here. Okay, I think it was already passed, but also in behind we can see that Sunset Lover was almost caught by Suns, and then incredible reaction speed, able to get out of it. And same as the second clip, it's just that Sunset Lover had amazing reaction time. So
yung Barats nagbubuhat.
It really is just a situation where ONIC
di na papayag may itlog ang ONIC.
But the opponents already see it coming, so they're able to respond appropriately. This is kind of like ONIC against Aurora yesterday, where they know that Kelra is the target. Kelra just survives, and then it's all
hindi na
good.
madrawing. Kaya nga nung pinokas kanina sa camera.
Never gets caught.
Maybe he has his
But you guys understand the whole American football.
Yeah.
Of course. It's just that Kid Bomba disrupts everything.
Yeah. I hope everybody watching has that understanding.
Pressure band, pressure na.
That was good.
I mean, football analysts as well. Maybe EWC next year as Madden or something.
I mean, like you guys are Americans. So I thought it would be appropriate if I be, you know.
This is a cheer for America right here. No, just kidding. That's a cheer because we see ONIC coming back out on stage alongside Team Spirit. Naisu, the question now is how do you adapt? Because you do have to deal with what I think was quite eloquently put from Yangon Galactico's coaches. just wisdom, just like what is showing up, what can I lean into? I don't have all the answers, but what am I feeling? What's going on in this game? And it's certainly that Kelra hasn't gotten off to a good start. Keyboy is struggling. Kid Bomba's too dominant.
Parang pinatarget talaga nila si
Those
Keyboy.
are the things you're just trying to figure out.
Para
What's
walang
the
magsiset.
holy plan that can come down to solve all these problems at once?
You have to basically just kind of reset. I mean,
Lagi nila
every time
pinupuruan.
we've seen a team in this
Pag ito
position, backs
nakambak,
against the wall, you're literally facing
magpapakalbo daw si
elimination up to
Clifford
this point.
bukas.
The best teams out there reset quickly, and I know the coaching staff behind ONIC is able to go ahead and help them accomplish
Dapat
that.
i-video
Again,
mo,
these players have so much
Clifford,
experience in this position
Pag
in
natuloy.
the past, but you have to focus on where you can.
Anin mo
And
yung
like I
mga
said,
ganda
XP
ng
and
fans
Rome
ng ONIC.
between Lutpi and Keyboy
Kung ang
are big
lungkot naman ng
cornerstones to that
mukha,
because
bawi na
every
lang daw
single
next
time that we've
event.
seen ONIC make a
Kasama
big
din ba
comeback
sila
or
sa
possible
GOT?
reverse sweep, it's usually starting there and then allowing the rest
Maganda
of the team
game
to kind
5
of
para
shine from
sulit
there. I mean,
ticket.
their drafts haven't been bad or anything like
Ayaw
that.
nyo
They
ba
haven't been
mag-game
terrible. It's
5?
just more so they're getting, honestly, outplayed by Team Spirit.
And maybe the issue is that they haven't dealt with the Paquito, so now they're forcing a ban on it. If they could kind of force a ban towards the EXP side of things and put Bomba, but then they brought out the Sora last pick, and that wasn't banned, and you can't really ban Sora and Paquito. You're opening so much stuff up. This is going to be tough. What do you guys think in chat as well? I know we have some online coaches. I won't say backseat coaches because this is no seat. But let me just say, if there is an idea, what do you think they should do? I know the conversation will continue along Reddit and all the comment sections. However, we want to let you know that there are other games going on, although maybe not as hype as this. This has been the place to be for sure.
Pag na 0-3, 0-3, di ata ako makakatulog. Wawa si Keyboy. Umasa sa kay connection. Di daw aabot ng game 5 kasi hirap na i-comeback. Yung Falcons, napaabot nila ng game 5. Diba 2-0 din yung Falcons kanina eh. 2-0 YG lead. Tapos napaabot ng game 5. Di nga lang natapos ng Falcons.
Here, Street Fighter 6. I got my homeboy over here, Mr. Rob Television. My friend, I've been hearing stories
May
about
laro
what's
sa
been
SEA
happening here on
Games.
stage because Shanghai is
Oh,
out
SEA
and
Games
Buzz out.
kasama pa si Kelra. Tapos sa ENC, si Kyrie and Kelra. Asa November pa yung ENC eh. Tapos SEA Games yata October. Ay, Asian Games pala. Hindi pala. Asian Games October. Or ay, hindi ko yung October or September. Ano ba yung September na yun? September up.
Who's been looking good so far? Is Punk still in?
Okay.
Did he sit down?
Punk. Oh, did he sit down this time and make sure he was locked in? Well, he did make sure
Sulit yung ticket. Anong magagawa na sa loob na lang.
Because even the Alpha himself went 0-2 in this event. But as far as somebody that's looking good, a player look out for, Cryme from Chile, only 15 years old, and he is representing Team Falcons here.
LPH din last M7 2-0. Comeback ng kalaban. Sabi. Mukhang kailangan mo na magpalit ng globe ng wifi. Nagbablock yung screen. Kagaya ng mukha nila. Nagbablock yung screen. Hindi naman sa akin. Baka sa'yo lang. Nagbablock din ba yung screen sa inyo? Sa akin hindi naman eh. Hindi ko nga ginagalaw yung PC ko eh. Live ba to? Live naman. Wala namang block, no? Hindi naman daw, malinaw naman eh. Sa'yo yun. Parang kailangan na palitan daw si Keyboy. Keyboy! Pinapatagal pa. Uy, and redeem code guys, oh. MSC Clutch 26. MSC Clutch 26. Bawi na lang next time. Naka-wifi ka naman. Eh, sa'yo lang daw, ano eh. Sa'yo lang daw naglalag eh. Last code guys, MSC Clutch 26. Ayun, wala pala akong sound.
Worrying going into this one match point now for Team Spirit if you're on it, because what do you do?
The fella, it's like an oxygen tank, and you see it start blinking red, and you know you're too far away from home to refill. How do you handle a moment like this?
Game 3.
Survival's the only thing on your mind.
Yeah, either under the ocean or high up in space.
Yeah.
Having that little oxygen makes it difficult for you to think, because that's how your brain functions. It needs oxygen for you to really process things. This is a very interesting way, though, to start off. They're batting out the Harley here, where Zara Egoist, just like you said, has not died so far. So they're trying to take that out. And I feel like the big problem here is that, do they go for the first pick Barats?
Are they going to go Harara themselves again? They've been on blues. Okay, they do. They're not going to change it up.
I'm just worried Team Spirit picks up the Barats, which instant pick, by the way.
Instantly picked. And the Atlas again, which works so well.
And the problem is, you pick up the Barats, he's going to stomp all over you.
Does ONIC take the Eudora here? Because if Sunset Lover gets this Eudora, man, I don't know.
Okay, good and bad. It's good to deny, but also it doesn't do much against the Barats as well as the Atlas. I mean, like, they can stun.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Take it. Like, at least that gives space for Keyboy. That's kind of all you really need. Let Keyboy play the game. Do you not like your homeboy?
Well, I hope so, man. I hope Keyboy can play the game, because right now they're going to go ahead and take this Harith. And I'd love to see if they do take the Eudora right now, because I just expect that to be the answer. They'll lock in the Belric.
Okay, so now the Barats can stomp on them. I hope this Belric can stomp them.
But is this going...
I hope
it's going to go XP or is it going to go Rome?
I think it's got to go Rome.
It's got to go Rome.
Oh,
Isun Shin.
Okay, YSS.
We're starting to see this develop a little bit more, where we're seeing some of the flex happen later on in the gold lanes.
Yeah.
And in the Rome. And that's kind of, but this time, you have the Atlas exposed already, so it's the mid that they're kind of flexing.
Wala nang code binibigay. Kakadrop ko
having
lang
played
ng
Eudora,
code.
is it really a flex? And she's still open.
Clutch,
You know,
26.
yeah, Team Spirit, they're just playing position 1 for Zaur. He's going to be kind of the only one with good range to end the game. Everyone else, just keep on fighting.
Is this like one of those things where it's just like, you know what, funnel the YSS if you can. And maybe also Sunset Lovers like, guys, I want to play something else, right?
I'm getting bored, man. Let me take a risk.
I don't mind a Valentina game.
Either Valentina or maybe Jushin's still open. Like, he could still, I don't know if he's going to want to pick that or not. Again, there's so many choices that Sunset Lover can actually go with. And, the mere fact that you've basically seen him on one hero for the most part, it's like, what does he have? Maybe there's a pocket pick even that Sunset Lover has here, but just they're already really covering the grounds well. They'll take out the XP options right now just to cover the bases. Like I said, we have seen the Belric go in the XP lane, but let's just say this is Keyboy's Belric. Now, what do you go from here? They are honing in on those choices for gold lane even, but we could potentially, I don't know, maybe we see Hiko pick up a fighter himself, because, I mean, they bailed out the Freya. The Paquito's gone. What's left in fighter territory for gold lane?
That is a good point. Selena also available after being banned every game, and that could be something that Sunset Lover's okay swapping up to Lafell.
That's a good Alice ban, because I was thinking of something like an Alice or Yuzong, because at this point, you gotta win the lane against Kit Bomba, or at least make it so that he doesn't secure the first EXP crap. That's how you win the lane against Kit Bomba, and then after that, you gotta start chasing either Zhao Egoist or Sunset Lover. At that point, I feel like Lupi has to do what Kit Bomba has been doing, and 1v3 or 1v4. If he cannot do that,
that's GG. Spirit's gonna end the game.
They have to. I was wondering if it'd be a gold lane ban, at least to maybe take out the Klon or something, but they do take out Sunset Lover's Eudora. He just gets the Valentina anyway. I almost expected Valentina to be picked up for ONIC because you're playing against the Atlas here, but this is going to be a little bit different. Now these last two picks will sort of paint the destiny of ONIC throughout MSC right now. This is so crucial for them because these first three picks, not much difference, right, than what we've seen so far. But how do you supplement that main problem we're talking about? Lutpi especially needs to help Keyboy in this game 3 to set things up for the rest.
Again, he just needs to win the lane. This Valentina pick, well, they pick up a Gord here, so I think that's how they're going to deal with Kid Bomba, have a Shred. But then for the EXP, they're going to pick up the Hylos.
Interesting.
Either Hylos or Beller can go to the EXP. It's not that bad because Barats is slow, but still. ONIC is taking a risk here with their draft. But, hey,
Hindi nakaabot sa code. Limit
You
na
know,
ba?
it's a bit of a
Hindi naman yung
risk
code.
when you guys aren't even sure about how it's going to work. And the burst
Spirit-
and Clint come in.
Spirit is also taking a chance here because they have two scalers in the Clint as well as the Yeast and Shin. So the moment ONIC is able to win the first two turtles, they start controlling the jungle. That's going to be it. ONIC's going to win the game.
Yeah. If Team Spirit wants to win this with this lineup, they have to essentially do what they did the previous two games, really set things up by layering it. But they have some vision to play around with. Again, a Valentina too to help things set up even more, depending on if you take the Glorious Pathway or the Wrath of the Dryad. So, I don't know, a lot of ways that Team Spirit can utilize this lineup.
But could it be enough for ONIC? This could be their last chance, their last game at MSC. It could send them home from Paris, but a chance of the grand finals remains as long as they keep winning. It's up to Team Spirit to book their ticket and do it for EECA. It's time for Mirko and Gideon to get us to what could be our final game of the semifinals.
One chance, one opportunity, a way to make history, another disappointment, or a chance at redemption, as ONIC might be able to take this game. But these drafts, man, I don't know about you, Mirko, but this has been a brutal matchup for ONIC, especially in the mid lane.
It just looks so good for Spirit. Even a Clint pick here just to try to bully Kelra in lane. I think it's really, really good. Great movement here as well by Hiko to dodge the Synchrofish. And as we take a look at the emblems for this game number 3.
They're making sure that everything is up to date here. It's making sure they also have, right? Early flicker on, but Sunset Lover's in trouble. He's got no dash.
Instantly, mobilization, Kai with first blood. This time in game number 3.
Priority makes all the difference here. They're going to get one more into Sawo, and Kyrie is already extremely happy with the scenario. 2-0, one of the better starts we've seen here for the side of ONIC.
This is the best start we've seen from ONIC already. So we'll see if they can actually capitalize on this. Kyrie this time 2-0. So again, this could be it as well. Hiko with a flicker already. Great read by Kai to read that flicker. 3-0 for Kyrie in game number 3.
This is an amazing start for the Sky Kings. And at this stage of the game, TS, well, that early game plan might have to, take a back step for a little bit here. It's not the end of the world because a majority of that lead is still on Kyrie. The question is, can the laners keep this pace up to maintain this level of oppression as we start moving into our very first turtle here in game number 3? And TS, they already have information. They should see Sans rotating here, as well as Kyrie as well. Are they going to just steal camps? And I think that just might be the play. They're just going to wait and steal.
Might be going to the bottom lane as well here, knowing that they cannot contest for the neutral objective, but Sunset is very close to level 4. It seems like they want to contest still. Sunset sitting with the Valor ult instantly. Now it's going to be Sour. Big shot from Bamba into it. Sunset's right there. He finds it, and Sour is able to pick up a kill. Now it's Bamba staying alive for a bit. Throws Keyboy back away. That's the missing projectile landing, and looking picking up the kill. Sour locks up, and he goes right there.
Now they want to go for a little bit more. Kelra and Sans now in the fight. Who gets it?
Red tree from Sour is clean. Kelra over to the Force now. Not the instant dash just yet, but Sunset to be taken very low as he goes still right there. And that's Kelra with a pickup on Sunset Lover.
Well, is he gonna at least set this up even more? No, Sawo here to cover Hiko. He's walking up. He's thinking about it, but I don't think he has much.
Fatal Links, Bomba's right there as well. They're gonna pick up a kill. So it's TS leveling the odds back again. That shutdown on Kai put Team Spirit back on track.
Yep, all right.
things back on track. Now we can go back to the game plan here. Level 4 has already been achieved, but let's look at that replay one more time here. Because again, Kid Bomba able to tank a good chunk of that damage, especially from that gush. Unlucky for Sans that he wasn't able to get a little bit more off of this, but once everybody got into the middle of this fight, even Kelra deciding, you know what, it's time to Zaman Force and start triggering the fight super early on. They were able to get something back here, and I think, wait, whoa, fight.
Keyboard just got taken out. Now the Mystic Gush comes around. Masao was able to flicker around. Kelra jumps in with a Chrono Dash and is able to find one, but now look at the burst! Hiko has the flicker. Will he go for that last shot?
Thinking about it. He's thinking about it. No. Kai's already on top of it. Gets the flicker as well. Nice. Oh, I really thought just a little bit more. Lutpi catches him at the edge with the glorious pathway, but unable to really capitalize on it. Darn you, mid-walls. But for now, I mean, we're back to a neutral state.
Look at Bomba, though, utilizing that chaos to get all of the turret shield.
Still a bit of a win at the very least. I just love the fact that ONIC are now saying, you know what? We're on our comforts. We shouldn't be that scared. We can outplay this, right? They're getting a little disrespectful, and I think they've learned from the previous game, hey, if things are going bad, we got to instigate some kind of war. We don't have to fully commit, but once we get the green light, we have to initiate.
Bomba with the cut under tier 2.
Deep one as well.
That is super deep, and Lutpi can't do anything about it. Great info from the rest of Spirit saying that Onyx responded in the bottom side of the map, and now Bomba, I think his job right now is to keep Kyrie here. He's going to reset that buff.
Is he going to Detonus welcome him while he's at it as well? Doesn't see how many combo points.
Ooh. Sounds able to flick around. Now the Mystic Projectile and the Mystic Gush as Kyrie walks in with immobilization, but now it's going to be the chop. Bomba doesn't land it. He has the flicker. He flickers out of safety. Keyboy's going to be stunned up by the Terrify of Sunset Lovers. Now they go for the taunt, and it's Bomba who gets caught. Still alive. Rather than Dryad, chaining him down. Bomba finally taken out as Kai gets his first stack of the Sky Piercer.
But they don't get anything else on the map, unfortunately. They managed to clear the waves just in time, so no big convergence and no bigger trades for the side of TS. ONIC win it now. They're sending 3 members down as Kyrie's on top. Let's see the dispersion, because unfortunately for Hiko, he's got to recall at some point. He's got no mana.
Yep. I think now is the right time to recall. Sunset Lovers looking for the angle now on Kai. He goes for the dash. He's waiting for it. Oh my god! He timed it perfectly down the Rather Triad! Sunset Lover! 3 games in a row having one of the best series performances.
Man, Sunset Lover, the prodigal child, is back. They don't want to go. At least Kid Bomba didn't have his flicker there. That'll. Oh!
Sao fatally straight into Sevigo! Keyboy with the battle for the Dryad, but now it's going to be the chase as the conceal gets used up by both. One into the bottom lane. It's Bomba. He's going to look to try to bait out the Purify from Kelra. Zaman Force coming out. Sao with a perfect match. He's going to try to go for the dive right now as Kelra is able to go for it. A few more hits. Big chunk. Purify out from Kelra.
Don't punish just yet. We need to see the item list here. Did he go get that power spike as soon as that wombo combo happened? Because as of yet, that was a lot of damage, and now Zara gets a mid-tier 1, looking to threaten multiple buffs at the same time. Even managing to walk away with this. Bit early on the retribution. Let's look at this one more time, because again, a huge catch here, especially onto Zans, who's very susceptible to this Atlas at the stage of the game. He doesn't have that Purify. He's got to make sure that when he positions himself, it's very much when he has that info, but at the same time, nobody can really stop Sao from getting in on the fight.
And no one can stop Zaur from farming. This guy, I mean, Rainy pointed it out earlier. Yes, Zaur has died. It was once. It was a shutdown towards the end of the game, so it didn't count that death. But man, this guy's just untouchable. The egoist, and this time so clean on the Traceless. The CC immune to get away from these CC locks. Even the target from Lutpi, now the Mountain Shocker to get vision.
Yep, we've moved from technical boxing. There's still aspects of being on the outside, but you can see that Team Spirit, they want to get on the inside. They want to make this as messy as possible, because when it is messy, you are blinded by what is happening around you. And so far, Kid Bomba and Zara Egoist are the biggest winners in those cases. This is a huge lead, 3.2K, 7 minutes in, and Hiko is still gunning down these turrets.
This is why you got to watch these games. This is why you can't just look at the stats after the game. You look at Sunset stats, you're probably like, oh my god, he didn't have a good game. But then you watch it and, hey man, what a performance from Sunset. Yes, first blood, sure, a mistake, but the redemption was 10 times fold. That mistake. And now Sao zoning Kai away from the jungle.
Plenty of damage dealt all across the board. Sans actually getting some pretty decent damage. However, the way that their leads are working. Oh, it catches!
Max range, now it's the rest of the team. Lutpi's right there. Oh, the Bomba!
Baits the flicker out from Sans, and now it's free for Salo if he wants to get Sans.
No way! He didn't see the Jets right underneath them, pushing him right into it. Holy! TS are not missing a beat as of right now, and their mechanics are so sharp, it hurts. It hurts to be an ONIC fan. They're hoping that at least an outplay would come through, but with a 4.6k lead, unless that shutdown is on Zara or maybe even Hiko, I don't see it happening for now. They already lose their shielding down by the mid lane. That's fine. They still have their side lanes to work for, but they still have 33 seconds.
And it's all about just waiting right now. Spirit have everything they need to close it out.
Oh my God, Zara already Malefic.
Holy Pull up the items. I want to see that right now. What is Zaur on? He's level 14 at 8 minutes. This could be the fastest level 15 in the tournament.
Hyper efficient as well. Doesn't go for the BOD. Goes for the hyper efficient items to make sure that his power spikes are alongside with how strong Hiko is with the Berserker Spirit and Endless Battle. Once he gets that Malefic gun, the sieging will begin.
He gets a Screen Crab and the Orange. That'll be the fastest level 15, I think, but he doesn't care. He wants to stay objective. TS on the Lord, about a shocker for Vision.
They want to dance around this for just a little bit. Look, B, he's taking a decent amount of damage. Kibama's losing his stacks while they're dancing around this. ONIC don't mind, but they can't walk in on the pit, and also they get it for free.
Sawo knows that Sans doesn't have the flicker, so he's just going to zone everybody away from the purple.
We're not playing chess anymore. We're playing Go. An ancient game designed to surround your opponents and zone them out from key positions on this board. It is beyond what we know. It's not even 4D chess. It may seem black and white, but the chips are telling everything. 8-6, 2 kills down, and yet there's a 6.5k lead and a Lord about to knock on the front door. Kelra at least has his third item.
Let's talk about the Siege, because the Siege is looking good for Spirit. It's 2 marksmen. On top of that, the zoning tool from Bomba. Detonus welcome, Fatal Links as well. Sky Piercer for Kai was shut down earlier, and how's the Mountain Shocker again? It's gonna be Zaur, trying to bait out a few resources again. If he's able to get a Purify, which he can, that'll be massive for Sawo, massive for Bomba.
See how they play this up, because I want to see that Wrath of the Dryads be used at some point in TS. They recognize it, they have to respect it.
Sawo with his own again with a perfect match now. They're gonna go straight for the base turret in the mid lane. The Malefic gun picked up for Hiko.
And now they can do this all day. They can do this all day, but there's still that fear that maybe Keyboy makes a play. We might see initiation from a glorious pathway, but the denial of information and the split up from Zara, they're not playing a traditional front to back, and now they're sieging even further.
Again, it's gonna be Sawo. Caught, has the flicker out again. They're gonna play it safe right there as a glorious pathway gets sent down, and Bomba won't go for the Detonus welcome. Spirit are playing to their identity, to their strengths, playing it as slow as they possibly can, knowing they have a composition that can withstand ONIC scaling as well.
They can do this. They can absolutely do this. For once in a very, very long time, the Dark Horses of EECA might be able to punch their ticket right into the Grand Finals if they just close this out cleanly. But we know that the Sky Kings have always been in these types of positions before. Yes, maybe they're not winning championships right now, but here we go!
Big chomp down. The Mystic Gush not able to get anyone down right now as Keyboy looks for the flank. Can he look for the Wrath of the Dryad? He goes in, but it's only going to be on the front lines. Mountain Shocker lands on Luke P! Sunset Lover! Makes the play already with Wrath Dryad. Pull him with the Fatal Links! Kelra is a force now, jumping around as Hiko's kill. Gonna be there. Kyrie with a pick off on the Sawo. Kelra very, very good at buying some time, distracting, zoning the rest of Team Spirit away, and isolating Sawo from the rest of the pack. ONIC still alive.
That could have been so much worse. That could have been so much worse, and that's all you can ask for a gold laner at this stage of the game. I'm sorry that we can't give you that space, but at the very least, just buy us just a couple more seconds here as we move into the 12th. 16 or more with a missing mid inhibitor. This is very manageable for ONIC, but so far, these glorious pathways have been dealt with very handedly by Team Spirit. And Kelra, he's got some real damage on his hands. The problem right now is that they can't get that first move. They can't get the first initiation onto Team Spirit without the counter initiation completely annihilating the back line.
You can see, oh my God, the chomp!
He got him.
Purify out, oh my God!
They're still going. Glorious pathway, it's already out, and now they should disengage.
Keyboy, he's stuck. Mountain Shock and pull for the missile with the Fatal Links as well. Keyboy with the Wrath of the Dryad is able to buy some time. But again, Kelra cannot walk up. Not while Sunset Lover has the Wrath of the Dryad. Not while Kelra doesn't have to Purify. It's a free Lord over to Team Spirits.
These are heavy jabs being traded on both sides. They are willing to throw anything underneath the bus to get the reaction that they are looking for. But TS, the economic lead, 8K at this point, 42 to 34. This is a beautiful endgame angle for them. They just need to make sure they close this out cleanly.
You can see Sao, that player cam instantly. One hand off, just giving instructions. Guys, play it slow. 3 waves, build it up. Do not forget the fundamentals. They are possibly a few minutes away from another big upset at MSC. From locking their spot in the grand finals. The first time ever for an EECA representative.
This is for all their predecessors before them, for War Barbie, for Defender, for everybody else as they look for the endgame scenario.
Top lane gonna be taken down now as Team Spirit look for the play in the bottom lane. Sawo, perfect match. Keyboy gonna be chunked as well. Sawo!
Oh,
he nails it! Even further as they're looking to try and close out this game. Big shot now, throwback again. It's gonna be Kai. Take it out.
Uy, sakit ng clean. Triple kill. Wow. Oh, grabe. Grabe naman sweep.
The Sky Kings thought they were the beast. Sverige, niet, sile. Drakona.
Wala. Nalungo yun. ONIC punch.
Stronger than the dragon.
Grabe naman sweep
What an amazing
yan.
game. The technical prowess from mechanics, from the micro to the macro. We have witnessed a work of art.
Hindi nga abot ng 12.
Even the Sky Kings can recognize when they have been matched. What an
Good night na agad, guys.
from EECA.
Bakla. Grabe MSC ngayon, guys.
The Sky Kings burned to the ground by the flames of the dragon.
I-buff si Kid Bomba eh. Nandyan si Mama Bomba daw.
To Team Spirit as they qualify for the grand finals.
Grabe ka na MSC.
What a crazy set of events. I keep using this word crazy time and time again for another region to rise up to the grand finals of this caliber for the first time ever in a mid-season cup here at an international. There will be no major region.
Pangit magban ng coach daw.
No PH, no ID, no Malaysia. It's EECA.
Baka naman code. Eh, andyan sa pin comment yung code. Try nyo kaya magbasa. Kahit minsan lang.
Truly, we are witnessing history unfold before us. And maybe, who knows, they might not be called minor regions any longer. The world of MLBB expands further, and the level that has been brought to the table starts with the young ones. We're going to be throwing it over to the interview with Sunset Lover and Sawo up on stage. Take it away, Rose.
The Dragons has defied the odds. They have slayed the Sky Kings, and they have carved their names into the history of MLBB. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your grand finalist, Team Spirit. Boys, that was an amazing series. And you know,
Logi talaga kay Kid Bomba daw.
duo to interview on the stage.
Level 1 pa lang mataba na. May laro pa ba ONIC? Bukas, pang 3rd place, kalaban nila ang Falcons, PH.
M1. 7 years later, you guys have finally done it. You guys are bringing EECA to the grand finals. How are you feeling about it, Sao?
I'm so happy, but we still not did it, so everything tomorrow will be.
The job is not done. What about you, Sunset Lover? How are you feeling about heading into the grand finals tomorrow, a first in your region, history being rewritten?
Of course, I'm happy because we're doing a lot of work, and finally we show that we worked a lot. And tomorrow we still have a big job, you know, and we need to win.
Yes, there's
Wala nang
definitely
code,
a big
guys.
job tomorrow. But like
Paawat
what
na kayo sa
Sunset
code.
has mentioned, they've been through a lot. Roller coasters, up and downs in a span of 7 years. I want to ask you guys, what kept you guys going? What was the main motivation to keep on pushing?
Of
Hindi ako
course,
makapag-bet dun
being
sa
the champion
ano,
on some world
sa ML.
tournament and on World Championship or on EWC, we don't care, we just want to be champions.
The passion is what kept them going. And boys, I am super duper happy for you guys. Now, of course, we know that you guys entering the grand finals tomorrow is history being rewritten. But not just for you guys, but for the whole ecosystem.
Alo, ONIC, opo, 3-0
Where
na.
tomorrow, you guys will be going up
Best of 5 lang
again,
kasi to.
Yangon Galacticus.
Sino
Sunset
unang
Lover,
score
what
ng
does this tell
3,
us
siya
about the
yung
ecosystem
papasok
of
sa grand
MLBB?
finals.
Does it mean we're actually finally starting to see new faces, new regions come out? Are you
Good
guys
night,
starting to
guys,
become
sabi ni
stronger?
Paran.
Yeah, that's true, and I'm so excited
Bukas,
about tomorrow.
unang
because
match
finally
ang
the
Falcons
grand final,
ONIC.
not PH Indo,
Best of 5
PH
din.
Malaysia, you know?
Walang
That is a
kalbo,
new
di
grand
magpapakalbo
final,
sa
new
ano.
story. So let's see what will
Report.
happen.
Definitely new story.
Pangit ng laban daw,
Tomorrow
pwede
is
pa
gonna be an
ulit.
incredible chapter to
Pwede one
unfold.
game pa.
But Sawa, what are your thoughts about
Kahit hindi na
Yangon
i-count
Galacticus?
daw.
Do you think that they're gonna give you guys a really good fight, or is it gonna be just as easy as today's match?
I don't know what they will do. We just need to beat them, and that's it. Nothing special for us. We just might win them.
Oh, the confidence coming out from these EECA boys on stage. I love it. They are truly showing
Nakakaiyak
what the
daw.
new grand finalists are made of. And of course, Sunset Lover, a message for all of the fans. Look at the love. Look at the
Manlulumo ka talaga
support
sa
that they have
ganyan.
here in the arena in Paris, and of course back at home.
Thank you so much. Big respect for supporting us. You know, it's so huge that we can play and be happy that we're here.
Congratulations, boys. Congratulations. We will see you in the grand finals. And of course,
Wala palang
Team
match
Spirit,
result
come
na.
on over.
Match result.
Because it is time to crush a key back at our key crusher. Now, the biggest question for today is who will be crushing Onyx Key? Kid Bomba is at it.
Nakakakaba na
Let's
sa
go, Kid
nanood.
Bomba. Ladies and gentlemen, this signifies that ONIC is officially out of MSC at EWC 2026, and Team Spirit heads to the grand finals tomorrow. History has been made for the world of MLBB. With that, let us show it to the desk.
Wala ko nag-end live kasabay ito.
History has been made, and it was made earlier with me and Mar going to the grand finals, and now it is made again with EECA and Team Spirit claiming a spot next to them. History will be rewritten, but what does the future hold for MLBB? Something new, that's for sure. And as destiny collapses and dynasty falls apart, you see that the unknown is where MLBB is headed. And maybe that just means space, maybe it means right down here on Earth. Maybe
Oras
centered
kaya
around Europe
laban?
or something like that. We'll have to wait
Parang-
and see as
parang
these two
5
teams
PM
now
yung
get a chance to
ano eh.
battle it out, guys.
Oh, man.
What a day of
Third
games.
What a
place
day of
match.
games, history made. I like the smile there, the satisfying smile of Kid Bomba there as they crush the key of ONIC, because again, he heard it in his interview leading into the matchup. This was fated for him. This was kind of destined to go ahead and fight against Kelra in this version of ONIC this time. And man, they did it so well. A sweep. I
5
honestly didn't
PM na.
expect it to be a 3-0 here because who
That
would've
was
thought?
8 o'clock.
I don't think anyone expected a 3-0, LaFell.
Yung
In your
grand
wildest,
finals.
promising, most ambitious and positive looks at what Team Spirit did, you still felt after Onyx's performance yesterday, taking down Aurora, that they would have a chance here.
Yeah, here's the thing. This is why it's really hard to call anything here in MSC. Ever since day one, we think it's going to be a full series. It's a quick 3-0. We think like, this is going to be a stomp, and it becomes a full series. We anticipate this kind of draft, and then something else just develops. Something about MSC here. Something about Paris. Let me just say.
Yeah.
Quite a few organizations, I really feel like
Finals,
they should
Team
start lobbying
Spirit and
to have all
Yangon
of these major
Galacticos.
tournaments in Europe, because we got to talk
Mukhang
about the
madami
support as well. Usually
magsasardinas
Team
daw.
Spirit, whenever they're playing outside of Europe,
Swerte ng
they
mga
have some support, yes, but nothing
tumaya
like
sa
this.
ano,
We can
YG
definitely
tsaka
see that
TS.
it's helping them quite a lot.
And he said it doesn't matter. He said, "Oh, there's no buff from having my mom and my sister here." I don't believe it for a second. I don't believe also
The way that he plays, bro.
And I feel like they're winning over the fans. They're not just winning over, and this is for Myanmar's case as well. These people are now becoming different. They're becoming idols. They're becoming people who fan support of the teams that have lost, which are many of the favorites, many of the regions that are normally here, going, you know what? These guys are doing something. I actually support them.
They're the new chapter.
Yeah. And this is the new era. I think a lot of people, they've been discussing that, you know, and some people are really holding on to, oh, maybe we still have one more Philippine to make it to the grand final. Maybe it's going to be Indonesia. But just as we heard there from
Makakasali pa
Sunset
ba
Lover, this is going to be the first time and an entirely
ONIC sa
different
susunod
story
na
now
laban?
that there's not going to be
Susunod na
Philippines,
laban na ng
Indonesia,
ONIC ay
Malaysia
third place
included in
na
that grand final. So
bukas.
now, if you're just a fan of
Iba yung
MLBB,
tanong mo.
you got to
Medyo
choose a
hindi
side.
ko
Who are you
magets
going to be
yung
rooting for?
tanong mo. Basta may laban pa ang ONIC versus Falcons bukas para sa third place.
Otherwise, they would just be like,
5
nah, your team
p.m.
sucks. Nah, this guy sucks.
Tapos
And I'm
grand
like, hey, you're
finals next noon, 8
Because, you
p.m.
get to see the clash of the fans, the
Team
clash of
Spirit
the
versus
trash talk,
Yangon
which is
Galacticos.
different. And it just is so great to see after, you know, you look at the story of Zauer Egoist as well, 16 years old.
Nalaglag yung mga
Game 2, what is
powerhouse
that, 6 years?
teams,
So the guy
guys.
was 10? So since he's been 10,
Grabe
this
yung
moment's
ginawa
been
ng
coming for
patch
him
na
to get on
to.
stage and say,
Diba?
hold on, let's do something different here.
Perfect timing to see the reactions here too, because just as our egoist, you know, having him come into this lineup of Team Spirit again. Last time we saw him in the international, he couldn't play, right? He was too young. So then he comes through, and you have these new generations of junglers and just players in general, but especially junglers, because that's what we've been highlighting here for MSC. And he has been putting on a clinic alongside the rest of the team. And I feel like just the way that Zara Egoist plays allows Kid Bomba, allows Sawo and Sunset Lover and Hiko to do everything they need to do across the map, you know, and that's, I feel like one of the
Swerte
biggest
yata yung
difference
pagtanggal
factors
ng
for
hat
a
ni
lot of the
Sunset
teams that have
Lover.
been
Di
playing
ba
in
lagi
this
nakahat
MSC.
yun?
I gotta say as well, Kid Bomba is probably gonna be one of the scariest guys in MLBB for now, because in game, that guy is destroying absolutely everyone. Like, imagine being an EXP later and then just causing this much destruction. Before this, he was Hanford, but now it's the era of Kid Bomba. Like, this guy is a bit much. On the Barat, sure, meta pick, but then he uses Sora.
Yeah.
And some would
That's
argue
Sora.
that might even be more scarier.
That's Sora. That was the problem, because I think they thought, well, we took the Barats away, we banned it out, but he still got the upper hand. That's just Kid Bomba doing Kid Bomba things. We've seen his family, we've seen the emotion from Team Spirit, but there's an emotion on the other side of this, and that is, of course, of ONIC, who have to go home. We talked with Kid Boy, in an exit interview with the Eterna to hear how he's feeling.
Bye.
We are now backstage with Keyboy after that loss against Team Spirit. Keyboy, may we ask what's
Naluloko ako
going
sa
through your
mga
head right
naghahanap
now?
pa din ng code. Sinabi ng 3 lang per day. Nakatatlo na nga, hingi pa ng hingi ng code.
He thinks
Mga
that Team
to
Spirit
talaga.
are very strong today. Apakah ini just exclusive di MSC atau sebenarnya dari awal-awal, dari sebelum-sebelumnya pernah ketemu Team Spirit, mereka udah kuat?
Memang kuat.
So even from before, he said that Team Spirit has been a very strong team. How is everyone handling the loss, Keyboy? How is everyone handling the loss? Teman-teman Keyboy gimana tadi pas kalah reaksinya?
Ya pasti sedih lah pasti.
They didn't take it as well, even for everyone. Keyboy, what were you expecting here at MSC? Kamu expect-nya gimana MSC kali ini?
Ya yang penting kasih yang terbaik sih, kalau yang kalah belum rezeki aja.
They just wanted to give the best, and if they lost, then maybe it just wasn't their luck. Keyboy, what was different about MSC this year? It looked like ONIC struggled in a few of the matches. Could you tell us more about
Hirap na
what happened in this
i-interviewin ka.
particular MSC? Was it the meta that was difficult? Was the other regions just a lot stronger this year?
Natalo kayo.
Is there
Tapos
something that you could tell
magtatanong
us
pa
about
about
that?
sa pagkatalo.
Kalau meta sebenarnya aman-aman
Hirap
aja,
sumagot
cuma
nun.
emang region lain lagi lebih kuat-kuat aja sekarang.
For the meta, it was okay. They adapted to it okay, but it seems like all the other regions from the rest of the world just really got stronger. Were you also surprised that Yangon moved on to the grand finals?
Enggak.
Oh, so you expected it?
Gua nggak expect maksudnya.
Oh, so he also did not expect. So it's boiling down to a very different MSC this year. But Keyboy, thank you so much for everything that you've done with ONIC as well. Do you have maybe a message to everyone who flew all the way from Indonesia to come here to support you and your team?
Ya buat semua yang udah support. Ya sorry juga lah karena mengecewakan lagi dan lagi. Cuman ya emang begitulah jalannya. Kita bakalan usahain buat kedepannya lagi.
For those of you guys who supported us, thank you so much for the support, and we're really sorry that it's another disappointing loss, and we will try our best to do better in the next coming future. Keyboy, other than your bronze match, what's next for you? Keyboy, abis match ini mau ngapain lagi selain bronze match yang akan terjadi besok?
Nggak tahu sih.
Keyboy doesn't know yet. Okay, I think he's taking a little bit hard. It's okay, Keyboy. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
We're gonna throw it over back to you guys.
Well, Yangon Galacticos Team Spirit are the ones that move on. Keyboy sharing his thoughts. Not too much to dive into there. Obviously, a bit close to the chest, how they're feeling. Still not a lot of time to process it either.
That also just shows how heavy it is just to suffer that kind of loss, because I gotta say, big shout outs to everyone agreeing to do the loser interview,
It's
because
tough, man.
you can see it in their eyes how much they're trying to hide it, but as dudes, as bros that's been destroyed before, we've all been destroyed.
Hey, man.
We know that look.
And you know what? Sometimes talking through it can help the processing part. But a lot of guys, though, there's just a moment where you say, you just say, I'm either not going to do it, or you're like, I'm not going to give an answer here, and I need to go process. We were talking about this earlier. I remember one of the giants in sports that I love, Kobe Bryant, rest in peace. I realized that the first day I had a chance to interview for my esports job that I've done for the last 7 years. I had to hold it together. And you have to sometimes do that. Obviously, Team Falcons and ONIC are the ones who will be facing off in that third place
Good
match.
night na guys. Thank you po sa mga tumabay. Wala na mapapanood. Tapos na po ang laban. Bukas na lang Grand Finals. Third place match.
Where were you? Where was he? When MSC is writing everything, I'm like, we were working. Right? We could tell. Everyone's like, where were you guys when MSC calls us? We were working, so we don't know what's going on. But
Nabaligtad yung sweep nung ano.
That would be our grand finals.
Day 1, day 2, di ba, nung unang match. Tapos nung day 3, pangalawang match naman na sweep.
People did the pick'ems? There's no way.
Good night po! Bye-bye guys! Salamat po sa tambay. Bukas
It's been a lot
ulit.
of fun, guys. Closing thoughts for today. Actually, excuse me, before we close, we actually have a great update here. The implications of today were far-reaching, not just in MLBB, but also with the club championship. And we got our reporters standing by to let us know what's the status quo.
What do you call 4 club championship reporters who can manage to get themselves together for what feels like one of the very first times? It's happened a couple of times, but this happened in the space of an hour. So I'm not sure how we managed this one, Jenny, but we have managed to get ourselves together. And we're going to give it a little chat around what's been happening on your stages. STC Arena, obviously been going on here for Overwatch 2. How's things going?
First of all, I would call us a bunch of professionals. Second of all, a lot happening actually over at the SCC Arena, especially for Overwatch, because this was the week where Falcons were competing and they were the title defenders. But surprise, surprise, they get knocked out to T1. T1's had a pretty good run on TFT, very great run on League of Legends as well, so that's great for them. Club championship-wise, Liquid, though, still 0 points. I don't know what's going on over there. They got eliminated, not even making the top 8. Kind of sad, to be fair, but it is what it is. AGAL is also out, and then Twisted Mind was playing Virtus Pro earlier today. Both of these organizations tied for 4th place last year when it comes to club championship points. Twisted Minds won. That's all we got going on here.
Thank you. I didn't realize you were going to grab my mic. I thought you said we're professionals. Here we are, though. I mean, irrelevant of that. Lauren, of course, things have already just kicked off in Warzone. Not necessarily too much to report, but I mean, it's always an interesting one when it does come down to the club championship because Falcons are always so favored.
They are, and they were definitely one of the top teams coming into this entire week. However, after yesterday's performance, they ended up in 7th out of their group, which is not where they were hoping to be. So they don't play until the second half of today, but they'll definitely be looking to pick it up so that they don't get eliminated, because we are sending 6 teams home, 3 from each group at the end of the day. On the positive side of things, though, and you're talking about Twisted Minds, Ginny. Twisted Minds are our defending champs in Warzone. They were 1st place out of their group yesterday, and then we're 2 matches in, and they've already won 1 of them. So Twisted Minds are looking very strong for themselves, Chris, and I think that means that there's going to be some tight competition as we get into finals.
We know Fancy's going to be excited about that one. Yeah, TM last year was a fantastic performance, looking to go back-to-back again. But we're coming to the close on your stage, Trav, obviously over at the Alliance. Vault, how things have been going? I know there's a lot of rumblings. Falcons had a few members. Not so much anymore.
Yeah, so it's pretty much the same story, really. Falcons coming in, trying to defend their title. It's Xiao Hai who won it in 24 and 25. He competes across both Fatal Fury and Street Fighter as well, so clearly shows how capable of a player he is. And he got bounced in them both. So Falcons lost their title defender and now left with two 15-year-olds trying to carry on and get those championship points, which I don't think bodes too well. And they did just face each other. So not only were the two 15-year-olds, they had to knock each other out as well. So that's really unfortunate for Falcons. One of them, though, has progressed to the top 8. So that's at least getting them some points on the board, but doesn't really leave them with too many options in terms of like backup plans now. They're all kind of slowly getting knocked out. But in Street Fighter 6, it's very much kind of the Asian representative. So we've got the Asian organizations doing as well. Reject with some heavy investments, and also the same with Zeta Division 2.
Excellent. Well, great update, guys. Thank you very much. We've got a lot more going on tomorrow. A couple of finals coming over the next couple of days. Very excited to see how things conclude. Guys, thank you for... We need to do this more often, actually. And we'll grab us all together. Okay, maybe Jenny doesn't want to.